Checkmate. Come together for a check. Hands up, let go. Festival of everybody say, come together for a chess day.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And let's rewind a little bit to what you just said, Ketty, about the comeback story, the turnaround that we saw by the PBG Alaskan Knights. They lost all their first 4 matches in the round-robin stage. Gukesh and his team was completely written off by the fans, that there's just no way they'll find themselves. How do you think they were able to reset, to take it? Because Ganges was still in the middle, you know, they were still having their up and down moments. But I think the biggest comeback has been by the Alaskan Knights this season.
Yeah,
how did they do it?
That's right, Tanya. Like, many people thought that they were about to go home just in the middle of the tournament. But what I've sensed is that they have very good relations between the team members. They hang out together. And this is a long tournament. It's a very stressful tournament. And they are supporting each other, you know, and that's very important at the team events.
And Sagar, let's talk about their opponents today in this bronze battle. You know, Gukesh also mentioned that for the Alaskan Knights, this is not what they were hoping for, not the fight they wanted at the start of the tournament, but the way it went, it was a dream even to get to this point. But I want to touch upon Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters here, because their story is equally crazy if you think about it. They were this close to making it to the finals yesterday.
I think the end part of yesterday, where there was the fight for the second spot between the Alpine Sg Pipers and the Ganges Grandmasters, was one of the most exciting things to have happened in this event. I thought that it would be an easy run for the Alpine Sg Pipers. They needed only 6 game points, but they got exactly 6. I mean,
it was amazing.
It was fantastic.
It was fantastic to watch. And you know, Sagar, you've been the man so much behind the Indian chess boom, with everything that you've done with Chess-Based India. I want you to set a little bit of the emotional stage and what this clash on the icon board with Vishy Anand taking on Gukesh means for the Indian chess fans, the landscape of the game.
I mean, for 3 decades, Vishy has been someone who has been at the top of the world of chess. So many people, countless people have been inspired by him. In fact, his opponent, Gukesh, was inspired by Vishy himself. And now they're facing each other. After Gukesh becomes a world champion, that's like 2 world champions of India, going to play at the Royal Opera House. And it couldn't get bigger than this. They will play 2 games against each other. Just to tell you, guys, yesterday I did speak with Gukesh a bit and asked him, how does it feel to play against Vishy? And you know, a smile came on his face and he says, of course, it's a big honor.
Yes. He is the 5-time world champion. He is the legend. He's the man who built Indian chess. And for today, for the fight for bronze, he's going to be taking on the man who's carrying Indian chess forward, the youngest ever world champion, Gukesh there. What a clash that's going to be. And now let's talk about the format, because it's a completely different animal from the round-robin stage. Today, both matches, the bronze battle and our championship, will be played in a best-of-2 matches. The players, the teams will play against each other with colors reversed. If the match remains tied, we go into a Blitz playoff. Again, a best-of-2 with only 3 minutes on the clock and a 2-second bonus time. That as well is a best-of-2. And this is when things start to get really exciting. The game points do not matter. It's only the match victory or the match loss that will decide the tiebreakers. And if that 3+2 ends in a 1-1, we go into absolute chaos. It will be a 1v1 with random boards chosen. And you know, while that might look like a far way off, Ketty, we've seen that happen before at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 1, and what a finale that was.
There was the tournament and the day I cannot really forget. this match went all the way to 6 boards. All the players played it, and there was the memory that we cannot really forget.
Yeah.
You know what? I see that happening today, Tanya.
It could very well happen today. It's like, you know, one team can win one match, the other team can win the other match, and suddenly we have a tie break. We've seen this happening in this event. Teams have actually been so closely, close in strength with each other that they've exchanged wins. So I don't see that it's going to be just 2 matches. There will be tie breaks today.
We're expecting a lot of action here, and we will talk about the mindset, opening approaches, the readjustments that's needed as we go into championship day. We'll be back with more things to unpack in just a few. You stay with us. Those 2 teams highlighted in pink will be the ones fighting it out today. Meanwhile, for the Ganges Grandmaster PBG Alaskan Knights, it's a battle for the bronze. But let's talk about the 2 teams who will be saying goodbye to Mumbai. The local, the home crowd favorite upGrad Mumba Masters, with only 12 match points, failed to make it to the final day. The Fire's American Gambits. For Hikaru Nakamura, he will make it in time for Christmas to his family, ending at the bottom of the leaderboard with only 9 match points. And we're going to go quickly through the action that we saw yesterday, starting with the battle of the Fire's American Gambits against the Ganges Grandmasters. And Katie, I'll start with you on this. You know, it appeared that it was going to be a warm-up match, irrelevant to the standings, but it went on to play a massive role at the end of the day, with the Ganges Grandmasters taking them down 12-3. If they had 1 additional point, if the GGs had 1 additional point, we would see a completely different battle today.
That's right, Tanya, and we couldn't even breathe. We hold the breath when we were watching this match. Hikaru Nakamura, I have never seen him so disappointed. Usually it's always on him, and he's a world number 2. But now at this competition, he has to carry on with his teammates. That was not a day for them, but for Ganges Grandmasters, they had to meet a lot of needs, right? And somehow they did some of them, but not all of them. They just missed 1 point.
And Sagar, I'll come to you on that exactly, because Ganges Grandmasters in that matchup had 3 wins, 3 draws. The 3 draws that they had, they were better on each and every single board of theirs. Though they'll be back in action today, is it mixed feelings just with the margin that they missed out the main battle?
Well, I think when they scored 12-3, you can see there Vishy Anand making a very solid draw against Hikaru, and then sitting down with Vishnu and, them having a good time with each other. I think 12-3 was something that they were very happy with at that point. In retrospect, we can always say that, oh, this game didn't go their way, or, Vishy had actually a winning position with Hikaru. If only he could have converted it. But I think we shouldn't go into that direction. I think that the Ganges Grandmasters really did their best, but in the end, the Alpine Sg Pipers had played better in the previous round, and they needed just 6 game points. They did it.
It's amazing, the storyline. And of course, it's not just one match that it comes down to. It's the course of 9 days, the performances that we had by both these teams, the late surges, the last-minute thrills is what makes this exciting. And moving on from that match, it really came down to that second fight of the day, where we saw Triveni Continental Kings, who had complete freedom. They had already made it to the finals, taking on a team that was in a must-win, the upGrad Mumba Masters. What a journey it's been for them, Ketty. They were ruling the leaderboard. They were right there, neck to neck with the Kings throughout, until disaster struck in the last 2 days. And coming down to this battle, they still had fate in their hands. If only they could have won, but a 10-9 narrow victory sees them going home today. Narrow loss sees them going home today.
Tanya, they had such a bad luck. 2 days in a row. You can have a 1 bad day, but 2 days in a row. But also they face very, very strong opponents. Triveni, they totally dominated this season. And somehow, upGrad Mumba Masters, they couldn't manage to come back. And we could see the players were at the worst mood as well. Like we could see, they couldn't even hide it. And we know that in sport, in chess, you need to be lucky. Without luck, you cannot be a champion.
I agree, yeah. Some bit of luck. If that had gone their way, the upGrad Mumba Masters could have been in the finals, but it was not to be. But Triveni Continental Kings, well, they did their job, even on the final day. No losses, yeah, for them, just two.
It's unbelievable, and I want to touch upon that because there's also the saying that you make your own luck on the chessboard, and that's what Alireza Firouzja has been doing for the Triveni Continental Kings. He's been their power performer. He's been the star of that team, really leading the charge, win after win. He's the icon slayer here in Mumbai right now. And I think I have to ask you that, they end the round robin with a win against what some would argue the second best performing team until the very last moment here at the league. Taking down upGrad Mumba Masters when they didn't even need to do that with a 10-9 victory. How much of a psychological play is that? Because you're going to the finals just making this big statement, Sagar, that you really are the kings here in Mumbai. It's the team to beat, and is there a team that can beat it?
The only thing that is playing on my mind right now is when you mentioned that have they peaked too soon? Like, have they kind of used all their firepower, and in the finals now, the Alpine Sg Pipers would be like, now it's all even, we have our chance, and they managed to beat Triveni Continental Kings. I think they still have an edge. The Triveni team is on paper perhaps the stronger team right now. But it all comes down to those two games on the board, one mistake, one wrong move, and suddenly you have a new champion at the Global Chess League.
Oof, every move matters here, every board matters here, and that's exactly the story now of our last matchup of yesterday. It came down to the PBG Alaskan Knights taking on the Alpine Sg Pipers, and until that very final move was made on the board, nobody knew who was going to be the second finalist, who will challenge for championship. In the end, Alpine Sg Pipers lost the match but won the war because they got those 6 points, the much needed 6 points. And right there we can see the players Pragnananda Mendonça along with the team coach Praveen Thipse at the very end, the final moment. And even though the match went down, it was Gukesh who got the win on that icon board with Fabi losing. It's all smiles on the Alpine Sg Pipers because they knew that they got the job done. 6 points, making it to the finals in the thinnest way possible here, Sagar.
Yeah, very efficient of them, not wasting even a bit more of energy than needed. Clearly, they would have preferred some more results going their way, but Katie, this is a dream finals for us.
It is dream finals, and this very much was the match to win-win situation. We had so much smiles. Everybody was just so happy because basically by the loss for the team Alpine Sg Pipers, then anyway qualified with just 1 point. Look at this, 84, and then we have 83 for Ganges Grandmasters, and just one little point is there for the gold medal that Alpine Sg Pipers is fighting today.
And that's what sports is about, right? It's a single point that can make all the difference. Like you said, Sagar, a single bad move, a single brilliancy can make you go from a championship battle to a fight for the bronze. It was all about that 83-84 difference we see that Alpine Sg Pipers were able to get with their 6-11 loss, losing that match but getting enough points to make it for the battle against the Triveni Continental Kings. What a day of chess it's going to be. And of course, we've got huge matchups that are happening today. We will start the day with the battle for the bronze. It will be the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. That starts soon. Right after that, we will have the big fight. Will the Triveni Continental Kings get their third title of a Global Chess League champions? Or will we finally have a new winner at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League? Will Alpine Sg Pipers get the championship? We come back breaking down the bronze battle in just a few. And it's going to be a playoff between the Ganges Grandmasters taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. They will start with the best of 2. And first,
Well, I count in Daniel Darda to tie the match, to just make a draw, because he doesn't have a good tournament. He has scored 6 points so far, and this is the lowest on this board. So he's good to make in draws. I think he will take this draw as well.
And here we have the superstar women board. Katrina Lagno really needs to get her act together today. She's had 2 losses against Polina Shuvalova. Meanwhile, Sara Khadem versus Stavrula. This will be a very, very important clash.
inspired by Sagar Shah there.
Sarah has won the match against Arula 1.5 to half, and Sarah is the girl I'm counting on when I'm choosing PBG Alaskan Knights. Coming up to the next boards, what is your take here, Sagar?
Yeah, I think Javokir Sindaro has been unstoppable in this tournament. Although Lenier Dominguez is very solid, I'll give a small edge to Javokir there. Meanwhile, I'm a bit scared of Arjun Erigaisi there. But then the icon board, Vishy, having a 1.5 lead over Gukesh here. I think Gukesh would want.
Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the
Put your hands together for 5 times World Chess Champion Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, World Cup winner Javokir Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Stavrula Solakidu, Ronak Sadvani, and their coach GM Vishnu Prasanna. From early stumbles to a stunning resurgence, this story has been nothing short of a fairy tale. Give it up for the PBG Alaskan Knights!
come together for a chance. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess.
Introducing world champion Gukesh Dommaraju, Arjun Erigaisi, former world Blitz champion Lenier Dominguez, 3 times women's world Blitz champion Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Darda, and their coach GM Swayams Mishra. All the best to all the players. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Arkady Dwarkovich, the President, International Chess Federation, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
What a perfect way to kick off the battle for the 3rd place. We have the FIDE president here going to make the first move for the FIDE deputy president. It's on the first board. What move is he going to choose? Vishy often plays e4, but he goes for c4. And joining me for calling out all the action on this very, very important clash are 2 wonderful individuals. We have WGM Keti Satsalashvili with us and Grandmaster Irina Krush. Hello, guys.
Hello. Hello. It's such a nice day, right? It is here. We have the final day and cannot wait to see the winners and the finalists of this season 3.
Yeah, we're going to see if PBG can complete their storybook resurgence in this league, because I think after the way they started, it is kind of amazing that they have a chance for 3rd place. And I feel like they should be very motivated to do it, especially from the expression on Gukesh's face when he walked in.
He was so serious. That's the Gukesh we usually know. He was earlier smiling a lot and hanging out with his team, but now, today, Gukesh is the Gukesh we know. And you guys, I want to ask you both of you the question. Somehow I felt the previous 2 matches, Gukesh had too much of the respect to Anand, and that's true. And the question is, do you think this respect will affect his game today?
I think he's already played 2 games now. He has faced it all. A winning position that ended in a draw, a complete destruction by Vishy. But Irina, your thoughts on what's happening here?
Okay, we've got a kickoff to the women's boards, and looks like we have something like it was an Italian game or a Bishop's Opening by Polina Shuvalova. These 2 players have already played twice. This looks very similar, not exactly, but kind of like Lagno's game against Ho Yufan yesterday, that move H3. I feel like Katarina is not going to play H6 in this game because now she's got some bad memories of white playing G4 and attacking her on the king side, so that black pawn is going to stay in place.
Right, and as we see the kickoff in the Superstar men board, Javokir Sindarov versus Lenier Dominguez. This is the board where Ganges Grandmasters would like to strike, as Sindarov has been in hot form. He also has the white pieces and he opens with 1c4.
He opens with 1c4, and he is the player that no one is getting close to him by his performance. He has 23 points, and closest has 18 points. This is Shahriar Mamedyarov. To talk about this matchup, Dominguez has 13 points, collected 13 points. So we have 10 points of difference between these 2 players, and obviously Sindarov is the favorite in this matchup.
Well, Sindarov, he is trying to create some asymmetry out of this flank opening. That move, Queen A4, the early queen development, the point of that is actually to threaten to take the D5 pawn without allowing black to capture with the pawn. And you actually want to provoke black into, let's say, pushing the pawn to D4, creating this unbalanced pawn structure. But Lenier Dominguez, he takes on C4, very solid move. And I think the point there is that the point is that Ronak just answered with E4 in his game against Daniel Darda.
And we have also the handshake on the icon board. Sagar, what is it? Is it E4?
It is the Karo Khan that we see on the board. Gukesh saying that no longer I want to play something like very solidly with E4, E5. I'm going for the Karo Khan here. This is actually quite an interesting choice by Gukesh.
I think so. And actually, what he's doing is going for a more solid choice than his first game against Anand, where he went for the Khan Sicilian.
Yeah.
So him going for the Karo Khan, I think, is actually evidence of a more solid approach for this game. And he's going for, I think, a pretty good line for rapid and blitz chess, where he takes on these doubled F pawns, gives white the better pawn structure. But it's a pretty sharp position where black also has overtaking chances.
Why would you call this a good choice for rapid and blitz game?
Okay, good question. Well, it's a good choice because it's not that easy for white to exploit that pawn structure advantage with the extra pawn in the center, right? It's like when white tries to do it, black can blockade that pawn, black can counterattack. Yes, this move H5 is actually something that I did once in a game as black and won, yeah.
Where this pawn is going? If Anand is not stopping right now, this pawn will go all the way to H3, create the weakness on the light squares, and you don't want to face then the bishop to get into the business. Sagar, what happens if H3
I think
is the response here?
Anand will play that, Ketty. He has done that. He stopped the H pawn, and now Gukesh will kind of relocate his knight from D7 to F8. That's usually the common way to play.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing is, though, with the H pawn on H4, he's not going to be able to put that knight to G6, where it often tries to go. So what other plans does black have here other than putting the knight to F8?
Well, I do like this knight to go all the way to B6, D5 to activate over here in the center. Then develop the bishop perhaps on E6, put the queen on D7, and guess what? To set up this battery to try to attack this pawn on H3 and maybe to start a very serious attack on the king side.
Yes, that's actually a really typical idea, Ketty. That's been seen in this opening before, where black prepares a piece sacrifice of the bishop on h3.
Yeah.
Sagar.
No, I clearly get it, Ketty, that whenever you see an opportunity, you want to attack
Go
here.
for it.
And you can see that view, by the way, guys. All 6 boards there. You can see on the screen there at the top, we have the bars. We'll come back to it. Look at this. This is such a beautiful view. We have the arbiters on the left of your screen there sitting and noticing every single move that is being made. And we have all the 12 players locked in. This is not the only match they will play, guys. After this, if whichever team wins, the other team will have a chance to make a comeback because there's one more match that will happen.
And if they
that's-
end in 1-1,
Yeah.
then they will start to play a blitz tiebreak.
Yeah, you guys, you know what I have noticed? The match-up between these two players ended in a favor of white pieces, and Ganges Grandmasters won the toss. They chose white pieces, even though the captain of PBG Alaskan Knights said, good to lose the toss. I'm not sure about this. I think both of the teams wanted to take the lead and white pieces. Sagar, you mentioned there earlier about the bar that we have on the screen. This is new thing for us, and I wanted to suggest to check Raunak's game because they was showing big advantage for him.
Sure.
Oh, Sagar, before we go there,
Yes.
can we just explain to the viewers why Black didn't just do the tactic with Rook takes E2?
Exactly. I was for a second thinking, like, what did Vishy blunder here? But Vishy is too smart. After here, what's the move here for white?
Can I say, or we can ask our chat?
Well, they are thinking here, but we can reveal it. What should white play here?
White can go to queen to e4, attack the bishop, and also aim the h7 square, which is pretty square for the queen. And then you can give 2 checks on h7, h8, get the rook on e-file, and checkmate Black's king.
Amazing. Well, Irina, well spotted there. Very quick tactic. Vishy is not going to blunder in such manner. He goes queen d2, and we have reached this live board position. Should we go and check the game of Raunak Sadhwani on the Prodigy board?
Let's do that.
We have the Philidor here that has been played by Daniel Darda, who's still searching for his first win in this tournament. What are your thoughts on this position, Irina?
Okay, well, Black has just done something very typical. He put the rook on the e-file, pushed back his bishop to f8, opens up the attack on the e4 pawn. Actually, one of the questions in this position, Sagar, is always like, do you put the knight on f8 or do you put the bishop on f8? Because there's also ideas of knight f8 and knight e6 and trying to trade pieces. But I guess he feels like, actually, why not just go with that knight to the c5 square?
Oh, that's a lovely. You know what I would do also here with Black? First, I would jump knight on e5, 2 in white and provoke f4.
Oh,
then
yeah.
I get back on d7, get on c5, and attack on e4 pawn.
That's possible too. So, okay, right now the question is, how does white protect that pawn? Okay, I would say the move bishop f4 does come to mind to open up the white rook to do that. F3 feels, you know, like a little bit weakening the dark squares around the king. And then you're also kind of like not going to be pushing that pawn to f4 later. So, yeah, it's kind of a big question to Raunak right now.
So at this point in this game, it's very interestingly balanced. White has more space because of the e4 pawn. Black is trying to counter-attack on the e4 pawn. Let's move to another board. We have a lot of action on board 4 where Polina Shuvalova seems to have a psychological edge over Katrina Lagno here. Will she score her 3rd win against her?
Oof. Katerina hopes that is not the scenario in this matchup, but Paulina just have a slightly better position, more space, happier pieces. I can play next move something like queen to f3, knight to f5, bring the rook bishop into the game. This looks fantastic to me.
Yeah, the knight on a5 is strangely misplaced for Black because it currently is on the side of the board without a single square. White also has a space advantage in the center with the pawn being on d5. The knight on d4 is beautifully positioned. So actually, this kind of like looks like a free edge for White. Not much to be concerned about.
Wow, this is great news for the Ganges Grandmasters. Polina Shuvalova once again giving that edge to her team. What about Stavrula Solakidu and Sara Khadem? This looks like a crazy game, although both kings have gone long side.
Yeah, this is a super original position, I would say, in terms of pawn structure, in terms of king placement. So I haven't seen a position that looks exactly like this, actually, Sagar, in all my years of playing chess, I think. So right now, what was Black's last move?
The last move that Black played...
Oh, it was actually White.
Yeah,
White played Queen C2.
So knight B3 came. Generally, the knight would belong on C3 in such positions, but knight B3 kind of guarding the D4 pawn. G5, Queen C2, and Ketty, this looks like a crazy position, yeah?
It looks like a crazy position. I need some time to digest what is happening because I have not seen this kind of structure. But from the first side, I would like to have black pieces in this position. You control the center quite nicely. White can push the pawn on D4 because the other pawn on E4 is hanging. You have a bit of space advantage because of G5 pawn on this side. Maybe you want to play something like knight to H5, knight to F4. I saw these ideas, but for White's, Irina, I don't really see much of happening here.
Yeah, I mean, if White could just move their knight over to C3, I would prefer White's position. I even started thinking about knight C1 to A2 to C3. That's how desperate I am to improve that knight, because I don't think that White is going to go C5. I think like that's an idea for White, but I feel like the fact that it opens up the black rook is probably going to make Black happy. And maybe the plan here for Black is to move the F knight and go for a move like F5.
Okay, so this position also very complex that we have. Let's quickly head over to our second board. We haven't seen that yet, between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi. I get the sense that Arjun is trying to put a lot of pressure on Vincent. Would that be right to say?
Yeah, if you just look at the position, you can feel that it's the black pieces that have more energy here. The bishops on the long diagonals. White is pinned on the A1, H8 diagonal. Black is trying to open up the B file, threatening the C pawn. Okay, and let's just, and also there's a possibility that the B3 pawn for White is going to be weak pretty soon. So I think Vincent has to tread very carefully here.
Yeah, I love Arjun's last move, b5. It puts White to the decision. You have to, actually it was a capture of the pawn. So you can't really capture this pawn by the knight because the bishop is pinned on b2. Did he just? Oh,
No,
it's
no,
your
no,
move.
I just made that move. Sorry.
I thought it happened.
Oh, he played G4. Wow.
Ooh.
Vincent is not going to take this kind of silently. Yeah? He's going to go all out against him. But maybe knight takes knight,
Gotta take.
bishop takes, and
Bishop
then you
takes-
just...
and I wonder if he wants to take the bishop on C3 or...
I would take bishop on c3 to keep this rook here, not protect it. Maybe I will attack it later on.
Yeah, my question is, does White play rook C3 or do they take it, the pawn takes F5?
Ooh, that's a very nice move. There are many possibilities here, but G4 by Vincent looks very interesting. We quickly go to the game of Vishy Anand versus Gukesh Domaraju, the two world champions, the one former, one current. If we go to the icon board, what's happening here, guy? Is it equal? Is it slightly better for White? What's your sense?
My sense is that Black is pretty comfortable. It is not going to be that easy to use that D pawn. One important tactical line here, I think, is that if Black captures on E1, White can capture with the rook, because the D4 pawn is not currently hanging because of rook E8, small tactic.
Beautiful tactic here. Deflection, you take, you lose the queen, and if the king moves away, you pick up the rook that X-rays the queen to defend it.
Yeah, so that is what Vishy is counting on after that rook trade. On the other hand, what else can Black do here? Well, Black can play rook to...
I have a suggestion for Black. So basically, how about we just play something like bishop to f5 to prepare these moves, next moves, and stop knight e4 happening, and then to push g5, g4. We have double pawns on the king side. Why not to give it up one and also create the weaknesses on the king side? Because then this will put White into decision. Either you take this pawn on g4, or then I will take it myself and you're going to have a weakness on h3.
That's so well pointed, because after g4, I'm threatening to take, and if you take, I take with the bishop and then open it even further with h3. That does seem like the plan that Gukesh would want to make. But for now, there could be rook trades happening on the e file. It looks roundabout even. Is there something that White can hope for here, Irina?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, White's main plan is using that extra pawn in the center. So at some point, they do have to push the move d5. There's literally no other plan, I think, available for them. And they have to use that pawn majority that they have on that side of the board. Still, I guess I would probably still play white just because of the structural advantage. Maybe, I mean, white risks less, right? How can things go really wrong for white in this position?
Right, and the rooks are traded. Meanwhile, we have a very, very good turnout on this final day at the Royal Opera House. We see there Gulmira, who's come from all the way from Kazakhstan here. She's been doing phenomenally well. We have our tournament director, Bharat Singh Chauhan here. We also have one of India's very well-known international masters, Shekhar Sahu there. It's a very wonderful hall here. And meanwhile, while we were looking at the crowd, Vishy suddenly has started to press in the center.
Yeah, he went forward with that pawn move. Gukesh traded, and now it seems like for some strange reason, it's actually preferable to capture with the queen instead of the knight.
Well, in that case, there is a check. Black has to move the king away, and white can start to annoy the pawns on the queen side. Something like queen to d4, attack the pawn on a7, attack the pawn on h4. Sagar, this is a serious stuff. If you play, let's say, bishop to e6 just to cover this check, we play queen to d4. And how are you going to save these pawns?
That's a very subtle double attack there, Ketty. Very well spotted. I was just wondering if there's any way that Vishy can save this. It's not possible. Yeah, he's going to lose. I mean, Gukesh can save this. He's going to lose a pawn here.
Yeah, it's starting to go in a very unpleasant direction for him. So what was his mistake? Was it taking the pawn on d5?
Yes, I think d5 did not have to be taken here. Bishop d7 was much better, but it would have allowed a chance to get even the pawn further with d6. And Gukesh was like, let me just capture it. Queen takes d5 hasn't been played here yet. Will Vishy find this small little tactic that is there?
Yeah, Sagar, I think Gukesh played this move very fast in a few seconds, and very often you just don't consider queen takes the pawn, right? You might consider knight takes the pawn to attack the queen.
Yes, and if knight takes, then the position is fine for black. Just move the queen away, and that's roundabout even.
So basically, this capture on d5 was based on a small tactical miscalculation because there's this paradoxical queen capture that is actually stronger than the more obvious knight capture.
Or even pawn capture, right? Because after pawn captures the pawn, you have the passed pawn. Why is that so bad for white?
Well, here I guess bishop d7 and the pawn is not going anywhere. So this is also around equal.
Yeah.
So you have to take with the queen.
Yeah.
And by the way, can we have the 6-board view here just to put into perspective who's doing well? On the top left, we see, oh, by the way, Gukesh played, Vishy did play queen d5 and king h8. So Vishy better. We then have the next board where Arjun seems to be pressing a bit, but it's nowhere close to being a huge edge. On board number 3, it's also equal between Sindarov and Dominguez. On board 4, we have Shuvalova pressing against Lagno. On board 5 is equal. Board 6, we have Raunak, who is pressing against Daniel Darda. This is looking like a very, very good match for the Ganges Grandmasters.
It is, right? Because there's no positions where they are really struggling. I mean, even Vincent's game does not look like a big problem. So let's, but the biggest advantage the Ganges Grandmasters currently have is definitely on Vishy's board because he's about to be up a clear pawn. And, you know, the good news for the Ganges Grandmasters in this matchup was that Vishy's kind of best score in the mini matches was actually against Gukesh. So somehow maybe he's like a bit more of a comfortable opponent for him than some of the other top players.
Right.
That's right. Sakar, should we go full screen to check it out the right position? Because we saw the knight on b5, we saw the queen on d5.
This is the
current position.
I think this is the current position. If we can just go full screen, because I think we are getting the moves here. Can we go full screen on Vishy and... Yeah,
there is knight on d5, definite b5.
Oh, he played queen d5.
Oh, knight
and
b5.
Now king h8, and he instead of queen d4 here, he went knight to b5.
That's a fascinating move because the idea, not only you're attacking the pawn, but you want to play knight d6, attack the rook, and the rook is not going to have an amazing square because rook d8 is not possible.
Oh, that's actually quite interesting idea.
Right, and by the way, This knight can get into d6 and cause a lot of pain here for Gukesh. And Vishy, can he beat Gukesh for the second time in a row with the white pieces? That would be huge.
I think that's his agenda. And look at the time as well. Vishy has way more time on the clock. Very pleasant position. And Gukesh has several weaknesses on both flanks, queen side and also on the king side.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, we should head over to our next board here. That one is between Stavrula and Sara Khadem, because here black is slowly starting to take advantage. Meanwhile, while we go into this game, we also see a lot of people are not just in the playing hall, they've also come out there in the fan park. This is beautiful to see. The fan zone is filled with so many people, so many kids.
What's the position, Sagar? Who is winning? The pawn has been just captured. Will this pawn be stoppable? Yeah, it has been. Oh, white has only one king left.
Wow.
That's not a good position.
And I must tell you guys, they have come from the Tech Mahindra Foundation. These are the specially abled kids who have come here on the final day to enjoy all the action. So we are so glad that they are here, and I hope they have a wonderful time today. It's brilliant. Okay, getting back to the chess action here, we see that Stavrula Solakidu is in trouble for the Ganges Grandmasters. Sara Khadem rising up to the occasion.
Yeah, the most relevant feature of this position is that there is a gaping hole on d4 in the center that the black knight is currently occupying. I also feel like there's a pretty big difference in the safety of the two kings because white's c-pawn is all the way on c4. So Sarah just moved her rook over to g8, protecting the g5 pawn that white was threatening. I really prefer her position. Like, I feel like this is something that can slide downhill for white so fast.
Maybe her next idea is to play knight to f4, get this knight here to attack the rook and the pawn at the same time on d3. And rook g8 is needed there because you are not giving up your pawn on g5. And you know, Sagar, after knight to f4, if you give up your dark square bishop, I'm more than happy to have all this position without dark square bishop for white.
You know what's interesting? Could she actually have played knight f4 instead of rook g8? Like, I feel like there were so many possibilities for black that even that move could have been possible.
Wow, because
Seems like,
this is hanging and you have no time to win this pawn.
Yeah, but rook g8 is very solid. She doesn't really need to enter these complications. Yeah, Ketsi, that's a very important idea that knight f4 is on the table here for black.
Yeah.
So while we were thinking just a couple of minutes ago that the Ganges Grandmasters are on the front foot, the PBG Alaskan Knights are saying like, no, wait there. Sara is better now on board 5. And we also see Dominguez pressing on board 3. Sindarov is under some pressure here. So Dominguez slightly better here with the black pieces. Is that the feeling you get as well?
Wow, well, what I get a feeling is a feeling of shock when I see the time situation, Sagar. We have, yes, you almost choked on your water as you saw what it was. I mean, have we ever seen Dominguez that much ahead on the clock here at the Global Chess League? That is not the usual situation.
That's a very good point, right? He's always behind the clock, and he also has pretty nice knight on b4, blocking those two double pawns on the queen side. Queens are off the board, and now some moves like bishop to e6 or bishop to c2 can start to annoy this pawn on b3.
Right, so a very nice position here for Dominguez, the kind of position he likes. Javokir loves to attack. There's not much dynamics here. This is looking good for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Going to the top board clash here, Vishy Anand versus Gukesh. We see that d5, cd5, queen d5 was played, and then king h8, knight b5, and now at this point, has Gukesh responded
Yes,
back?
I think bishop f5 is on the board.
He did play king h7 first. Over here, need to get the moves. If we can go full screen on Gukesh without the chessboard and try to see, I can reload here.
Sagar, what is this king h8, king h7? What's the business this king is doing 2 moves in a row?
Yeah, king h7, knight a7, bishop f5. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, we have the game now. Let's get our chessboard there. So king h8, I think Ketty, Gukesh missed many of the ideas here, and so he corrected himself. He went here, and Vishy had this very nice idea to get the queen to d4, attacking this pawn. But he went, taking the pawn on a7, which is fine. The knight comes back, and Gukesh creating some pressure with bishop to c2.
So the big question here is, why can't we just play rook d2?
And it's a blunder.
Is there a check
Right.
on
Well,
the background?
but it's not that obvious, is it? So let's go and see. Queen e1,
Yeah.
king h2,
Right.
rook e5, queen d4. So why is this so bad for white?
I kind of pursue your queen, rook e4.
Okay, and
You come
where?
back?
Yes.
Yeah, let's say I come back. Sure.
Can we play
And you're
something
gonna
like queen
checkmate me on the
f1?
back rank, right?
Queen-
Slowly creeping in.
Queen f1, rook takes the bishop, and rook to e1. Is that a checkmate?
Wow, that seems like the idea. Either queen f1, or you can even start with queen c1, getting the rook here and checkmating.
So there's some potential tricks here for black. Okay, so white has to be a little bit careful about this attack because rook d2 is a very natural move, but it weakens the back rank. So that means that
Yeah.
Vishy's going to have to choose a square for his rook on the first rank.
I don't see Vichy leaving the first rank. He's going to keep the king for sure. Rook to c1 has been played. Rook attacked the queen, and now in this position, what is the Gokash's idea? How he's going to play? Maybe some move like to sneak the queen on the queen side. Some queen e5, queen b2
Oh,
ideas?
that's such a nice move. Queen e5. Can we not take here? Then comes a check, and this pawn on h4 is doing an incredible service because there's a checkmate that will happen on h1. This is looking super dangerous for Vishy. He's better, he's pawn up, but Gukesh, tricky as ever, creating those traps and tactics.
I think what's changed on the board in the last few moves is that white has been sort of pushed out of the center with his queen and rook, right? Because it used to be that the center really belonged to white. Now somehow those open files black is using, and that's where he's getting his compensation from, because with the queen on e5 and the rook on d8, there's so much centralization, and the knight on b5, even though he's safely guarded by a pawn, cannot actually easily move.
That's very well put.
This knight needs to jump back on c3 and d5. Knight on d5 will control a lot of squares, and this is much more powerful. Vishy needs two more moves, so that means that Gukesh has to play very fast because he's down to 5 minutes. He's low on time, and he has to not allow this happening. Sagar, I was looking at the bar that we have, this fancy bar on the top, and I see a lot of minus here for...
Too many things moving quickly here. Guys, also remember, today the point scoring system is different. It's not 4 for a win with black, 3 for a win with white, and 1 point for a draw. It's basically our traditional scoring system. 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
Yeah, our usual set. That's what we have at the chess tournament. What's going on here in the game of Vincent and Arjun?
So Arjun's game is starting to resemble his game against Anish Giri from last night. Also, like, there was a small advantage at some point of like a... in the end game for him with the bishop versus a knight. And he doesn't have a lot of pieces to work with here, but the pieces he has are better, and he already has the pass pawn on the c file, while white doesn't have pass pawn yet.
Ooh, so Arjun, can he get this small edge rolling for him? Vincent needs to be careful right now. So board 2 in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights. Going to board 3, we did talk about this, that this looks good for Lenier Dominguez, but he's using too much of his time.
Yeah, it looks like he just spent like 5 minutes on this last move, and he is still thinking, actually, which is not too practical, I would say, in a rapid game, and he still has to make it to move 40. So let's see if that's going to be a factor in his ability to win this game.
Right, we are just on move 15 in this one, and Katie Polina Shualoa is like seriously better here now.
She is much better, and my question is, can white sacrifice the queen? She is going for
What?
that. She's sacrificing the queen
Really?
for rook and the bishop. Now attacking the bishop on f8.
I think
It's pinned.
our digital board has gone crazy
it's a bit
here.
shocked with his sacrifice.
Take, and take. This is
You
the
have
position.
to play king to g8. You don't have other move to guard this bishop over here. And
Yeah.
it should be a white's rook here. the question is, why does white has enough forces to win this game and somehow put the attack on the bishop on f8?
That was a somewhat strange sacrifice, I have to say, because especially in a rapid game, giving your opponent the queen, it's not like you're got an overwhelming material advantage as white. Like, yes, you got like a rook, a piece, and a pawn now, maybe even a second pawn, but it still doesn't feel that convincing. The bishop on a2 is not the most active piece.
Can I say
yeah.
some idea? Maybe I
Sure.
can convince you. Now after knight to b5, I want to play knight to c8 next move, and I want to play
Knight
knight to c7 next move, and knight to e6. Sacrificing the piece. You take knight d6, bishop d6, and I'm gonna take the bishop on f8, and maybe I'll get the queen back too.
That is a nice idea, Keti, for sure.
Wow, very
What's the
sharp.
Bollywood movie scene,
Yeah.
right?
Amazing.
You know, I think the problem is going to be the position of this bishop on a2, right? Like, it's kind of trapped. You can block it with your knight. You can go queen c2. So definitely, I don't know if she had to go for something so extravagant like this queen sacrifice. Wasn't she controlling the open file as it is?
Yeah, I think Polina kind of got very excited for this opportunity and she went for it, and only to realize that now Katrina is getting her bit of counterplay here with the queen entering in. So this one looking quite exciting.
Oh, Sagar, so what if we do take the c7 pawn here?
Should we take
yeah,
it?
let's just take
Okay.
it just to see the key line. How does that not work?
Oh, there's a double
okay.
attack.
That's what it is.
Ah.
That's why the pawn is immune. So that move queen f5 is very important
is
for black.
so tricky move. It's not only that she wants to play queen to c2 next move. It's a double attack actually.
The double attack, and rook goes to a8. But now the idea that Irina mentioned, knight coming into b3, this can get very exciting. What about the board of Stavrula and Sara Khadem? We've been always talking about black having an advantage. Is it still the case?
Well, nothing has changed too much in this position except white has doubled up their rooks on the h file. Doesn't seem super relevant. Right now, their g-pawn is under a lot of pressure. They can barely move any of their pieces. I don't feel like white's position has improved a lot. It still seems pretty uphill from here.
Okay.
The knight has been traded for the bishop in this position. I was just thinking, Irina, as you're mentioning that there's a pawn on g5, which is weakness. Maybe Sarah's idea is to play rook to double the rooks, then get this knight back on e6, attack the pawn, and at some point to push f6 and to win this pawn. But Sarah has to make sure that her king is safe on the back rank. Somewhere I would also play a6 or b6.
That's absolutely looking really, really good for the PBG Alaskan Knights here. I want to go back to our icon board and see if Gukesh has had any chances against Vishy Anand, or has the white position become better here. We did see the queen dropping back. Black brought the queen to e5, queen c3, offering a trade. Gukesh says, sorry, I'm not taking it. His
Bishop hanging.
Cool tactic.
It's free bishop.
So let's say if I take with the rook,
It's a checkmate.
it's a checkmate. And if I take with the queen,
Rook d2 and attacking on
Wow.
f2 and taking on g2 next with a checkmate.
so Vishy goes rook e1. He's kind of sidestepping all the landmines here. And Irina, is he doing it well here?
Well, so who's sidestepping the mines? Vishy?
Vishy.
Yeah, by not taking that bishop?
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. I like the fact that his rook got back to an open file. And right now he can continue his strategy of offering the queen trades with this move, queen c1, which, by the way, he
did
just
it.
played.
Wow.
And it allows his knight
What
to
a
finally
move.
come to c3 and d5 in the future if black takes time to avoid that queen trade.
What if I play rook to d2 in this position, and if you go for rook f1, then bishop to d3?
Yes, rook f1, definitely bishop d3, and Ketty, you will checkmate the white king here. But rook d2 is met with something else here, taking advantage of this pin.
What is the move?
Rook e2.
Oh no, that's a pretty little ugly tactic here. Pinning the rook, you don't have any move, you have to resign.
I liked how you said that pretty little ugly tactic.
But you know, I would say also Gukesh's time situation is looking kind of ugly. This is more than 6 minutes versus just over a minute and a half, and they still have not earned the 2-second increment. So Gukesh is going to be in a hurry just to survive to move 40.
Yeah.
That's why the moves are coming in so quickly right now.
Guys, what is our take now of the trading of the queens and to have this kind of pawn structure on the king side? It, like, does have some serious counterplay on the queen side as well?
I didn't understand this last move, although the engines say it's the best move. F3? What's the point
Probably,
of it?
I mean, maybe to stop black from playing f3. Do you think so?
Yeah, maybe that's the point. But Gukesh gets his rook in, and somehow black is active. Is this kind of worrying for white?
I don't see the breakthrough on the king side, to be honest. And on the queen side, white has 2 extra pawns.
So, I mean, if we go knight c3 to protect the pawn, which can't there be rook c2,
Yeah.
right? Knight d5, rook a2, and still some advantage. I mean, I feel like, yeah, white is better, but they still need to be accurate, right? It's
Yeah.
not like a totally winning endgame yet.
My feeling was that whenever you try to, like, I'll try to win your pawn here, and
Yeah.
you don't have any counterplay with my white king sitting here. Maybe you need to get your bishop here, somehow attack g2, but it will take a lot of time.
They've
Yeah.
made a few more moves.
A4, bishop, oh, A4 by Vishy. That was not a good idea because Gukesh gets his bishop in and gets a pawn back. And I
Wow.
think now the position is closer to equality. What a big miss there by Anand.
Wow, he just really just gave up one of those pawns on the queen side so easily. That was kind of important. Also, you can see right now his rook on e1 is blocked by the knight. And
Yeah, I don't like white's position anymore, to be honest. Now I like black's position with this active bishop and active rook on the second rank.
So maybe the rook goes and starts attacking here. Vishy has to be careful. Maybe he was trying to play on Gukesh's time. And
Yeah.
Gukesh was like, okay, I've seen it through. And
Yeah.
now he's looking at other boards. Gukesh is like, okay, I've got things under control. What are my teammates doing?
Exactly. Rook attacks the bishop right now. Bishop goes back. And Sagar, do you know what? If white leaves the first rank, how about we give a check at some point and get rook back on b2 and attack the pawn on... Oh my goodness, what's happening here?
Oh,
I have to...
Oh, there's a tactic that Vishy has executed. He played knight takes b7. If bishop takes, he wants to give a check and win the bishop. And look at the move Gukesh played. He went g4. What a move. Hg4. H3. Crazy stuff happening here. And now Gukesh has got this position, but he's totally lost. F4 hanging. Too ambitious by Gukesh.
He
Wow.
played very fast. Okay, he had less than a minute on the clock, but he played g4 in less than a second. Wow.
well, he was trying to free up that bishop on the diagonal, hoping that the activity of the rook and bishop is going to give him something. But right now, he basically has like one check with the rook on g2. It's not going to be very dangerous after king f1. And the sad thing for him is like if he could hold on to the f pawn, he'd have counterplay. But it seems very difficult to not lose that pawn.
He's going to lose that pawn, which means that the Ganges Grandmasters are going to strike on board 1. Vishy is going to win this. But Arjun is better on board 2. Dominguez is better on board 3 for PBG Alaskan Knights. Polina and Lagno is equal right now. Sara is trying to push on board number 5. That's good news for PBG Alaskan Knights. And Raunak is getting better on board 6. What a match we have. It can go in any direction.
Let's go to
Exactly.
Arjun's game because his advantage seems to be growing, and that would be an important win for... Oh, yes, it looks
Oh,
like
this
Vishy
is-
is
I
just
think
winning now.
resignation
Yes.
coming in here,
Okay.
yeah?
And here we
There
have
you
a
go.
handshake.
Ooh, resignation by Gukesh. Vishy Anand beats Gukesh for the second time in this tournament. That's huge. That's big result for the Ganges Grandmasters and Irina. Let's quickly go to board number 2. Arjun is like, you know, Gukesh, you might have lost, but I'll get the win.
You have my back. Queen takes the pawn. The c-pawn is very close to the promotion square. White's king is exposed. Knight is hanging. How about we push the pawn now, c2?
This is looking winning, completely winning for Arjun Erigaisi, which means on top 2 boards, we will have 1-1 score here with where... Oh, and Polina Shuvalova is getting a better position. Should we go to
Yes,
that
let's go.
one?
They only have seconds. Let's go to that one. It's a rook and knight versus a queen, but white has tons of pawns. They have 10 seconds for the game. So, by the way, have they made the time control?
Yes,
Sagar?
they have. They have.
They're at move 42. Okay, they're playing on 2 seconds per move, so I think we should just stay with this one.
I love how white's king is so safe. There's
Right.
no any single check. The pieces are covering so perfectly well, and now white just needs to start to
Should
push
she
the
go
pawns.
C4 and
C4,
B5,
B5,
maybe?
A6, yeah.
But she has to make sure she doesn't lose one of those pawns. Right now, Polina doesn't seem that confident, and she's just been kind of moving her rook back and forth. Maybe this
Could
game
end
could
in a
even end in a draw.
Yeah, this could end in a draw, and it's easier to play with the king than 2 pieces when you have very less time on the clock.
I mean, she's better, but maybe she thinks it's going to be enough for this game to end in a draw for her team.
Oh, she's just... Okay, she pushed C4 right now.
Finally pushes a pawn, but maybe queen D2.
Ooh, now
What
attacking
happens?
B4.
This is so tricky. Okay, she's going to lose one, but she'll take the one on the king side. Still very safe for white, but that wasn't like actually an advantageous trade for her.
Yeah, she had to keep the A-pawn alive. This seems fine position to me for black. Queen is still very tricky piece.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe Katrina will be able to hold this one as the game is going wild. I want to just quickly come back to this one if we can, because Tavrula on the board 5 is completely lost here. Sara Khadem is going to get the point for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
I think she will just promote the pawn now.
Yeah.
G3 is coming, and how you're going to stop this pawn?
I think this is over. This is all done. G3 coming in here. And Sara has to be just careful not to blunder something. And we have a result. Arjun Erigaisi has scored a win. It's 1-1 now, guys.
It is 1-1.
Oh, and Sindarov is totally winning against Dominguez. That's a huge turnaround on board 3. Look at
Wow.
Sindarov. They're shaking.
Wow.
He's like, I got it.
Not only is he up a
handshake.
pawn, but he's actually winning this
He's
next
won.
pawn.
He won. That's 2-1 in the favor of Ganges Grandmasters. And Polina is totally winning now.
Ooh.
Did she
and-
just checkmate that king in
Yeah,
the
it's a
center of the
checkmate.
board?
Oh, she checkmated the king. Insane.
Oh, wow. Look at that position.
3-1. And Sara's position suddenly is not winning anymore. What the hell? How
Wow.
did that happen?
But she might still win. I mean, she's going to be up a pawn. Well, maybe
No,
not.
it's
Yeah,
very
she cannot
stable
capture
for
the
white.
a-pawn.
But she's kind of like completely frozen
King
there.
f2.
She
Yeah.
has to make the move.
Okay, she's still on the better side
Maybe,
of this.
maybe rook e3 and
Oh,
pick up the rook e3 and rook e4.
Right, the
to
king
come-
is cut. The king is cut.
What a big mistake here. She had to go here after king takes pawn, rook takes, king E2.
E2,
So
yeah.
that,
Stand in front of the pawn.
but she got her king here and now it's cut off and Sara Khadem might win, although...
Wait, she'll okay.
D3, it's winning. It's winning, guys. Just give a check.
Okay, she got the king out of the way. Now she's going to win.
Yeah. We're
What
gonna
a
have
huge topsy-turvy
Ooh.
encounter here, which means that the score is going to be 3-2 perhaps. We wait for this endgame, and then it all goes down to the Prodigy
So
board.
should we take a look at it? What's going on? They only got seconds on the Prodigy board. Ronak, we haven't
Okay.
seen much of him.
Let's go to the Prodigy board and look at Vishy there. He's like all eyes on the game. Vishy.
He's locked in.
Oh my goodness. Daniel Darda might score his first win. He takes. No,
Wait,
that was
what?
blunt.
Ronak just took a really important pawn. Okay, now it's Ronak in the driver's seat. He's winning this one.
Oh, Sara Khadem did the job for the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's 3-2, all in the hands of Daniel Darda, although he is lost now. And the Ganges Grandmasters are going to win this 4-2. Let's stay here and see what happens. And Daniel looks at the scoreboard there and he's like,
Practically, it's impossible to win this game with black
Wow.
pieces because white has too many extra pawns and black has no pawn at all. Now this pawn on c6 will be gone as well.
he's totally winning here. Raunak Sadhwani has 2 extra pawns. This is easy stuff for him. And the first match is going to go in Ganges Grandmaster's favor. And you can see there Gukesh, he's shaking his head. He's like, I shouldn't have lost that game. Dominguez, the same feeling, losing to Sindarov.
Look at their faces, so furious, both of them. And Vishy very locked.
Which is like, I'm not going to celebrate too soon. I know Raunak is winning, but let him get the job done.
Oh, that's not even a checkmate threat.
Rook d8.
What is the breakthrough here for white? You just push the pawn?
Yeah, push the c pawn down the board, and that's going to be done and dusted. And what a nice view here as Raunak is winning. The team on the left looks dejected. The team on the right is looking very, very locked in. They're not celebrating, but they know they're going to win the match.
Yeah, amazing performance by the Ganges Grandmasters, led by their icon board, Vishy Anand, scoring.
Ooh, Raunak had what? 2 seconds. He suddenly got a bit nervous there. But okay, he'll do it.
It's just winning.
He'll do it.
Yeah, that pawn is promoting.
And Raunak gets it done. 4-2. Oh, look at the sigh of relief on Vishy's face. He's
Fantastic.
like, ooh, thank God. That was close.
Fantastic. So we
Not
have
a single draw in any of these games, right?
Yeah,
not a single draw, actually. That's true.
6 decisive games. And so Vishy scoring the win. Polina Shuvalova scoring a very important win there. It was also Javokir who won his game. And look at Dominguez there. He's like, how did I lose that game? I was better.
Quite upsetting for these players. But to be fair, Ganges Grandmasters, they scored the points
that
on their
first
favorite
match,
boards.
With that first match having been won by Ganges Grandmasters, if they should win or draw the next match, they will take third place. That match will commence in 15 minutes' time. 15 minutes. Thank you.
15 minutes is all that the players get for this one. Irina, what are your thoughts about this match? What did you feel?
Well, I mean, I think it was a pretty crazy match that didn't get decided until the end. It definitely didn't go badly for PBG from the beginning. We saw some boards on which they were doing very well, like we liked Arjun's position from the beginning. Well, actually, Gukesh at some point made a comeback in his end game. Lanier was doing great. Katarina Lagno had the queen situation that didn't seem bad for her. Sarah Haddam had an advantage. So yes, this is a match that PBG can be disappointed by based on the positions they had at the halfway point.
Well, that's right. To be fair, this is the scenario that maybe we expected to have. Ganges Grandmasters had white pieces and they had advantage. Paulina won another game. This is the third game that she won against Katerina Lagno in this tournament. Javo here is unstoppable as well. But I agree with Irina that PBG Alaskan Knights had a chances on all the boards actually, and this is not the end. It doesn't matter how much you lost. If you win the next match for PBG Alaskan Knights, they will take the match to the tie breaks.
Right. Well, PBG Alaskan Knights still have an opportunity to fight for that third spot. Will they make the comeback? We will see. For now, it's time to go on a short break. And on the other side, we'll be back with more action. There were 6 decisive games. Any game that stood out for you particularly?
Well, I would say actually the game between Shuvalova and Lagno had a lot of chess content because that featured a fearless queen sacrifice from Shuvalova that was kind of stunning to us. And objectively, it was playable. Like, I don't know if it was the best option in the position. It was a playable one, but it led to a pretty unbalanced situation for the rest of the game. And I think in the end, somehow after they were playing on seconds, she trapped Katarina's king in the center of the board for a checkmate. So yeah, that game featured a lot of fireworks.
Well, for me, I love the game, how Vichy Anand and Gukesh played. Though Vichy had all the time the advantage on the board, Gukesh put a really nice fight. He had a chance. He was very serious today. We noticed that. He had a black pieces, chose Caruana. He tried earlier Sicilian, did not work. He tried Caruana, did not work, but he has another game now and he will be himself with white pieces. It was quite a tactical position, right? Even though that they have traded a lot of pieces and Gukesh had a serious chance to make a draw, but he had no time on the clock and he made mistakes in the end game.
Right, and Vichy Anand there scoring a key win for his team, because that in the end did prove to be a very important point coming on board one. If you were the trainer of the PBG Alaskan Knights, what would you tell them going into now the second match?
Well, the first advice would be, how should Gukesh stop losing to Vichy? That is the most important, I think, question as they move forward into the second match, because it's kind of clear at this point, they've played 3 games, that somehow he's kind of struggling against him a bit, and they really need to turn that board around if they want to have a comeback here.
Well, I would say that you guys have made it already. No one really expected from PBG Alaskan Knights to end up to fight for the 3rd place and a bronze medal, because they started so badly. I think they are already winners at some point to be among the finalists. And all I would say to them would be just go and enjoy the last game.
Well, they have to enjoy their last game now. The last match, it could very well be as the 3rd place playoff. Second game coming up between the Ganges Grandmasters and PBG Alaskan Knights. We'll take a short break and come back very soon. And there you see the PBG Alaskan Knights are going back into the playing venue in good spirits. Arjun with a win. Dominguez has to strike. Katrina Lagno, can she get over the 3-0 loss against Polina Shuvalova? Sara Kadem, great win for her. And Daniel Darda still searching for his first win at the Global Chess League.
Walking by Ganges Grandmasters, 2 players going right now, entering as first and then following the rest of the team. What's happening? They don't walk in the line, Sagar, anymore. We have Triveni. He must be very happy. He's a birthday boy. He had a celebration of his birthday yesterday. And today he won actually a very important game for his team.
Right, the players have entered into the venue. The games are going to start very soon. Let's quickly have a sponsor's message before we see all the action.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And there we see all the players have already settled in. This time there are no introductions. They've already been introduced. Games are going to start. It's going to be staggered start as usual. So we are going to start from our women superstar boards. And Katrina Lagno, well, what will it take for her to score a win in this one? It's super important for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And Raunak Sadhwani looking very sharp there.
Everyone looks everywhere. They are not looking at the opponents. This is such an awkward moment, right? The seconds before the match starts, and everyone is just waiting for the arbiter to start the clock. Now we have a signal that the arbiter will walk to the women's board and start the clocks, and we're gonna receive first moves.
Well, the good news for the PBG Alaskan Knights is that their second women's superstar board, Sarah Hadam, is slowly but surely turning her tournament around. She is now on a 50% score, including a score of 2.5 to half against Avrulat Solakidu in this event so far. So she's doing quite well against her. But they really need some support on these lower boards. Like Daniel Darda needs to stop losing for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Katarina Lagno has to turn things around after that loss of 3 consecutive games to Polina Shuvalova. And, you know, if Gukesh and Lanier can just step it up for this match. You know, Arjun has been doing the best for their team, so they can't have any real requests from him except to keep playing the way he's been playing. But if everyone else can improve a little bit, then they're going to have a chance here.
Right, and they need to do that very fast, not had enough time, only 15 minutes to switch their minds, change their mind, and also change the colors. It's obviously not so easy to come to the board after losing, but they have been here. They're professional chess players, and yeah, they have been experienced this. What is really good for PBG Alaskan Knights here, they have white pieces, and they might take advantage in the position on several boards.
And we have the Rui Lopez on the board. When in doubt, play the main lines. That's what Katrina Lagno is doing here. Let me remind you guys, the first prize in this tournament is US dollars 250,000. And the second one is 125,000. What these two teams are playing for is $75,000 for the third place team and $50,000 for the fourth place team.
That's a good amount of the money. And Sagar, we also have the prizes for the individual boards, for men, for women, from project board as well. So there's a lot of prizes today.
Oh, wow.
Waiting
That's
for the
news
players.
to me. That, okay, that's very cool that there's also prizes on the individual boards to reward the players who have really shined for their teams. Meanwhile, Katarina Lagno, in her last game with white, she played d4 against Shuvalova, which turned out to be a queen's gambit accepted that didn't go well for her. This time, she's back to the usual things in her repertoire. We had an e4, e5 opening. Arjun and Keimer are just about to start their game. Arjun goes with d4. I think that's a move that he's liked in this tournament. And perhaps we could see a Nimzo Indian.
Right, and Lanier Dominguez opens with pawn to e4, and Jaokir responds back with e5 on this board. We have the Italian that's played here, and between Arjun and Vincent, we have this little e3 move that was played, which means that Arjun is saying to Vincent, I'm not going in for the main lines.
Yeah, what he wants to do, he locked the bishop on c1 for the moment, but his next move was to play b3. He will fianchetto the bishop on b2 to support knight on e5. And at some point in these positions, white can play knight to e2, knight to g3, and now their knight goes on e5, pushes f4, and has really good counterplay on the attack on the king side.
Yeah, I like the way that Arjun is always trying to create a game, right? Never, I mean, he can go into main lines, but definitely these sort of flank openings are a part of his repertoire as well. And it's a very solid position, though, for Vincent. He set up his pieces in the classical way. So white, with his last move, Rook e1, is showing that he's interested in the e4 break.
Yes, that break should be an important one for Arjun to get in. And by the way, guys, just to remind you, for all those who are joining in right now, it's a must win for the PBG Alaskan Knights. A 3-3 score is not going to get the job done. They have to win minimally by 3.5, 2.5 score.
And by the way, I think we might see a big decision here from Vincent, because the question is his pawn going to go to f5 sometime soon in this position? Because it sort of seems to be in the cards, especially as Arjun is maneuvering his knight to the king side.
And as the maneuvering game goes on, we have the prodigy board opening with pawn to d4 and the icon board with Gukesh starting with e4. Well, can Gukesh forget his loss and get back and get a win against Vishy? Oh, he's trying for g3.
What is that?
Well, he also tried a sideline in the d4 opening against Vishy earlier in this tournament. So now he changed his first move, but he hasn't really changed his overall approach. He is going for the less theoretical lines. Quite an unaggressive approach, I would say, if you just look at the moves on their surface. But on the other hand, he's just trying to steer the game away from the mainstream theory.
Right, and this is a line that Nodirbek Abdusattarov likes to play with white. And, you know, it's called the King's Indian attack setup. Generally, they used to say that it's not very good against e4, e5 opening. But I think the modern engines are like, you can play it. It's not so bad.
It's not so bad, and white's idea can be played as in King's Indian. Withdraw the knight back on e1 or maybe h2, maybe even h4. Bring the king on h1 and push f4 and start to attack on the king side. This might be Gukesh's idea.
Yeah, and the question for me for white is, like, is white going to put a knight on c3 or a pawn on c3? Because they're very different moves with different sorts of plans. And I think that we could get that answer soon. Wow. See, not the one that I was expecting.
No, he will put knight c3. That's the answer to your question.
Yeah.
He will put knight to c3.
Nice. Okay, well, let's talk about why that move was not on my agenda at all. c4, what's unusual about it is it creates that weak square on d4 that black can use. So it is a very big commitment from white's pawn structure. We actually saw Tsola Kidu really suffer with that pawn structure against Sarah Hadam in the previous match.
Yeah, just recently. You know what? I kind of like this idea to control d5 square. So there's no any single breakthrough in the center for black. And white is counting on enough pieces to control d4 square. For instance, next move, if I go knight to e2, I attack the bishop. If you want to save your bishop, you have to take it back. And I can even push d4 next move if I want. I can play bishop to e3 and try to control d4 square.
That's very interesting. And Vishy is rerouting his knight to go from c5 to e6. This is the thing about Gukesh. He gives away squares, but he also takes them. And I think that's the kind of chess that he always likes to play.
Well, I think here it's really a battle coming up of the f-pawns, because white has this plan of king h2 and f4, but I think Vishy, by moving his knight out of the way, is also expressing some potential interest in a future move f5. Like maybe after knight c5, f5 is actually an interesting strategy for black.
Right. Whose f-pawn will be more dangerous remains to be seen right now, as after knight d7, Gukesh goes into a small think here. We should quickly catch up with the games we haven't seen. There was one game that I was interested in, was Sara Khadem versus Stavrula Solakidu on board 5. We see that Sara has given black a huge center.
Well, it never turns good for me when I play such things, but Sarah has done this already at this tournament, and she knows exactly how to control the position. Right now, knight is under attack. Perhaps knight e4 is her move. Knight f6 is pinned. And at some point, white can actually just, after castling and trading some of the pieces, can challenge the center with c3 move.
It's also interesting. So we saw black capturing with the G pawn. That makes a lot of sense because capturing. What happens when they capture with the bishop? I'm just curious. It's because there's probably the C5 square somewhere is going to be important.
Yeah.
After
you can
white trades.
take the bishop, and knight f5, knight c5 right away. I think makes.
But
a lot
even
of sense.
it's funny that even this is possible for black to play.
Yeah.
So black's position, due to the big center, actually has a lot of resources.
Looking good for Sara Khadem, for Stavrula Solakidu with the black pieces. The Ganges Grandmasters already have won their first match. They only need 3 points to come from their 6 boards. It's a different point scoring system today. There are no 4 points for the win, 3 points for white win, 4 points for black win. It's 1 point for the win with any color, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
So even if they tie this match, that is enough for them to go through. So they just need 3 points somehow out of these 6 games.
That just needs to win.
And let's head over to the board of Arjun Erigaisi as Vincent Keimer seems to have made an error. He goes knight g5, but is that very clear why that's a mistake?
I would say it's not very clear, but probably it's going to have something to do with the hanging d5, the hanging center pawn. At some point, we'll probably capture on c5 to open things up. So maybe, well, what move shall we start with here? Yeah, we trade. Trade. And now you're threatening to take my knight on f4, right? That's one of the problems.
Right. This bishop takes f4.
Yeah, it's actually quite tricky. Okay.
Shall we
Knight
play
h5.
knight to d3 to hit the pawn on c5 and force black to take the pawn on d4?
Ketty, like you of all the people always
C4.
likes to attack, yeah?
There's c4, yeah, Ketty? Like knight d3, probably c4 we walked
C4.
into.
That's a
Yeah,
very
little
that's
tactics,
enough.
you know, on the g2 pawn. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. I wouldn't say it's completely obvious why Keimer's move was a mistake.
Well, but this knight is getting close to the g7 pawn as we see the FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich watching it live on the headphones, tuning into our commentary, and we have the COO of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Mr. Dheeraj Adya there. Really quite a star-studded atmosphere there with so many people coming in and watching the commentary. I think this is a wonderful, wonderful experience to be sitting in the playing hall and listening to the commentary live.
Oof, I experienced that and I loved your commentary, Sagar. I really enjoyed at the point, and to sitting there in the Royal Opera House is amazing. We have more funds. You guys can wave us, give us the greetings. Hopefully you have a good time today.
Right, and enjoying there. This match, I think everyone's hoping that the PBG Alaskan Knights strike back.
Yes.
And then we have the Blitz playoffs so that you can have a lot of fun and excitement. So many young kids coming in. And let's also go over to the fan zone where you can see these kids who have come from the Tech Mahindra Foundation playing there, and the entire fan zone is filled with a lot of chess action.
Oh, I love to be there. You know what? When I'm done here in the studio, I'm going to go there and play some of the chess games. And also there is a possibility to hear the commentary and follow the games.
Absolutely.
But meanwhile, Erigaisi did not play the absolute most precise move against knight g5. He played rook fd1, a natural move, still makes a lot of sense. And now the best move for Keimer is the move knight e6. This is it's going to be a bit of a challenge to see if he finds it, because the idea of this move is to trade off the powerful knight on f4 that has been attacking your center pawns. And if he manages to do that, it can offer him a better game. But right now, he's on move pondering this decision.
Can we take a look what happens if black starts to trade the pieces? For instance, bishop takes, knight takes first, or bishop takes f4, then queen takes the queen, and then also knight is traded. Is that endgame better for white?
Yes, it's better for white because he has the bishop pair here, and there's still a lot of pressure on black center pawns. So the bishop on b7 is quite passive. Black can't just employ a wholesale, trade strategy right here. He has to be kind of selective about what pieces he trades. And so he wants to keep that dark squared bishop on the board.
So he took on f3, queen f3, and knight f6 is on the board. This is looking slightly better for Arjun, for the PBG Alaskan Knights team. Meanwhile, going to our icon board between Vishy Anand and Gukesh, you can see
Or pawns in the center. Ooh.
Gukesh is telling to Vishy, give me all the space that I can take. Knight to e2. Pushing the bishop back, pawn push to f4. Vishy tries to strike on the queen side. Gukesh sort of fortifies it. Knight to c5, not a good move by Vishy there. Pawn comes up to d4. Vishy heads back with his knight, and this is the moment where Gukesh is thinking, should he go fe? Should he go d5? Should he take d? Too many options here.
Oof, too many options, and he's taking some time already, but he has a quite comfortable time, 14 minutes for this position. And you know what, Sagar, how about we take the pawn on e5 with f? And after you take it back with the d pawn, we push the d5, we try to create the pass pawn, we break down the center, tuck in the knight, the bishop comes on b2, next move. The pawn on b5 is also hanging. I like this position for white.
Looks very promising.
Yeah,
no,
white has a
Irina?
couple of nice choices here. Basically, his big decision is, does he push the pawn to d5 immediately or throw in that trade on e5, which opens up the rook? They both look possible, and let's see what he goes for. He just made his decision.
He
goes
pushes
d5 right away.
Right away, and Vishy jumps in with knight to d4, and now you can just move your bishop to b2. This is looking very promising for Gukesh, but you know what is happening? On board 5, we already have kind of a decided game, it seems. Look at the space advantage that Stavrula has with black.
Yeah, this has been very good opening preparation from her because somehow, well, Sarah has been pretty consistent with her choice of openings in this tournament. It feels like Stavrula has come prepared because white just has no presence in the center whatsoever, doesn't have the bishop pair, and very few ways to fight back. Like, she can't even play the move c3. She can't play the move e3. No real challenges coming. Maybe she's trying to play f3.
h5, I like this move, h5. I also agree, she wanted to play f3, that's why she stepped the king on the side, but
that wasn't even possible because there's e3 and the knight's trap. So it's just like, there's just, such a bad position that you can't even push any of your pawns to challenge white center.
I think
Black center.
Sarah is right now just trying to think, is there a move I have? You know, if I play h4, that
Sagar, I'm going to take bishop h4, pawn takes h4, and queen to d8,
No
and
way.
I'm going to play that position.
Wow, wow. In fact, Katie, that is something that the engines also realize a bit late. Wow, that's great
late, engine.
intuition there. Okay, so Sarah definitely in big trouble. The PBG Alaskan Knights have to stop their opponents from reaching 3 to 3 points. And Sarah, if she loses, already Stavrula gets that 1 point.
Well, let's take a look at the other boards. Let's see where the Ganges Grandmasters are doing better.
And which is
Well, that's
Last
the
board.
last board.
All right, let's take a look at that. Daniel Darda still hunting for his first win in this tournament. This looks like this was, if I had to guess, a
Seems so.
D4 opening, yes.
It-
And right now, okay, E3, so he goes for the A3 line, gets the bishop pair, gets the center. And okay, very interesting. He has to protect his pawn on C4 by going
How
probably
about-
queen E2.
queen e2, queen e4 next move.
Yes.
Yeah, it actually looks nice that he made that trade on c5 because now the black rook cannot come down to attack c4 like it usually does. And the white bishops, we can see, are pointing at the black king. And right now, if black cannot make progress against the white c4 pawn, then white just has the advantage.
Also, this c pawn is a double pawn. White can even afford to give up that pawn, but white has to keep both bishops alive. Queen to a4 is a bit mysterious move to bring this queen on the other side of the board. We thought he would go for the checkmate, but this move also looks quite nice. You can play next move, bishop to e3 to hit the pawn on c5 as well.
Right, and this position for Daniel Darda looks very promising. He hasn't won a single game in this tournament. This is his 12th encounter. Can the final game, of this rapid time control give Daniel his first win in this tournament? It would be so important for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Sagar, my question here is what happens if black plays bishop b7? Can we try this move? I mean, because the pieces are getting a little stuck on the A file.
Should we sack our rook?
Yes, let's do
Let's do
that.
Wow. Okay.
Let's do that, Sagar.
That would be pretty impressive, but perhaps insufficient.
Maybe not the best, but there is a rook move, which is really good.
And my knight is pretty much rounds it up, and there's no time for bishop c6. Okay.
Bishop c6 and queen takes the knight. And
Yeah.
you're gonna get the two pieces.
So it's very hard. Black's pieces are really stuck on the A file.
And when you get this endgame with the c5 pawn falling and the knight being really passive is a very good position for Daniel Darda. So he is right now looking really good. Meanwhile, Gukesh, he is also pressing against Vishy Anand. After knight came to d4, Gukesh picked up the pawn, d takes, and now brings his bishop out to e3 to put more pressure on the knight. Takes, and Vishy goes after the c pawn.
Wow, this position is pretty complicated as a lot of things are hanging. White obviously has a couple of different ways to capture the d4 knight, but at the end of all of that, his c4 pawn is going to hang. Well, let's go for the most obvious capture with the knight. Knight takes knight. But he goes with the bishop.
Takes with the bishop.
Which is nice because now his knight gets to land here and attack the c6 pawn.
Yeah, sort of forces black to capture the knight back, right?
No, but he took with the pawn here.
Can you play knight c6 first and then take back with the pawn?
Oh, wow. He's going to sacrifice an exchange.
To get the strong center pawns.
He's going for it. He's going, look at Gukesh. He's getting excited there. He's saying to himself, I may have the chance here to give up my rook, but get my knight to a very strong square, and he plays it.
He goes for knight to c6, attacking the queen. Queen has to move away, and Gukesh will capture the pawn next move on d5, sacrificing the rook on f1, but having a beautiful chain of the pawns and knight on c6.
Okay, let's see what Vishy comes up with. I'm pretty sure Vishy understands all the dangers that are there in his position, but can he find a way to minimize his problems?
Yeah, and when Vishy has not a good position, we can see that on his face. He likes to touch the face and being a little bit stressed. Look at him.
Yeah, he is under pressure. Vishy is trying to focus here. Irina, what variation do you feel is the best here for Vishy?
Is Gukesh actually intending the exchange sack, or does he still have another way out? Let's say queen d6 happens, right? So you could either you take with the c pawn or you take with the queen. So after the queen takes, is the exchange sack still an option? Or you can also go with the e pawn if you don't want to sack the exchange, right? So Gukesh actually can think about that, because after e takes d5,
but I lose this pawn, right?
You lose it, but the knight on c6 is so powerful, and the passed pawn is still there, that maybe he doesn't even have to do anything as fancy as sacking an exchange.
Oh, so just go rook d1, d6, d7, and because the knight controls this square, it's winning for white.
Well, it's looking like the two bishops are actually not as good as the knight on c6 and the pawn on d5.
Wow. That's actually quite instructive here.
I think that's going to be the question for Gukesh, because we're very excited by the exchange sack, but that is not his only way to play this position.
Right, and if Gukesh gets the win, let's have the 6 boards on our screen to give you an idea of what's happening in the match as of now. So Gukesh is putting pressure on board 1. That's good news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Arjun is very slightly better. But on board 3, we can already see Jawahir Sindarov has started to press with black. He has been the MVP of the team. He's doing well. On board 4, Katrina Lagno is doing well for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Board 5 is already done and dusted. It feels it's going to the Ganges Grandmasters there. But board number 6 is going in PBG Alaskan Knights' favor. So this match could very well end in the favor of the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're white in this match, and white definitely has an advantage on more of these boards. However, one of their games is like irretrievably lost, right?
True.
On board number 5, the second women's board, Solakidu has too big of an advantage with the black pieces. And so the PBG Alaskan Knights, they still have their work cut out for them.
Right, and by the way, Vishy has played his queen to c7. And this is a big moment in this game. Will Gukesh get very tempted and take this and sack the rook, which actually makes the position equal? Or will he assess the position well and take with the e-pawn, which keeps his advantage?
Yeah, because after taking on c4, you can still push d6 in that position. Let's say pawn takes pawn, bishop takes the pawn. You push d6, attack the queen. Next, you want to play knight e7 check and hit the rook on a8.
Yeah, that looks pretty convincing. So there's really no need after queen c7 to sack the rook on f1. I think he will find e takes d5. It's not too difficult.
Right, e takes d5 taken, and there's no time to take this pawn. Maybe black has to play bishop c5 to blockade the pawn when Gukesh would be clearly better. He also has 2 minutes less on the clock.
Look how stressed he is. Look at his leg shaking.
He's shaking his leg there. He's trying to zone in here. He has immense respect for Anand, but this point, he just wants to beat him.
He has to do that. Forget the respect. Go cash, go for win, go take the pawn on d5, because he is kind of hope for his team. Icon board needs to win to, somehow boost the whole of the team.
Well, it looks like Daniel Darda's advantage against Ronak is growing. And
Prodigy board.
okay, some action over here. The rook on c6 looking, it just captured a piece and it did not get recaptured. Oh, he tried bishop b7. Hey, I'm pretty good at predicting those bad moves, right?
Well, I think, Irina, you are thinking like the players, which just goes to show how strong you are. And we are so lucky to have this human perspective to this game, because bishop e3, d6 attacks the rook, and all of a sudden, the rook, there's a pin here.
Oh, I love it. It's going to be a tactical exercise for us to see how do we save that rook.
Well, first of all, I have knight d4 move. I have bishop e4 move that I can play. Shall we start with knight d4?
Yeah, the problem there is that the pawn will take on e5, and your knight is hanging, and it's still tied down to the rook. So that one doesn't quite work. But let's take a look at bishop e4.
Oh, he played it.
And it's on the board.
And Raunak responded immediately with f5, and what a crazy position this is. You can see the tension here, there's an attack here, there's a bishop looking here. Oh my god, I'm getting like completely confused.
By the way, what was happening on d5? Just so we go over that. It's like if black would have tried this move,
So
we take,
and now rook c5, and you are like two
just
pawns up.
2 pawns.
Yeah,
okay, so
that's
black could have
pretty.
actually gotten the piece back like that, but there's still going to be a couple of pawns behind. Okay, so that explains why Ronak went for f5. He's hoping the pawn captures him en passant.
Oh,
What is that?
what a
That's
move.
the best move by the engine.
Daniel finds the engine's top move. Rook takes a6, opening up a discovered attack on the black queen. And I think at the end, what he's trying to get is a position with 2 pieces versus a rook after the queen trade on a4. If the rook continues to capture, a rook takes a4, then he captures the bishop on b7 at the end. Okay, and in this position, yeah, he's just going to be up a number of pawns.
Oh, that's a lovely
Daniel's
position.
going to win this.
And that would come at a very good time for the PBG Alaskan Knights because that's it. This could be their final match of the tournament.
And
we
Sarah
have a
Hatem
result.
has lost her game against Stavrola.
And 1 point to the Ganges Grandmasters. Guys, remember they need to get to only 3. And here they need 2 more points, but that's not coming on the board of Raunak Sadhwani because here the position that we have is totally winning for Daniel Darda. You can see Raunak's body language. He's already resigned in his mind.
Yeah, he's not enjoying. He's not enjoying to be played against the brilliancy of Darda. This is a perfect position, and you know what? He stepped here for his team, and not so bad for Darda in the end of the day.
Yes, first win incoming in this entire trip to Mumbai. That's so exciting for Daniel.
Yes, yes. Well, you know, their match in the qualification stage finished with 2 draws, 1-1. Now their match here is going to finish in also 1-1, but with decisive games.
Right.
So there's an interesting symmetry going on there.
Shall we take a look at the game of Gukesh and
Yes.
Vishy to check it out what is happening there?
Well, Gukesh did take with e takes d5. Then bishop came into c5. Vishy stopped the pawn from advancing. And now Gukesh made a small inaccuracy by bringing his queen up to defend the pawn. I mean, what could be more natural than that? I mean, he just played a natural move, but it wasn't sufficient as Vishy Anand is now getting some kind of a comeback in this game.
Yeah, I like rook to e4, stopping h4 happening because queen from c7 kind of targets the white king, and the idea was to play h4. Maybe somewhere Vishy will bring bishop on d6 to increase the pressure on this pawn and look some kind of counterplay.
Yeah, black has a beautiful blockade on these dark squares. I mean, this dark squared bishop and the queen are holding off the pawns. White's bishop on g2 is pretty bad, and I can really see, well, first of all, I see Raunak has resigned against Daniel Darda. First win of the tournament in 12 games for Daniel Darda.
Big congratulations for Daniel Darda. He delivered it for his team, and now we have 1-1 the score.
Right, 1-1 is the score. And we are searching now for where are the remaining points coming from. If we get our 6-board view, if you just have a look at this, you will realize that 2 boards at the bottom are done. Gukesh slightly better against Vishy, Arjun slightly better against Kaimer, but Sindarov, Dominguez is equal. That's very important now. And Katrina Lagno and Shuvalova also equal. So right now, if the Ganges win on top 2 boards and the remaining 2 are drawn, they will actually force a Blitz playoff.
PBG Alaskan Knights.
Yeah, sorry. PBG Alaskan Knights. If they win on the top 2 boards, Gukesh and Arjun, if they win on top 2 boards and remaining 2 are drawn, they will force a Blitz playoff.
But the thing is, the engine bars do tell us a story here, Sagar, which is that things are not going too badly for the Ganges Grandmasters. They don't have significant disadvantages on any of those remaining 4 boards. And as we head into this final stretch of the games where the players get low on time, I think it is a total toss-up how these games will actually resolve.
So in a way, if they get 4 draws, they become the 3rd place winners.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Right now, the engine bars are telling us it is pretty equalish, and all the Ganges Grandmasters need to do is not lose more games than they win.
Yeah, and that's not so simple, right? Not lose any game anymore, guys. As simple as it sounds. Knight to d4 has been played by Gukesh here. It's against bishop to d6. In that case, knight jumps on b5 and trades the pieces. And Gukesh thought that this knight on c6 is not doing that much of the job, and he wants to regroup his pieces.
So rook takes rook, taken by Vishy. And now you can take with the bishop, you can take with the queen. I don't think you'll take with the bishop as h4 is coming in. You notice this pin. So queen takes e4, kind of a must.
Somehow I feel like this game is one of the ones that has a good chance of having a decisive result, despite those equal...
Why would you say that?
I don't know well, okay, yeah, actually I do know, Sagar, of course. Because, well, there's a big imbalance on the board, right? Like white has that extra pawn, but there's an imbalance in the minor pieces. There's always this h4 idea hanging in the air. The white king is a bit weak. So it's like, it feels like anyone can actually win this game.
And I like the idea of the pawn being on g3. That is Vishy's target now after bishop to d6. Now white has a task to guard both pawns on c4 and also on G3. You have the move knight e2, but this is a little too passive.
Oh,
but
Gukesh
Gukesh
is like,
goes back
I
on
don't
c6.
care.
Wait a minute. He sacrificed G3.
Yeah.
That was an amazing move.
Wow.
Beautiful move.
Can you explain why this is so good to give up the pawn on G3?
So take king h1, and now Gukesh is essentially saying the g3 pawn didn't mean much.
Do you
I'm
know
actually
what?
going to push.
Do you know what? I want to play knight e7 check, king
You want to
h8,
mate me, yeah?
knight g6, and I'm going to win the exchange.
But on bishop d6 here, what's the plan? How do we...
Oh, bishop
Yeah, it's queen
d6
d4, and you cannot stop
stops
c5.
both. But queen d4, wow, Irina, going for c5, and there's no way to stop it.
Yeah. That's actually such a brilliant concept from Gukesh, right? Giving up such a valuable-looking pawn around his king would check. And the idea is he wants to unblock the center pawn so they can finally start rolling and making a difference in this game.
Very well calculated.
I think Vishy now, it's an amazing moment where he is not actually capturing this. It's not a good move. Gukesh is giving up a pawn with a check, but that's a bad move. So Vishy must find something like either f5 or bishop b7. Not easy. Not an easy moment for Vishy Anand.
Yeah, no, Gukesh has posed some very big problems to him with his last move, and it's actually fascinating to see how Anand is going to react. Does he realize the danger now in taking that free pawn on g3?
He definitely does. He has more time, and he has to spend some time here to figure it out how to avoid Gukesh's attacking plan.
You know what? I've never seen Gukesh too worried about other games when he's playing the Olympiad or some other team tournaments. But here at the Global Chess League, every time he goes low on time, he wants to see what are his teammates doing. And I think that really... Oh, by the way, Vishy takes. Not the best
the
move.
pawn.
No, he takes the pawn.
And now Gukesh is better. Vishy goes g6.
I think it's
G6.
oh g6.
Wow, and Vishy wants to create a square for the king on g7 when you go knight e7 check. But
Maybe just
c5.
c5 here,
yeah.
right? Maybe just that's the whole point, is for white to advance those pawns.
C5 is on the board, right?
No, it's not played. Oh, he's played
It's
c5.
played, yeah.
It's on the board, pawn to c5. So while Vishy in trouble, Gukesh doing well for the PBG Alaskan Knights, Javokir Sindarov is now winning his game. He's better against Lenier Dominguez.
Oh, he's lower on the clock, though, and he still has to make it to move 40. 14 moves to make with just over 2 minutes. But what is going on here on the board? He just opened up a discovered attack on the knight on e5. That's the issue. And
Well, if you take the rook, if you take the pawn by the rook, is there a rook to d2?
yes, I think
And the
that's...
checkmate on the back row,
well,
or
actually,
not?
we got to calculate that. So rook e4. Now, the problem is with rook d2, queen d2,
Rook
a1,
A1.
rook e1. Ooh, it's the famous Capablanca.
Yeah, Capablanca
Queen-
Bernstein.
queen-
yes.
Yeah.
Queen
b2.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Wow.
And this is actually a winning position here for black. What a nice moment. Okay, so just to show you guys how this was reached very quickly, it was equal. And here, everything seemed fine. But when he took this pawn is when the big mistake happened. He should have taken on d5 perhaps, which was not easy, or king g1 to attack the rook. But once he took here, pawn takes pawn, and now Dominguez is thinking what to do. He can't play de because the queen, the knight is hanging.
What else he can do in this position?
Yeah, he's put himself into a tough situation. He just goes
F4.
bishop f4.
Oh, I like that. If you take
Nice.
this bishop, then knight g5, and I give a check, and I fork the rook.
Wow. And you know what's the best move here? It's one of the king moves.
And the both pieces are hanging on f4 and d5.
So the question is like, yeah, let's say you go king h7, bishop g3. Why is white having a problem
Rook
here?
a2, and I want to play rook a1.
Wow. Wow.
And I still cannot capture the e4 pawn properly. But what if I capture it with the pawn?
Yeah, take, and now
Queen b2 first,
and a
attacking on
mate.
g2.
Yeah, that's painful.
brilliant.
That's Javokir Sindarov style here, guys. He is creating magic on the board out of nothing. He's playing so well. BG3 on the board. This is happening. He played E3. BG3, Lenier Dominguez is back in the game. Meanwhile, Gukesh is winning on board 1. If we can quickly go there, Gukesh played bishop takes g3, king h1, g6, and now king h7. Rook comes into f6.
Ooh, I love that
He
move.
doesn't even want to let black sacrifice the bishop for 2 pawns. I think that is the point of rook f6. He wants to go d6 next move and not let the bishop get both of those pawns.
He just blocks f5, I guess, to happen somewhere. And also just guards d6 pawn. And he also wants to play knight e7 at some point, knight g6 ideas. I love rook f6 move.
Wow, Gukesh better. Dominguez gets it back to equality. Arjun Erigaisi pressing. These 3 guys have to strike. Meanwhile, I want to quickly, just for a second, check if Katrina Lagno, what kind of position does she have? Is she fine? Is she safe?
I think she's quite safe here with this queen on d5 and a bishop. It always attacks the pawn on f7, and this is pretty safe for her.
Yeah, it's more of a question, is black safe? Right?
Yeah.
But I think, the engine is telling us black is safe, although, of course, visually it looks nice for white. The main thing is that Shuvalova is up a pawn. That's actually why it's equal and not just better for white, because white is down a pawn right now.
Queen
Right.
e6 has been played, offering a queen trade.
Queen e6 is on the board. It's offering for a trade. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi versus Vincent Keimer. This position, board number 2, is a game for 2 results only. Arjun is going to press endlessly. The black pawns are weak. Looking good for him.
Yeah, he might get his 2-0 sweep of Vincent Keimer in this match for 3rd place. He's definitely making Vincent suffer in a passive position, and he's up on the clock.
Yeah, and what's the breakthrough here? The pawn on d5 is a weak. White has 3 pieces attacking those. b4 is the move you want to play and force this rook to go on b5, very unpleasant position. Or you can also take with the queen. Those possibilities are there.
True. And so going back to our icon board now, what happened here was after bishop b7, Gukesh jumped in with his knight to e7, and Vishy said, these pawns are just too much. I'm giving my bishop up for one of those
Can we
pawns.
show the audience why queen c5 was not possible? Because I think there is an idea, yes, a beautiful idea that ends in checkmate with rook takes f7 check.
Ooh.
Rook takes
Beautiful.
queen g6 and queen g8.
That would have been
Yes.
so pretty. And so Gukesh here was eyeing the black king. Vishy was like, okay, I'm ready to give up an entire piece to get both the pawns. But it was a practically nice decision, although now Gukesh is totally winning.
He's completely winning here, and all he has to do is to find the moves that doesn't give too much chance to his opponent, right? He goes with knight to d7, attacking the rook, weakens the pawn on f7 somewhere. Maybe he will attack next queen to f3, the pawn there.
Queen d4 check is something I think he's trying to set up. That is why.
What happened, Sagar?
Polina Shuvalova is winning in her game against Katrina Lagno. Lagno blundered.
Let's take a look.
Because you know what? At this point, the position was maybe getting worse for her, but Katrina Lagno just completely going down here, and Polina will score her 4th win against Katrina.
Yeah,
Oh my
I think Katarina will want to avoid playing her for a while after this event.
Wow, she is completely winning now. Pawn takes, pawn up here. The pawns are coming down, which means the 2nd point is incoming for the Ganges Grandmasters, which means that somehow the top 3 boards have to strike. But good news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Gukesh is winning, Arjun is winning, and Dominguez is winning.
That can be enough. That can be enough, Sagar,
Oh,
to
wow.
cover
So
one
they
board.
need to win on the top 3 boards to make it to a Blitz tiebreak. So let's
And
see. Well,
Gukesh.
how winning is Gukesh right now?
Yes, we go to the icon board right now. And by the way, Katrina has resigned here. The score is 2-1 in the favor of the Ganges Grandmasters. And look at Vishnu. He's smiling. Stavrula is smiling because they know they got their 2nd point in. But can they smile at the end of this match? That's the big question.
We're going to find it out. In this position, Gukesh has 48 seconds. Sagar, that's not enough time, maybe.
That's not enough time. And let's go to our icon board here. Queen b6 and...
What is his idea? What is his knight f8, I guess?
Well, he plays queen d3. Look at Vishy's move. He keeps an eye on the rook, keeps an eye on the knight. Vishy is a piece down, but He has one pawn for it.
Yeah, Vishy's dreaming of setting up a battery on the dark diagonal because that is still a possibility. I feel like this is still a tricky position as long as white doesn't have like some clear way into the black king. It's actually not that simple to win when you've got like 40 seconds left.
Well, there is Queen B7, Queen H7 idea that Vishy has to look at.
Right, Bishop E5 played.
Okay.
Setting up this idea that Irina just mentioned right now. Queen G3 coming in soon.
Queen B7 looks good because it is going to make such a big threat. You're not going to have time for Queen G3 because of Queen H7 and King G5, Knight E4 fork. So
Ooh, you calculating.
lovely.
Wow. This is the speed at which the players are calculating. But Gukesh has only 16 seconds.
He has to make his move,
Move, Gukesh.
and he goes Knight to E4. That's a safe move,
Okay,
avoiding Queen G3.
safe move, but also take some pressure off of the black position because right now there's no direct threats to black.
Oh, and Vishy goes in with the best move. Rook comes into C2. He's looking at the bishop. Maybe his threat is rook takes, king takes, and pick up the knight.
Queen B3.
Oh, Queen E2, and Gukesh is now no longer winning.
Right, because the A2 pawn's going to be under attack. White's pieces are just not capable of making big threats right now.
This could be a very important game. But even if Gukesh draws, Arjun has won. Arjun beats
That's a big win.
Vincent. That's 2-2, the score. Oh my God, this match is getting so exciting.
We have a queen trade, and now Vishy will take A2 pawn.
And that means that this game, I don't think Gukesh will be able to win.
So it
And
all comes down to Lanier versus
he won.
Sindarov.
He won.
He won already?
Lenier Dominguez has beaten Javokir
Wow.
Sindarov, which means the score is 3-2 for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Gukesh just needs to draw now.
Wow, look at that.
Well, hopefully Gukesh can do it. I mean, he's still got only 5
Look at
seconds.
that.
How happy they are.
They are like, Arjun, you did an amazing job. But actually, the real MVP, I must say, is Dominguez, who managed to beat Sindarov there.
And also Darda played really
yes,
nicely. too.
Darda.
Yes.
And guys, what a match this is turning out to be, all coming down to the icon board, the final board here, which will determine, and there you can see all the scores updated at the top, 1-0, 1-0, 0-1, 0-1, 1-0.
Well said, well said. Gukesh just needs a draw.
Yeah.
Do you think he's aware of that? Because he cannot even blink in this position, right?
Yeah,
he has no
shouldn't
time for
lose.
that.
He shouldn't lose here. That's very important.
Controls the F1 square, that's very important. Actually, look at that. Vishy just set up the mating net.
Yeah, he goes here, bishop d4. I think Vishy now just dominating this knight.
Maybe rook A1 even is an
I
interesting
just
move
take the
from
pawn
black.
on H3.
Okay.
King comes up, and he takes the pawn. I think Gukesh will get the draw. Look at the PBG Alaskan Knights team. They know that we are going into a playoff now.
I love this.
Oh, they're drawing. They're drawing.
What
it's a
Gukesh is
repetition.
doing, he just puts the pieces on the light
Oh,
squares.
Vishy wants to play on. Gukesh has no time. He takes on H3 with a check. Oh my goodness, he
Okay,
loses
black's
his
going to be
piece.
up a pawn.
And what happened? A draw? Did they agree to a draw? I hope a
no,
draw.
no. What
And
happened?
Gukesh gets up.
He's
and
thinking.
he does this. And this team is like, we won.
Yes, it's a draw, and we have the tiebreakers. Look at Raunak. Look at Raunak. Why are you
Raunak.
offering draw?
No,
Vishy, sir.
And Raunak was like, okay, you could play on. Javokir was like, why did I lose that game? And Ganges Grandmasters are not taking that third spot just yet. The PBG Alaskan Knights have struck, and we are in for a Blitz playoff.
Yeah, let's go. I love this part of this tournament. Look how happy this team is, and the players. Anand, wait a moment. Anand had an extra pawn in the end.
Yes, Anand had an extra pawn, but it wasn't winning. It was an equal game. So Anand taking that decision to draw didn't impact it a lot. But everyone's, I think, so happy in the PBG Alaskan Knights team. Look at Arjun, look at Daniel, look at Gukesh, Dominguez. Everyone has a smile on their face.
Wow, they came from the death and they celebrated the victory, going to the tiebreakers. This is everyone's favorite portion of the GCL.
Well, and now Ganges Grandmasters need to get their momentum back. And you can see they are also smiling, which means that they are not so unhappy.
So with Alaskan PBG, Alaskan Knights winning that match, the match score stands at 1 each. And therefore, we will now go to a series of Blitz matches. There will first be a pair of Blitz matches and then tie breaks to follow that. So the Blitz matches will start as soon as possible, but imminently. So with the match score standing at 1 each, we now have a pair of Blitz matches to decide third place. Thank you.
Yes,
my
this is
heart.
probably the most exciting portion of the league, of course. It might not be our only Blitz matches that we see today, but the PBG Alaskan Knights have given themselves another chance at the third place medal.
You know, all the spectators in the auditorium or in the fan zone right now are getting their tickets money worth because they are going to get another 2 games that will be played. Blitz games of 3+2, all the boards will play. We can hardly cover games when they are 20 minutes long. I wonder what we'll do when it's Blitz, but we'll move around quickly.
We will do something, you know. Sagar, do you think they will start at the same time, or it will be like in a
Staggered
rapid,
start.
yeah.
I think it's the same time start for everyone in the Blitz portion. You can see Vishy Anand there. He's calm, cool, collected. Think about it, guys. Vishy scored 3 points out of 4 against the reigning world champion. That's quite an achievement.
Yeah.
Well, the PBG Alaskan Knights, they do have a couple of World Blitz champions on their team. That is Caruana Lagno and Linier Dominguez, actually the 2008 World Blitz champion.
Yeah, and actually Sarah Hadem is 2 times vice champion in Blitz, actually.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
So, by the way, a lot of stuff happening there in the venue. I think the players are about to take their chairs. But before we get to that, let's have a special sponsor's message.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नवितास सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And there we see we have Vishy and Raunak, the prodigy board and the icon board kind of discussing with each other. Just being there around Vishy feels calm to me right now. Amongst all the chaos, I think Anand has been there at the highest pressure situations of the World Championship, playing the tie breaks and so on. So for him, this is nothing new. You can see him standing all alone.
Yes, all alone. Lone wolf. You guys, what do you think? Who favors this time control 3+2? Is it
great
Gukesh
question.
or Anand?
I think Anand is the favorite in Blitz. That's my feeling, but I don't know, Irina, what do you feel?
I mean, I feel like at this point it just gets so random, you know, that there's so much tension that's already gone into those first 2 matches. At this point, it's hard to even say, like, well, someone might have been not informed for those first 2 matches, how they're going to play in the Blitz. It could be completely different. So I find like it's just impossible to predict the Blitz playoffs.
You know what I have noticed? Whenever Vishy has a better position or winning, he's converting.
Yes.
When Gukesh has extra piece or winning position,
Look at Vishy. He's like,
big breath.
ooh, this is stressful. This is
Very
stressful.
stressful. To get to the point, Vishy delivers it when he
Yeah.
has a better position. But when it comes to Gukesh, he's struggling a little bit. Don't you? Like he had extra piece today. Then remember this rook end game as well. He
Yeah.
could win with 1 move, but he made another move and it was a draw.
True.
Yeah, that was a nice save by Vishy, actually, you know, because down a piece, and at the end, it looked like, who knows, Gukesh was in even some trouble. So that was a very tense save by Vishy on those final minutes of play.
And this is the score line that we have after 2 matches. Ganges Grandmasters and PBG Alaskan Knights locked at 1-1 as Blitz playoffs will decide who takes home the 3rd spot. We will be back with all the action after a very short break. And we are back. The match is getting super exciting. Ganges Grandmasters won the first match and the PBG Alaskan Knights struck back, making it 1-1 as we now head to the Blitz playoffs. Raunak Sadhwani has already taken his chair, and taking the chair next to me to call out all the action is my very good friend, Tanya Sachdev.
Sagar, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here right now. This match has gone down to the wire. It's going to get fast and furious now when the Ganges Grandmasters won their first match. PBG Alaskan Knights back against the wall there and then getting it done under high pressure. They said, not today, not just yet, Vishy.
Yes, and you can see, Tanya, amidst all of this pressure, I have seen Vishy just staying away from everyone, including his team members, and having his own space, while all other players are mingling with each other and talking.
And that's not something that we see very often, you know. You can just tell that Vishy, the pressure is getting on him right now. He wants to block out the noise. You know, it all comes down to this. Inevitably, we will have a bronze medalist. We will have a winner. And it gets very fun because this once again will be a best of 2 in Blitz.
Right.
If that's tied 1-1.
We have the chits coming out, yeah?
It gets very chaotic. We'll have a random pull-out of one table. It will be a 1v1 to decide. And one player on this team, on the screen in front of us, you know, that Cinderov boy that we see there, he's very used to that.
Yeah. Well, this would be super exciting if we reach there. I wonder if we would reach there. Meanwhile, look at Gukesh. If we can zoom into him, he's already closing his eyes and trying to relax there. Everyone has a different way of getting ready for the encounter.
Getting in the zone. Vishy sitting by himself, blocking out the noise. There, Gukesh literally blocking it all out as he gets locked into what's coming up. It comes down to this for the PBG Alaskan Knights and the Ganges Grandmasters there. Gukesh, you know, on that icon board, he hasn't won a single game against Vishy in this tournament so far. 4 battles, 3.5 out of 4 for Vishy Anand.
Right. And by the way, Tanya, look at Arjun Erigaisi there. He's going on his walks. He's walking around the...
Full tension. This is full tension all around. Everybody's dealing with this moment in their own way, Sagar, right now. You know, like you said, Arjun as well. Because it suddenly changes from 20 minutes on the clock. You're playing 3+2.
Right.
You have to go into that zone of going into all fast and furious. It's going to be precision as much as about the clock here. And Sagar, I wonder if this is where perhaps, you know, for Vishy, it might be a bigger challenge going into this short time format.
Well, in general, we've seen that Gukesh does struggle a bit with Blitz. He's better at Rapid than in Blitz. So my feeling is that Vishy might be the small favorite here.
Wow.
This is what I feel. But then again, you are playing since last 2 hours here. Will fatigue set in? After all, you know, Vishy is 56 years
I mean,
old.
I look at this, you know, I have not seen Vishy this stressed in a long time in this tournament. You know, he's seen it all, he's done it all in the chess world. And now he carries the responsibility of his entire team on that icon board. He also knows that for the rest of the world, this clash against Gukesh, it's the moment. It's emotional. It goes beyond the result on the board.
But look at Gukesh there. I'm amazed that he's just closing his eyes and he's just you know, he doesn't care about what's happening. You can see the arbiter team talking to each other. We have the tournament director Bharat Singh Chauhan talking to Ashok Vardepatian, the chief arbiter. But the players...
कोई board पे बैठने को ही नहीं तैयार है. सब घूम रहे हैं left, right. They want as much time off it as possible. Raunak, the first one to get there. Sagar, I want to talk about momentum here. You know, with the Ganges Grandmasters getting that first win, and they needed only a draw in the next match to seal the deal. But then the Alaskan Knights make a comeback. How important do you think momentum will be on this?
I think, Tanya, momentum is super important, but each board has its own story with players having played each other 4 times. For example, and there we have all the players sitting down. We have the storyline that Katrina Lagno has lost 4 games now to Polina Shuvalova.
Gukesh hasn't won a single game against Vishy Anand. Raunak Sadhwani up and down today. Sara Kadem, same story.
And I think all the players will start at the same time. There's no staggered start here. We have one arbiter for each board to note down the moves.
Oof.
And by the way, players would be a bit happy here because there's a 2-second increment from move 1, not from move 40.
But they only start with 3 minutes on the clock. The Ganges Grandmasters will take the white pieces. PBG Alaskan Knights playing on all boards with black pieces. We've got Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna, Grandmaster Swayams Mishra, the coaches, the captains of the team at the back there. Maximum tension, maximum pressure, all comes down to Blitz.
Yeah, and by the way, there's another very cool narrative here. The coach of the Ganges Grandmasters team, Vishnu Prasanna, is actually the former coach of Gukesh. So, wonder if that makes any difference. But right now, the games have begun. E4, D6. Ooh, he's going for maybe the Philidor.
And usually that's an opening choice that players have. You know, when you want to play super cautious, super safe with the black pieces. And we see the knight coming out. Vishy plays h3. He's playing with speed. He knows exactly what he's doing, how he wants to handle this opening.
Right, h3 is played and the bishop will... Oh, he goes g4. This is some special prep here by Vishy for this line already done before the game. He goes bishop e3.
It's quite an aggressive move, g4 early on, you know, eyeing that g5 break at the right time. And Gukesh getting ready in case Vishy wants to go long castle. Watch out now, the pawn storm coming up quickly with a threat against the central pawn.
And Tanya, in this format, I cannot emphasize how important it is to have the bars at the top so that everyone can follow what's happening on all the boards in one flow. If the white bar goes to the front, it means that the Ganges Grandmasters are better. If the yellow bar moves this way, then it is the PBG Alaskan Knights in the lead.
And look at this. This position's already getting very exciting. We have the first trade in the center. Vishy has expanded on the right flank.
But Tanya, there's knight to e4 tactic coming in.
And if that happens, that's going to be absolute chaos because you're hitting that c3 pinned knight. White has the resource of pushing the b pawn forward, unpinning, attacking the
knight
queen.
takes c3, Tanya.
Take the queen, Sahaj.
Arey!
Take the knight back.
Sahaj nahi, Tanya.
Sagar.
Sagar, don't blunder off the board.
It's okay, we blunder, just as long as the players keep it under control. By the way, this has happened on the board. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, ho chuka hai. B4 will make it completely tactical, but this looks like there's pressure on Vishy right now.
I think Vishy just realizes that he has made a move that is,
he
he's not
completely
happy.
forgot about knight takes pawn when queen a5 happened.
Right. And by the way, he
Whoa,
takes on d6. And he sees, Tanya, that after knight takes knight, he can play the move queen to d2, pinning the knight to the queen. So that's the point. Meanwhile, almost all the boards are kind of very, very intensely being played.
And it happens. Queen d2, you can't move the knight. The queen is hanging. He wants to take the knight with his own queen on the next move.
And Gukesh has a killer blow now. Not a blow like c5, opening up his bishop to attack the knight here on f3.
And currently, white for Gukesh is down a piece. He still hasn't won it back. So that would delay it by one more move, you know, coming on the counter offense with the knight. And Gukesh instead goes for another very offensive approach there. He goes long castle, lining up the rook against that d6 over-advanced pawn. Is it time to capture?
Yeah, now I think you can capture, but Tanya also the move b4. Oh, he makes not a good move.
And you can take that pawn on d6, Sagar. Bishop takes pawn. There are tactics everywhere.
What about queen d6?
Queen takes pawn, and I think he did it.
No, he missed it. He moved his knight to f6. But look at this tactic, guys. After queen takes d6, queen takes c3 is a check, and you drop the rook, which is why Gukesh would have been clearly better. But he goes knight f6, and now Vishy finds the best move to trade the queens, or else my pawn is coming up ahead. Great play there by Vishy, actually.
Yeah. That one missed opportunity, bishop takes pawn looked incredibly strong for Gukesh. Just rushed past it, and now he's hesitating. You know, he keeps reaching out and pulling back. And there he goes, he trades the queens off the board.
King knight takes. And Tanya, I want to very quickly check each and every board to give our viewers just a thought and come back to this one. Board 2, Vincent Keimer versus Arjun Erigaisi. Vincent is slightly better. It's an attack coming up. Board 3, Javokir Sindarov against Lenier Dominguez. Equal but maybe slight edge to Javokir with his knight on f5. Moving to board number 4, Polina Shuvalova against Katrina Lagno. Lagno, many-time World Blitz champion, better here with the black pieces, maybe very slightly. And then we go to Stavrula Solakidu. Oh my goodness, what a crazy position. She is better because the Black King seems to be in trouble here in Blitz. Very tough. And Raunak Sadhwani slightly better against Daniel Darda. As of now, it seems like the match is slightly in favor of the Ganges Grandmasters.
It's what happened in their 20+2 segment as well, you know, with the white pieces. They were pushing on every single board. Let's go back. A lot has happened, Sagar. Let's do an action replay.
How
the queens
did everything go? What?
Everything on the left side. Sare pawns ud gaye.
Take.
One pawn
Bishop
gone.
takes. And by the way, there was a very important move here. Bishop h2 kind of trapping the rook here, but it didn't happen. Takes here, and now Vishy goes greedy, wins the pawn, and it's Gukesh in trouble now. Vishy is better.
It's not one extra pawn, it's two extra pawns. Both of them connected on the other flank. He's going for the rook, only one square, but rook f1, there's bishop g2. He's going to sacrifice his exchange.
Vishy
will.
He'll give up.
He'll give it up happily because those two pawns are going to be doing the talking. He does it. He wants a dark squared bishop here.
And guys, Vishy Anand is better, not just on the board, also on the clock. He has 1 minute 30 seconds. Gukesh has only 35 seconds.
Anyone who had any doubts about Vishy's speed, that can be put to rest right now. It's Gukesh on the back foot on the board, and the clock makes another mistake here. Bishop jumps forward. The white rook can reroute itself to the open line and then start infiltrating from the 7th rank.
He does it.
He does it, Sagar. Look at the central minor pieces surrounding the king. White's king is feeling super safe. It's the black king that's going to come under a lot of checks. The pawns have to push forward. The only thing, c4, bishop d3 check. Do you want to allow that?
Oh,
Vishy says, I'm ready.
He's ready for it. And now the pawns are going even further ahead, Tanya. I don't think this is an easy position for Gukesh to defend. Vishy might get his 3rd win in this tournament against Gukesh.
But Sagar, anything can happen when the clocks come down to those final few seconds. For Gukesh, the game strategy has to be somehow force Vishy to burn time.
Right.
Because that's when mistakes happen. But Vishy right now, the pawns are just moving up the board. You can't capture on b5. The rook will slide over. You'll pin the bishop and win it. Bishop takes pawn, rook b1, game over.
Ooh, by the way, c5, Tanya, there is a possibility. Take here, and if rook b1, I take this with a check. Incredible resource. If king takes, I have rook d3 check. And if you take with the pawn, I take your knight. Will Gukesh find this? No, he did not. And now Vishy, again better. Insane tactics happening.
Everywhere. And with 13 seconds, Gukesh unable to spot them. And there we see the rook has landed on the 7th rank. 13 seconds for the world champion, the reigning world champion. The 5-time world champion has got 50 seconds on the clock. And look at those c5, b6 pawns, Sagar. They are going to be the decisive factor in this game. Vishy has to get this win on the icon board.
Tanya right now, oh, he takes it, and now he drops one pawn. Gukesh is back. It's so difficult to win here.
Will he save this, Sagar? Will Gukesh find a way to save?
I think he'll save it. He'll save it, Tanya, because the b6 pawn now lonely, alone, does not look like a big asset there.
And just like that, with the black king in front of that pawn, it's impossible to push it. Look at the beautiful harmony between black's rook, bishop, sliding down the white king further. Ooh. And is Gukesh taking over suddenly?
Oh, rook coming here, Tanya. Check coming in. This is getting... Oh, he blunders. No.
Oh, my goodness.
No, he did not. The rook went to f6. It was a hard attack almost there. But rook c2 check now. And
check. You keep repeating.
Okay, it's a draw.
And the white king cannot go too far away because rook will slide over to f1, and that's it. We see the repetition as it's happening.
No, Gukesh playing for a win? No way.
No, yes, he is, Sagar. Yes way is what Gukesh is saying. It's the best position he's had all game.
But that's too risky, Tanya. He could even lose here.
You know, Gukesh has proven time and time again, repetition is the one thing he absolutely hates. We saw him do it at the World Championship. He's doing it again right now. But maybe now is the time, Gukesh. You need to pull the brakes.
No way.
There are no brakes.
No brakes for Gukesh. Man, this guy's crazy.
And
he could lose this.
And he doesn't care that he's 3.5 out of 4 down against
Oh, he's
Vishy.
winning. Bishop e2 check. Gukesh it worked out for him.
And that h-pawn will be unstoppable after the rook trade. Vishy knows it. I think he's about to resign, Sagar.
That worked out. Gukesh's grit there, wanting to play on, has worked out. Vishy is going to resign.
And just like that, although Vishy does keep fighting, but now with an extra piece there, the h-pawn, and there's another blunder on the board.
Vishy's back. There was a need to play bishop f1, guys, to defend this pawn. He went up, and now actually it's Vishy's back. It's going to be a draw.
It's going to be and maybe another repetition coming up. And we've got a result on board 3 currently, where we did have.
Okay, but we can go back and
Let's
check
go back.
this.
The Cinderov board ended with a win for Javokir. So that's
Right.
1 point for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Right, and oh, nice move there. Actually pinning and a draw for Vishy. And we see a draw happening on board 1. Meanwhile, Sindaro wins on board 3. We go back, we go to Arjun. Let's go to board 2. Sara Khadem has won for the PBG and Arjun is winning against Vincent on board number 3. On board 2, sorry.
And the score that way remains absolutely level right now. It comes down to this. If Arjun can take the lead for the PBG Alaskan Knights, they might be the one in the driver's seat in the match. Sagar, 3 extra pawns. I don't see Arjun messing this up.
But Raunak Sadhwani is winning on the Prodigy board, Tanya, which means that the Ganges Grandmasters should be winning this match.
And look at a cool,
Sure.
calm collected there, Vishy, as he's watching over his team right now alongside Javokir Sindarov, who did get the full point there. Full max pressure. What a save this was. First by Gukesh and then by Vishy.
Right, and Tanya, I want to go to board number 4 because Arjun's going to win this. He's 3 pawns up.
Let's
He
do
will
it.
going to Shuvalova versus Katrina Lagno here. The position is equal. If we see the score here, it's even. As Tanya just mentioned, board 2 will go to PBG. Last board will go to the Ganges. It will all go down to this one. Who wins here?
And while it says it's balanced, it's a game for all 3 results. There's a knight on the board, and look at that. Just as I say it, that's it. Black is winning. It's a fork. You pick up the rook.
Fork, and Katrina Lagno finally beats Shuvalova.
And what a moment to do it, Sagar, after going down game after game.
Yeah.
She's going to get the big win for the Alaskan Knights.
And the scorecard is 2.5 in the favor of Ganges, but this one goes to the PBG Alaskan Knights. It's now 2.5 each with the final game going on between Vincent and Arjun.
And Arjun's about to win it.
Arjun is winning.
Still 3 pawns up.
Look at Gukesh there.
They're
He's
all
like,
going up the board. Gukesh is
Arjun,
like,
do it.
Arjun, let's go. Let's do this.
Arjun, he's shouting in his mind. And what a
5
comeback
seconds.
by Katrina Lagno, Tanya. She lost all her games.
And that's it. No checks on the board now.
Correct.
That's it. No checks on the board. And it is going to be Arjun's queen that will get the job done at this moment. He gains some time on the clock first. Arjun does.
And
he pushes.
E3 check.
King takes pawn.
What's happening? King takes
And
F3.
that's it. Vincent Kaimer there. He's giving up.
Resigns.
He resigns. Arjun Aragaisi wins the final game. It all came down to his board, and he takes the lead for the PBG Alaskan Knights. The Ganges Grandmaster must win on demand the final Blitz match.
What a Blitz playoff we have here. What an amazing 6 games we had. Vishy played amazing chess. Gukesh was almost going to win there. Wow. Insane battles. And Gukesh, like always, is rearranging his pieces. But Tanya, what a player. Arjun Erigaisi.
And the fact that the tension was so high that Gukesh had to wait for everything to finish before he does his customary putting the pieces back. And there we see all the players are joining the party. They're saying, guys, let's get ready. This match isn't over. It's time to get the second match underway right now. And the pressure is on on the Ganges Grandmasters. Sagar, momentum.
Right.
Momentum is everything when it comes to these fast formats.
I agree, but Tanya, I must say that in this format, I don't think the Ganges Grandmasters feel like they have any less chance in the second Blitz playoff. It was so close, right? Like, for example, if Polina, who had an equal position, would have converted that, Ganges would have won.
But as would have, could have, should have been. Blitz mein kuch bhi ho sakta hai.
True.
Anything can happen. And I think this one, the task is cut up. It's the first time in that encounter that PBG Alaskan Knights have the lead. Arjun with a massive win in that one. And Vishy once again. You know, he's standing there by himself. How do we do this, guys? How do we do this? Sagar, tumhe kya lagta hai? Will it go into that random 1v1? Will the Ganges make a comeback?
Well, I think, Tanya, right now, my feeling is that the PBG Alaskan Knights have the momentum, just like you said, and they are not going to lose this one. This is my feeling. But then again, once the game begins, one error by one player, and suddenly the momentum shifts.
You know, I have a feeling right now Vishy is just thinking about the opening that he wants to employ against Gukesh. It's a Blitz game. He knows he's not lost a single game in the league so far against him. He has 4 out of 5 against Gukesh in this league so far.
Right. He has 4 out of 5, Tanya, but every game has been such a topsy-turvy battle. And there you see, guys, the Blitz playoff went in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights by just 1 point.
By the smallest of margins, it all came down to that board. And Arjun, we go to the arena.
Then they will take third place. We'll start as quickly as we can.
And look at Sara Khadem there in the background. She was just like, God, this is getting too intense. And Vishy, by the way, what a stoic face.
He does. And I'm telling you, Sagar, he's not thinking about what has just happened. He's thinking about what's coming up. He's been in these situations numerous times. You know, he's seen it all, done it all. The victories, the setbacks, the back against the wall, how to come out of it. He's just thinking, where is his best chance on the board? He's leaving his team to do what they know they have to do. Right now, it's the icon board that's on Vishy's mind. How does he one more time take down the reigning world champion?
That's a very good point, Tanya, because, you know, Vishy, like a good leader, is saying that, you know, the best I can do is score rather than encouraging others and so on. That's the job of the coach. You know, Vishnu will do it. For me, it's all about scoring my point.
We're on the edge of our seats. This is really going down to the wire. We'll be right back after a quick short sponsors message.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
And it will have to be a winning move across boards right now. Ganges Grandmasters, the pressure is on them, Sagar. They have to win. They have to find a way to get this done. Otherwise, it is the PBG Alaskan Knights who finished third, who will get that bronze on season 3 for Vishy. You know, just the thought that he was so close, getting that first match victory. And look at that, every player in their own zone.
I'm actually surprised that Arjun is not walking around. He loves to walk, but he sat down. He has played incredibly well today, guys.
He's been carrying the PBG Alaskan Knights. I mean, what a performance it's been by Arjun throughout the league for his team, but especially today.
Yeah, 3 wins against a player like Vincent, never easy. Meanwhile, the other players, Daniel Darda today got a very critical win in. And you know what, Tanya? I'm absolutely loving these visuals that we are getting to see from here, because it's very rare that we get to see these world-class players in between the games. What do they do? How do they react? What is their sort of routine like? And all of this you get to see firsthand here on this broadcast.
It's fantastic. And also just the storyline of how these two teams got to this point. And now they're just hungry to get that bronze, to get that third place finish in, just moments away for the final round. Will this be actually the final round, or will we have more drama with the Ganges taking on the Knights?
I have a feeling, Tanya, that the arbiters never really imagined that we would have so many matches. I think they need to find score sheets from somewhere. They now need to note down the games, and there is so much action.
And meanwhile, all the action has been blocked out by the legend himself as he ponders. And he says, it's time to go, boys. It's time to start, as Gukesh will also have to get up. And look at that, some head shakes there. He's had big moments, big misses. But will he shine through in this match when his team needs him the most? He's feeling the pressure, Sagar. It all comes down to this Blitz. If the PBG are able to get this done, it's tournament over on a high for them.
Right, and also, Tanya, most of these players would be going to the World Rapid and Blitz Championships soon happening in Doha. And right now, Gukesh is like, if only I can beat Vishy once before that one, because Vishy is not giving him that opportunity to win even a single game.
It's such a battle between these two, and Vishy is saying, not today, Gukesh. I stand taller. I stand stronger. And for Gukesh, you know, he's had his opportunities, he's had his chances on the board, but missing them out on those critical moments. Polina, on the other hand, has also been such a star player. for the Ganges Grandmasters. Complete tension there. Sagar, inside the arena, it must be goosebumps for our audience right now.
I want to see if the audience there, what is their feeling like. I'm pretty sure many of them are still glued to their seat, or some might have just gone outside and like, okay, let me quickly get some popcorn in, you know.
Well, if you've done that, come right back, because take a look at that. The players are in their seats. The audience are ready as well, Sagar. It is a game time.
Yes, it is game time as everyone puts back their headsets on, and Gukesh will now have the white pieces against Vishy Anand.
Endurance is going to be a factor as this one goes down to the wire. The final Blitz game, potentially the final game, the final round for these two teams. Only one will get the bronze.
Yeah, and look at that view. All 6 boards start together. No staggered start here. The arbiters are all ready. They have taken, you see, Tanya, every board has one arbiter. They have to note down the game, because if any controversy happens or anything goes wrong, you need the moose.
They have to be incredibly alert. The players will have to be incredibly alert. We've seen what seconds on the clock can do, nerves can do, pressure can do. Arjun, the last to arrive there. And we will have the handshakes. It's showtime.
It is showtime, and Gukesh opens with e4, e5, and he goes for the same opening that he played against Vishy in their second rapid game.
And just like that, Gukesh decides to put the bishop on the fianchetto there. He's playing a more solid, cautious approach. He wants no theoretical battle against Vishy, is what he's saying. That's what he said when he took the Philidor with the black pieces, and the same storyline here.
Right, he plays his pawn to c4, and Tanya, we did see all of this happening in the second rapid game where Gukesh got a big advantage. He went knight e2 later, and I guess Vishy might have something in his mind. Oh, you can see he was timely somehow with his maneuver to defend the bishop. That didn't happen in their rapid game.
All those moments where we saw Vishy sitting on the chair at the start, this is what he was thinking about, Sagar. This is what was going on in his mind.
He was running the stockfish in his head.
It was. it was stock Vishy going on there. And, you know, he knew that Gukesh will try this approach, but it's still very complex. Gukesh is going for a king side. Pawn storm. The knight is jumping onto h5
Tanya,
next.
f6 is a very strong move here, because then after g6, all the dark squares are weak around your king.
Look at that. It is once again Gukesh who's first in that race. He's gone all out in this game. And somehow if you're black here, if you're Vishy, you feel like you're not in time with your counterplay on the other side.
Right. I think Gukesh pausing at the right moment. He has 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Pawn to f6 is such a powerful move here if he manages to find it.
It's screaming to be played as well, Sagar. You know, pawn takes pawn, the knight will jump forward to h5, and that looks like game over. g6 will mean you leave behind so many dark squares. The queen can start lining up to get to h6. The bishop can slide over to h6. But Gukesh first has to play f6.
Just to put things in perspective, guys, at this point, all that PBG Alaskan Knights need are 3 points here in this match. A draw is enough for them because they won the previous match. And you can see the bars, Tanya, at the top. It's all white right now. There's no black bar that has moved ahead, which means they're better on almost all the boards.
And Gukesh first takes a decision to trade on the left flank. Will he go for f6 now? At some point, he has to take this critical decision to change the characteristic of the position. He's done everything right so far. It'll be big pressure on Vishy if he does go for that.
Well, Gukesh is thinking here, Vishy would be worried. No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
And time again,
F6.
it feels like Vishy's Gukesh even is doing it. In those critical moments.
But Vishy also doesn't play it. Both of them are not convinced that this is a big threat, because Vishy could have stopped it. He's not stopping it. This is actually quite curious for me.
He's letting it happen over and over again, and Gukesh doesn't want to do it. He wants to have a different approach. He's saying, I'm going to develop all my pieces first before I decide which pawn to move. But meanwhile, Vishy's making inroads on the other side. Knight c2 is a big threat.
Oh, if you take here, there's a fork here, and otherwise Knight c2 attacking the rook is coming in. Very interesting move here by... But once again, guys, f6, the computer is like, go for it.
Sagar, he
Gukesh.
hasn't played it once, he hasn't played it twice now with the house burning on the left flank. Do you think this is the moment Gukesh will play?
Well, when your house burns, you need to get something going on the other side. Otherwise, you are homeless.
It might actually prove to be, that push that Gukesh needs to push that pawn to f6.
Absolutely. And Tanya, I need to take you through the other
He
games.
does it.
He does it.
Finally, f6 on the board, and Vishy was ready with his response. He's
What a
not
move.
creating any weaknesses. He brings the knight back to defense.
And the knight goes back to g7. And now, well, this is winning kind of position for white, Tanya. The black king is weak. I don't think this is easy to defend.
Sagar, but Gukesh is under 1 minute on the clock. And I think the clock is Vishy's best hope, best chance right now. It's his best friend. And Vishy's playing. He's pacing up. He's not giving
He's not
enough
giving
time to Gukesh.
While this game is super exciting, just
This
quickly
is not over yet.
going there to the board 2. Arjun Erigaisi worse against Vincent Keimer. The Ganges Grandmasters better here. Javo Kirsindaro better against Lenier Dominguez. Again Ganges Grandmasters better. Katrina Lagno equal against Polina Shuvalova. This is equal. Sara Khadem versus Stavrula. Crazy position. Stavrula better. Again Ganges Grandmasters taking this one, it seems. Daniel Darda, he is better here. Maybe he gets his second win of the tournament. Let's see if that happens. But this is looking like a match that is going Ganges Grandmasters' way.
And let that sink in. That means we'll go into a 1v1 battle if that was to happen. But this board, Sagar, the icon board, Gukesh is coming in. Once that white knight lands and takes away the key defender at the right moment. Stopped right now. Knight f5, not allowed.
Yeah, knight to f5 not coming in. Somehow you need this rook here, Tanya. So somehow push the pawn, then get the knight, then take here and boom, checkmate. Not going to happen so easily.
But I like where your head's at, because a move like d4 could actually clear that file.
Oh, he did it.
On this moment he does it.
He
He
did
says, Sagar, kya hi idea, bhai?
Bye.
Knight f5 is coming in next. Gukesh,
Oh, he takes.
reaches out, he does.
d5.
Pushes the pawn, attacks the bishop. Vishy is up a pawn, but can he save his king?
Bishop goes back to d7 and now rook a f3. Maybe that's the move, because then you have both your rooks in the attack.
Big moment here. How will Gukesh continue with the pressure? He has to, because he's down a pawn. Otherwise, he's just worse. If he doesn't checkmate Vishy and there are trades of pieces, Gukesh will be lost if there's any endgame.
For sure, because Vishy's rook is here. Oh, he blunders. He goes knight f5 and now take on f5.
Sagar, 8 seconds for Gukesh.
Tanya, the only move
Can
is
we go full
knight
screen?
h5.
Can we go full screen
Knight
on the players
h5.
right now?
Let's stay here, knight h5, because then you can't bring your rook here. And can Vishy find this insane move?
Queen takes knight, the rook on f6 is hanging.
Exactly.
Knight
Exactly.
h5 is
It's
very
too tough.
But
Too
he has
tough.
1.5 minutes. If anyone can, it's Vishy. And I think he has found it. What a legend. What a legend.
A move by Vishy Anand, and now he's winning queen h4. And his hands are shaking, but he's finding one good
making
move after another.
all the best moves in the position.
Takes, but why did Vishy
He
sack
wants to
his
go
rook?
knight f4.
Well, he blundered there. He could have kept the rooks on the board.
He's
But
got to pick up the central pawn. It's not over yet. But first, Vishy's going for the king. He's coming in, and now the bar is turning around. Sagar, once again, Gukesh on the push there.
yeah, he's better here. King h2. Somehow Gukesh took all the material, and now Vishy's attack hasn't broken through. a4.
Vishy is pushing on all sides of the board. A check comes in. The queen trade being offered. You can't exchange anymore. You're down in exchange.
Well, Tanya, these are the kinds of positions that
Does it?
Gukesh has gone wrong in the games before.
But Sagar, he's up a whole exchange. Vishy coming for that h3 pawn right now.
But that knight, knight is a monster.
This isn't Gukesh's hand to
Oh,
give
he
it
can
away.
take.
If he does.
He can take here, but he
Doesn't.
doesn't. He goes rook b2, and
Bhai,
Tanya,
her move pick crazy thing. It's just going up and down, up and down.
Vishy's back.
He's taking over
Vishy's back.
now. Rook into pawn. Pick that up with a
Why
check.
Vishy's trying to checkmate Gukesh now?
With his rook, knight, and pawn.
Yeah.
He'll give another check.
Check.
He'll keep giving checks.
h3.
If
No,
rook
not
h3, there's rook h2.
Yeah, can't push the pawn here. And by the way, we have a result. Daniel Darda seems to have beaten Raunak Sadhwani.
And-
A big win for the PBG
But let's go
Alaskan
back.
Knights.
Let's get Vishy and Gukesh back on our camera. It is all down to this icon board as the PBG Alaskan Knights take the lead. Can Vishy get it back for the
No,
Ganges. Sagar,
now it's
deep
not
on.
happening. I think Gukesh has everything under control. Vishy might slump to his first loss against Gukesh in Mumbai.
But if that happens, the Ganges have to win on all other 4 boards.
Yes.
To take it to the 1v1.
3.5 is okay, but it's very tough. It's very tough. Although, good news for them, Stavrula winning, Polina winning.
And he gives a check, and now he's trying with the e-pawn, but Gukesh's d-pawn is the first that's
Yeah.
going to queen. He gives up his rook, and that's
Gives
it.
up. And Gukesh beats Vishy here. 2-0 is the score in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights. Let's head over to Arjun Erigaisi, who is losing his game to Vincent Keimer. And he loses. Vincent Keimer pulls one back. It's 2-1 right now in the favor of PBG. But Lenier Dominguez wins. And with it, the PBG Alaskan Knights have taken the 3rd spot, Tanya.
And just like that, it doesn't even matter what happens on this board. And when it mattered, it was Gukesh who managed to break through on that icon board. And not just that.
Mate
What a
in
powerful
one.
performance.
Mate in
That's
one.
it. It's over. You can go queen h8,
Oh, she
queen
didn't
to
find.
h8,
She
queen
didn't
on the other
find
end.
Queen h8, mate.
But Sagar, it doesn't matter for the PBG Alaskan Knights. They're going to be on the podium tonight.
Yeah, they are going to finish 3rd, but what a finish that was. Thanks to the win of Dominguez. Look at the bar running up and down like crazy.
And in the end, she's picking up all the pawns with the
Bishop
check.
C5.
Katrina Lagno
King
is...
is running. And meanwhile, Stavrula won, which means the score is 3-2, and it could be 3-3 if Polina wins. But Tanya, Ganges cannot win this match.
Yes, they can't. They lost the first Blitz encounter. They had to win the second one. And it's going to be PBG Alaskan Knights. As Katrina Lagno, she looks back. She's got to be relieved that her team has done the job already.
Did she get to know?
She had half a second to look back and turn around.
I mean, she must be so stressed right now.
And there we see congratulations for the team there. As they know that, losing that first match today and then making a comeback in that second must-win for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Then they take the lead in the Blitz in the first one
Oh,
and
a
finish
queen
it off.
trade, Tanya. 4-2 the score as Katrina Lagno gets 2 wins against Polina Shuvalova. And the audience erupts into applause. What a match we had today.
Absolutely incredible. And what a treat it must be to be in there and watch the legends in action as well. And at the end, it is going to be the PBG Alaskan Knights who will stand tall on that podium. They get the bronze in Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. It's got to be heartbreak for Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters. And we'll break it down to you. But first, we're heading into the arena.
Yeah, look at this, Tanya. Smiles all across the faces. And Vishy, of course, well, he played like a lion there. He played amazing. Dominguez scoring win against Sindarov, I think, was the big turning point in this match. And
Vishy's all smiles too. The tournaments come to an end. And Blitz, anything can happen,
Yeah.
Sagar. It's such a toss-up. And at the end for Swayams Mishra, a team that lost their first 4 matches in
Right.
Season 3. Everyone had written them off. Absolutely hopeless chances. Somehow finding it in them to reset. And there we see Vishy Anand and Gukesh together. Take this in.
they are analyzing it, and Gukesh has so much respect for Vishy. I mean, in general, he just loves analyzing chess with him. He's like, oh, but this could have happened, that could have happened. They were analyzing. What a crazy Blitz game we had, Tanya, that last one.
And this is the man on whose shoulders Indian chess has built itself, where the younger generation stands tall right now. It is on Vishy's shoulder. And there, Gukesh, yes, he got the win finally against Vishy. But of course, there's so much to learn, and he's always inspired by him. And there we see them together, still trying to get to the truth of that game, of that position, Sagar.
I hope they don't set up the position now here and start analyzing.
So for a result, we have the winners for the 3rd place playoff. After 2 tiebreak matches, PBG Alaskan Knights win 2-0, and they are our 3rd place winners. So a big hand, please, for all the teams.
For these two teams, one of them will be in the closing ceremony standing at the podium. It will be Gukesh as the icon for the PBG Alaskan Knights for the Ganges Grandmasters. They almost made it to championship battle. They almost won the bronze today, getting the lead in that first game victory, first match victory, needing only a draw. But it was the comeback story by Gukesh and company there that sees them through. And as they'll walk out, the fans will be out there to greet them.
Yeah, and you can see there, Javokir Sindarov. Well, I guess the Ganges Grandmasters may be a bit upset, Tanya, but they fought really well, so they would be like, okay, it happens, you know.
It's just, it's mixed emotions right now, you know. In Blitz, anything can happen. Things can go completely crazy at those last few seconds. One team celebrating there. It's the PBG Alaskan Knights. And there we have Gukesh with his fans. And I think having both of them together once again, Wishy, Gukesh, the fans can't get enough of them. What a day to be here at the Royal Opera House with the kings of the game.
And Tanya, we haven't even started our main match of the day. The championship game is going to come up soon, guys. For now, the PBG Alaskan Knights have beaten the Ganges Grandmasters 2-0 in the Blitz playoffs and taken the third spot. We go on a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back with a lot more action coming your way.
Two teams, one title. The Season 3 Tech Mahindra Global Chess League comes down to this moment. Triveni Continental Kings, do they belong to the throne, or will it be the Alpine Sg Pipers who will dethrone the two times champion already looking for their three-peat? Are the Kings Alpine Sg Pipers? Last few moments of the round robin make their comeback and go into battle for this big one. And Harshit, we're just out of a complete thriller, absolute cinema, with the PBG Alaskan Knights taking that bronze, taking down the Ganges Grandmasters, but that was just the appetizers.
It was actually the thriller for the movie that's coming up next. I think the Alpine Sg Pipers is going to win this match against the Triveni Continental Kings. Very exciting match coming up.
And you know the drill. We start by deciding which team gets what color. Arohi is ready with the captains for the coin flip.
Two teams, one battle for that crown, and that battle starts right here at the coin toss. We are here with the Triveni Continental Kings by GM Luke Van Wely joining us from the team, Alpine Sg Pipers, GM Praveen Tipse joining us from the team, and along with us we have Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director for the coin toss of the much-awaited finals. Luke Van Wely will be taking the call.
I'll take heads.
Heads is the call.
Heads. TCK wins the toss.
Luke, what do you choose?
I choose white.
All right, looking really sharp in that suit today, huh? Praveen is saying that he didn't really leave him with a choice, but Luke looking really sharp today in that suit. Pressure is there or not? Because you've been in this place before.
Yeah, we've been there before, but unfortunately the situation is 0-0 again prior to this match, so we start from scratch. But Alpine is a strong team. I mean, we lost also to them in the preliminaries, but nevertheless, we go to the finals with a good feeling.
All right, all the best to the team and keep up the good spirit.
Thank you very much.
They didn't really leave you with a choice, but are you happy with that choice?
Well, I think there is no option, but at the same time, we know that we are playing a very, very strong team who has won the previous seasons, and we have to play them once with white and once with black, and it's on the same day. It's not like the other days when you have a choice of playing them against for 5 days. So it doesn't really matter. A 15-minute break is not going to help much, and I think it's fine because we play the matches immediately after each other.
Absolutely. Well, all the best for today's big game, and do the best.
Thank you.
That is it from the coin toss of the finals of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. Exciting game coming up your way.
It's going to be an absolute blockbuster when these two teams go into battle. I mean, it all really does come down to this moment, right? Triveni Continental Kings there having a fantastic round robin. They're fighting for their third title of the Global Chess League. And for the Alpine Sg Pipers looking for their first. Sahaj, I'm going to start with you. To set the stage up for this one, which team do you think gets it done and how do they reset? How do they not let the psychological domination that the Kings have shown? Alpine Sg Pipers, how do they deal with that?
You know, they might have their third shot, but we have 3 candidates. The Alpine
that's
Sg
a good
Pipers.
point. I love it.
And I think just because of those 3 candidates, and you have the second greatest female player of all time on your roster, I just don't see how they are going to lose. I just don't see how Alpine Sg Pipers are going to lose, and this is why I am also favoring. I'm with Harshit here. I'm going to choose Alpine Sg Pipers as my favorite.
Oh, I also think so, because imagine this, McLaren versus the better driver, Max Verstappen. Very exciting match coming up.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And, you know, every player will have to show up. And what an exciting match we had just before this with the PBG Alaskan Knights getting their win against the Ganges Grandmasters. And as our finalists set up, we'll first take you to the player of the match celebration for that third place playoff.
Started from the bottom, now we're here. Could be the team anthem for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony. For the match, for the third place, played between the Navitas Solar, Ganges Grandmasters and the PBG Alaskan Knights this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, League Commissioner, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And the Player of the Match award goes to Daniel Darda from PBG Alaskan Knights. Daniel, what a game. Just tell me what all was going on in that head of yours.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, it was, just I knew that, I just needed at some point, like this tournament has been going badly for me, and yeah, this was a decisive game, so I'm happy I managed to kind of rise to the occasion in the critical match, and yeah, all I could think about was just the rest of the team also, so I was stressed out. I was looking at the result, but yeah, at the end, in the game with the white pieces, I think I yeah, I managed to win a rather good game and also an important one for the team, of course.
Well, I'm sure this is going to be super special for you. Congratulations on a personal win as well as coming third in the league this season.
Yes, thank you. It's nice to have the award.
Thank you. That is it from the post-match presentation. The all-big final coming up your way. As of now, back to the studio.
Congratulations to the PBG Alaskan Knights. And Arohi, you're completely right. I don't think anyone can wait for what's on the menu right after. But first, before we deep dive into all the action and break it all down for you, set the stage, we've got a very special sponsor's message.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
And these two teams will have to make some big moves coming into this one. And I love how you said, Sahaj, that the Alpine Sg Pipers are thinking, well, you know, Kings, you're looking for your third title, but we've got 3 candidates here with us on our roster. How would you counter that? And let's start from a prodigy board. We've got Morizzi taking on Mendonça. How do you see this one shaping up?
Well, just like yesterday, Leon Mendonça, I met him today morning as well. He was talking to us, and then suddenly Leon told me, you know what, guys, I need to go and prepare because I have a big match that I'm playing today. I'm playing 2 matches, in fact, and I think Leon Mendonça has meticulously prepared against his opponent Marc-Andrea. I'm going with Alpine Sg Pipers.
For me, I would say Alpine as well, but okay, maybe Maurizi is a slight favorite on paper, but I think today, Leon will rise to the occasion. Let's go.
I want to understand this. Why is there so much support for the Alpine Sg Pipers? I mean, have you guys forgotten about Alireza Firouzja on the icon board? Have you forgotten what the Kings have been doing in the last 2 seasons?
I thought we were starting from the prodigy board.
Exactly.
All right, fair enough, fair point. Let's get on our women's superstar boards and we'll see what our experts have to say about this one.
I think in the match between Nino Batsiashvili and Alexandra Kostyanyuk, I think Nino Batsiashvili, who has been performing super well in this event, will have a lot of pressure on her back to do well. And that's why I am actually going to say that the chess queen Kostyanyuk might have the psychological edge in this match. But the match between Hao Yifan and Zhu Jiner, the Chinese #1 versus a #2 player, I cannot go against Hao Yifan. I'm going with Hao Yifan and the Alpine Sg Pipers on that one.
I think for me, Nino versus Kostyanyuk is a toss-up in that sense. But still, Nino has been in incredible form on board 5. She could be the best player on board 5 as well. And of course, you can never go against Hao Yifan. So maybe on Nino's board, I would say 50-50, and then Hao Yifan, I'm waving the Alpine Sg.
So on both these boards, I think it's going to be 1-1.
And I love the shout out that you're giving to the players because Nino Batsiashvili with 21 board points is the best performer on that superstar women board, and Hao Yifan with 20 board points, and 4 of them came back to back for the Alpine Sg Pipers over the last 2 days. In fact, Hao Yifan is the player who I would say has single-handedly carried the Alpine Sg Pipers to where they are today in this championship battle.
She actually won her last 3 games. Hao Yifan had a scintillating attack on her last game in the Italian against Kostyanyuk, and I think she has picked up his pace.
And do you remember those 6 points that were needed by the Alpine Sg Pipers to make it to that top 2? And Hao Yifan was the one who got 3 on her board. Well, let's go on to our men's superstar board. You know, you were talking about the candidates. Well, guess what? They are taking on the runners-up from the World Cup. They're taking on Anish Giri versus Wei. That's a battle between 2 candidates right there. And then Pragnananda versus Vidit, an all-Indian clash.
Prag versus Vidit, I have no clue. I think both of them are exceptional players, but it just depends on whose day it is at the end of the day. For me,
Gotta give me a name, Sahaj. Not letting you get away with this one.
Oh, don't make me do this. It's so difficult to choose. Okay, I'll choose Prag. Fine.
Yeah, I actually think that Vidit has been struggling in this event, and Prag is definitely going to try to take advantage on this board for the Alpine Sg Pipers. But between the board of Anish Giri and Wei, who has been ice cold when it comes to time crunch situations, it's very hard for me to imagine Anish beating Wei. I'm going with Triveni Continental Kings on that board.
Oof. That's very exciting because we've been talking about how Wei and Alireza Firouzja are, you know, the Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli partnership here at the Global Chess League. So I see the Triveni Continental flags there for the Kings waving quite high in that one. And now let's talk about the big battle. Let's go on to our icon board. It is going to be Alireza, ferocious Firouzja against the fabulous Fabiano Caruana. And what immense pressure on these two world-class players. The flags are already up in my studio. There's a bit of a battle going on right here between Sahaj and Harshit. Explain yourself.
I mean, let's look at the scorecard of Firouzja. Do I need to explain myself? I mean, he's just beating everyone left and right. He finished the first half of the tournament with a whooping 5 out of 5.
You know, enough said with that. I mean, 25 points is what you're making a case for. He is, I have to say, the player of the tournament, let alone the player of the match, let alone the player of the day. He's just been an icon slayer. So I can see why your head is where it is, that Firouzja gets this done. But what do you have to say? And right there, we talk about Firouzja. He's on our screen. You are way with it there. Zhu Jin, Alexandra Kostyniuk right there. And then their prodigy board with Morizi. And of course, Van Valley as always, proudly with a smile, holding the flag that we've seen reign high in 2 seasons of the Global Chess League. Will it once again wave in season 3? But explain to me, Fabiano against Firouzja, where do you see Fabi's best chance?
Fabi is so principled as a player. He waits for opportunities from his opponent to take risks. And when Firouzja is going to take risks, I think that the objectivity with which Fabi plays is going to give him an advantage to take advantage of the risky chess that Firouzja will play today.
Firouzja, let's go.
Let's go, Fabi.
Love it, love it. The battle that we set ourselves up for. We wanted to be closely contested. Let's bring on our format because this is completely different from what we've been seeing in the round robin stage. It's the fight for championship. It all comes down to this. And the teams will have a best of 2 battle. They start with something that we've become accustomed to, 20 minutes. You only get that increment of 2 seconds after you've made your 40th move. If there is a 1-1 tie, we go into a 3+2 blitz. If that's still tie, there will be a random call out of a 1v1 until we have a winner. What are the chances of this going into a tiebreaker, this matchup?
I think pretty high. Pretty high that it can be a type. I mean, I wasn't going into this day, I wasn't thinking that, but I have now changed my mind. Because
I actually think that it's going to be decided in 2 games. Alpine Sg Pipers win it in the 2 matches that we are going to see being played.
Harshit woke up and chose violence today is the feeling that I get. He's going all out. He says no tiebreakers will be given to the Kings there. So Harshit, you are backing the Alpine Sg Pipers to take it all in the first format itself.
I am, and there is a very strong reason for it.
That's not mine. This one is mine. This one is mine.
We have another commentator here with us, Sagar, waving the flag as well there. It's going to be so much fun to watch this. And of course, we'll be on the call, breaking it all down for you move by move. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. And, you know, we saw the players walk in there. They're going to be going into the arena. And there we see the Alpine Sg Pipers. You can call them the challengers. And there's one player who knows what it's like to be a challenger. Fabiano Caruana, can he lead from the front right there? These 3 candidates, the strongest, second strongest female player in the history of the game, who you found. Nino Batseshvili, 25 board points. And Mendonça, who's also been a big prodigy in this team. Will they topple down the Kings? Will we have a new winner in Season 3 of the Global Chess League? Or will the Kings continue to be the monarchs of this league? We find out on the other side of this break.
Let us welcome the first team in this grand final. The torchbearers, the ones proven under pressure, the defending champions, Triveni Continental Kings.
Spotlights burning through the night.
Give it up for Alireza Firoja. World Cup runner-up Wei Yi. Vidit Gujarati. Women's world number 2 Zujina. Former women's world champion Alexandra Kostenyuk. Former world junior champion Makandria Moridze. And their coach GM Luke Van Bailey. Against all odds, this team has made it to the finals for the first time in the league. Give it up for Alpine Sg Pipers.
Come together for a chance. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess.
The team with 3 candidates on the first 3 boards: Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Pragnananda, 4 times women's world chess champion Hu Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, Leon Mendonça, and their coach GM Praveen Tipse. All the best to both the teams for this big final. You may now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, League Commissioner, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And we have the big finals about to begin as the League Commissioner Gaurav Rakshit, the man who has played a big role in this tournament, is going to make his first move. He brings his knight out to f3. This is going to be an epic, epic clash. And I'm so glad that to call out all the action, I have 2 amazing people next to me. I have Grandmaster Sahaj Grover here, and I am Tanya Sachdev.
You are Tanya Sachdev?
Nahi bhai, you are Tanya Sachdev. I am Sagar Shah.
Maza aane wala hai. What a matchup this is going to be. The last 10 days have led to this point. Triveni Continental Kings, the 2 times league champions, looking for their three-peat, looking for their 3rd title, the hat-trick. Fabiano Caruana's Alpine Sg Pipers will have something to say about that. And I have to say, Sagar, on paper, it is a neck-to-neck battle on every single board. On this one, you've got a world number 1 and the world number 2 facing each other.
Big one. This is a huge clash here between the teams. And there you see handshake between Kostenyuk and Nino Batsiashvili. And we have this beautiful shot as we zone in here into the playing hall. Sahaj bhai, are you feeling excited?
Very, very excited. We have liftoff already. Bogo Indian has been played on the board by How You Fun. A slight surprise, maybe?
Let's have the board on our screen as Bishop b4 by Ho Yifan. And look at this move. Okay, Bishop b4, cb4, a small pawn structure change.
Usually we are taught to capture towards the center, but this line by Yufan, it's quite a dynamic one, Sagar and Sahaj, where you take it with the pawn towards the side, but you get quick development, and you're also looking at the A pawn advancing forward to try to defend it at the right time. For white in this position, A3 breaks are what you need to watch out for, Sahaj.
Exactly. If you play A3, then I think I can either capture it or I can, maybe capture it and find a way to occupy the B4 square with my knight. So maybe Queen E7 or Knight C6, something like that. But yeah, she goes short castle.
And by the way, guys, we spoke about them as being China #1 and China #2 and world number 1 and world number 2. Bhai, kya hi, what an encounter we have on our hands here.
And right now, the world number 2, Zhu Jin, she decides to first move the queen up. She wants to get the knight to d2 so that she's able to control more of the center. Wants to get that e-pawn rolling up the board as well. And it's go time on our men's superstar board. Wei taking on Anish Giri and Vidit Gujarati against Pragnananda.
This one is going to be a treat for the fans here because Vidit being the crowd favorite, he's from Mumbai, he has a lot of fans here. Prag being the heartthrob of Indian chess, you know, everyone loves him. And here we have Bishop B4 played, the Nimzo Indian is on the board.
Yeah, and he goes queen to c2. Pretty typical stuff in the opening. Black can now respond with d5, short castle, c5. So many different options here.
Right, queen c2 is some kind of an old weapon that Vidit used to play when he was a young kid. Sometimes, you know, you just want to fall back upon something that made you feel good when you were very little.
Absolutely. I think it's something you want to be familiar with, especially in this time format, you know, where there's no increment. You want to know all the plans that are possible. You want to feel very comfortable with the ideas that follow up. Queen c2 is one of the most played openings by white as a response to the black bishop b4, the Nimzo Indian.
Absolutely. And Sagar bhai, I think you have a great point there because when you have to play fast and you don't have a lot of increment, it is important to rely on your intuition and you play what you're comfortable with. I think that's what Vidit is doing today.
Right, he's doing that. Let's quickly check up on Wei versus Anish. We don't have much time though for that because the Prodigy board has just begun with e4 and we are off to the Icon board with Alireza Firuza starting with pawn to e4 against Fabi. What a huge clash this is. All eyes on Alireza Firuza as he plays pawn to d3.
Wow. Maybe Fabi had prepared that Hikaru stuff after knight e5 and knight e4, but Firuza has other plans.
And I love how Fabi immediately pounces on the opportunity to strike in the center. You know, your opponent is playing this offbeat stuff, d3, g3, feels cagey. You start getting your pieces super active. It almost looked like Fabi was completely unfazed with this early surprise.
That's all, I think, psychological games going on that Fabi is like, you know, Alireza, I actually predicted that you will do this.
You know, even Gukesh was playing this today in the earlier match, a similar type of opening.
And right now, Fabi makes sure that Alireza isn't able to advance with b4 ideas. He's trying to clamp down with a5, a4. Eventually, he'll get his light squared bishop out, put the queen, maybe bishop e6, queen d7, get the rooks towards the center of the board. I actually find Black's position very healthy right now.
Yeah, very much so. But this can turn around quite quickly when you play rook e1, knight d2, knight c4, or maybe even the knight on e4. And suddenly you have the knight can go to g5. I mean, there's so many ideas.
C4?
Wait, what?
C4 played by Alireza.
This was not on my cards.
Man, what about the d4 square?
Sagar, it almost feels like for Alireza, he is on such a form that he feels like he can play anything and beat anyone right now.
But you can't do that against Fabi.
You can't, but you know, it's Alireza, so maybe speaking too soon here. I mean, that's plays a3, g3, c4, leaves behind the squares. That's his next level confidence by him.
Yeah, he plays his knight out to c3 and the d3 and d4 squares are weak, but Alireza is like, Fabi, can you take advantage of it? Now bishop g5 is stopped.
Maybe white can go bishop e3 instead to cover the d4 square and also to develop the bishop as well. To be honest, I like Firuza's position here.
But guys, isn't knight g4 possible? Hitting the bishop, when the bishop moves, f5 comes in. Could that be something?
I think it creates more imbalances in the game. I'm not sure who it favors though.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm liking Fabi's position here. It just feels like, you know, your pieces are in the center, the d4 square, the d3 weak pawn, that a5, making sure there's no b4 in the position. If I had to pick a color, I'm taking black.
I agree with you, Tanya, but the problem I feel in black's position is that it feels comfortable now, but I'm not sure what is the follow-up for you. You can bring the bishop out, you can bring the queen out, but I have so many tips and tricks. Like if you play bishop f5, there's always knight h4. I will like for me to kick you. And just moves like that. And I don't know, I seem to, at any moment I can play d4 as well, which also feels quite dangerous for white.
And guys, we have a very, very special guest joining us.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Let's go full screen on our players right now as we get our special guest in, Sagar. Let's zoom into our icon board.
Right. It's actually a big moment for us as someone special is joining us in the studio. Any guess on who he would be? And there we see the moves coming in. Bishop E3 played here, and it's time to reveal the big surprise of who we have here. We have the world champion Gukesh here. Gukesh, first of all, congratulations for the third place victory for PBG Alaskan Knights. What a dream story after the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, after the first 4 rounds, it was obviously like a horrible start, but then we managed to get some momentum and things went well.
Yeah, things went really well. I want to talk a lot about the match, but we have the finals going on here. And the icon board, Alireza Firuza and Fabiano Caruana. What's happening here?
I mean, I guess this is the line that I played in the World Championship,
Yes,
right?
you did.
Oh, no, it started with this though.
Ah, it started like this, yeah. Yeah, I mean
It's
the same.
similar, no?
Ah, the line that I played in this
Today
match.
against Vishy.
But had you prepared this against Vishy as well? This
Sorry?
exact. Had you prepared this?
Not exactly this, but I just played this G3 line, which was interesting, yeah. Okay, Black seems to be doing really well, right?
Yeah, Black is doing quite well here with Knight hitting here on C4. But what do you feel is Firuza's mindset going into such an opening, pushing his pawn to C4, then weakening the squares? Is he like that opening doesn't matter or what?
I don't think it's like that. It's probably more like something he mixed up, I guess. Because I don't think with white he would want a worse position.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But your thoughts on this match, Gukesh? We're going to put you in a
I mean, if I
spot.
go B3, is it that bad?
A4 will come, right? Or not?
B3 probably knight E G4 and then bishop E5. Right?
Ah, knight E G4.
Yeah, I have to go bishop F4. Yeah.
And that's not good news.
Can we switch off the lines or?
Oh, we can switch off the lights.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I can keep the bar on here so that the lines can go away. And before we get into other games, Gukesh, you have 2 flags in front of you. Which one do you think will triumph at the end of today? And why?
I mean, I don't want to pick any sides. Yeah, I was getting bored after the match. So I wanted to follow the finals. That's why I'm here.
Gukesh is like, okay, don't put me on the spot. I just came here to follow the finals. But just like, do you think Triveni is the one that is in form, has played really well, and Alpine today just making it to the finals and everything being fresh? Does that give an edge to Alpine? Psychologically.
Yeah, but it's also a team event, you know. Each individual has their own psychological state. I don't know much about what's going on in that team, so it's hard to comment. But both are strong teams. Obviously, 3 candidates in Alpine. Although they have not been playing well, it's like they're still like great players. Right? So hard to pick a side. So far, obviously, Triveni has been like unstoppable, but it's not like they've not had any weak moments also.
Okay, Sahaj bhai, Gukesh.
I was kind of expecting Gukesh to say, you know, it's hard to pick, and then for him to pick a flag at the end. Just like completely. But yeah.
Well, by the way, we have some big moves happening on the board of Kostenyuk and Nino Batsiashvili here. This is board number 5, and already
Why
it
is this
shows
that bad for
an edge for black. And Gukesh, you made us take away the lines, so now we do not know why it is bad, but
Yeah,
we'll
probably black is just getting d5.
Ooh.
Right?
D5 takes and maybe then get rook D8, yeah, at some point.
Why not CD?
CD. And then...
Yeah, maybe d5, knight d5, long castle. It's not that bad. Maybe I shouldn't rush with d5. It's actually nice, like, knowing the evaluation, but not...
Have you ever trained like this before?
Yeah, like, generally some positions we know the evaluation and then we don't know the lines, right? We figure that out. It's like... It's a nice experience.
So should I go short castle or long castle here?
Yeah, although the pawn on h5 looks a bit weird, yeah. If you go short castle.
So long castle is better?
Long castle. Also, if I long castle, I go short castle. Don't really have an attack on my king, and I have ideas like d5, b5 all the time, yeah. So I don't know. Like, how did h4 come?
And by the way, guys, Gukesh, very curious to know how this arrived. H4 played here.
I think Alexandra just chose a very wrong plan, yeah.
She chose a wrong plan, and right now it is actually a good moment for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Yeah, black seems to be doing quite well, at least in these two boards. Can we see the others?
Let's go quickly to the other board. We go to the board between the world number 1 and world number 2, Zuzhinar and Ho Yifan. What do you think here, Gukesh?
It's this BOGO structures, yeah. Always slightly better for white, but also too solid for black. So hard to say exactly, but maybe it was a good choice by Ifan because obviously she's much more experienced. And yeah, these structures experience matters a lot. Yeah.
Is something like h4, g4, g5 an idea here?
Yeah.
Go on. H4, G4. Yeah, it's possible or not?
Yeah.
And by the way, guys, in the crowd, we have a very special guest who's watching this. We have the tennis legend Mahesh Bhupati here, who's following the action. Wonderful to see him, following chess here. H4 is something that Sahaj Bhai mentioned. H4, G4, G5 could be possible.
Yeah, it's a nice idea actually. When I think about it, probably h4. Once you get g4, maybe I have to strike with e5 or something. But also, it's always tricky to get e5.
No, it's easier to come up with these ideas when it's not your game, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Sahaj Bhai, it's a great concept here. Maybe if Zuzhinar does it, that would make the game so vibrant. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana is almost having, would you say, a decisive advantage? He's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, yeah.
He's a pawn up. He's won the pawn on c4.
How did that happen?
So, what happened was, we go a few moves back. We saw till knight here. We saw that this pawn is hanging.
Acted, yeah.
And Alireza is like, take it, Fabi. Fabi takes it. And we reach here and he's pawn down.
Yeah, I don't know what he has in mind. If I go b3, bishop g4 maybe, yeah. No, bishop g4, f3. Yeah.
f3 and knight d. Oh no, knight e3.
Knight e3, bishop e3, yeah. b3.
Just moves the knight back, I guess.
Can I take on a3 or bishop f6? Okay, yeah, it seems so bad, yeah. Queen f6, knight e4. Queen e7. Yeah, knight d6, rook d8. Maybe he can just take on a3.
Wow, he can actually
So
snatch
fast.
a pawn. Man, guys, you know what? We switched off engine, but we have Gookie here. The Gookie fish who is analyzing super quick all the lines here.
Oh, also, I think he can go knight b. No, knight b2, queen d2, rook d8. What is happening?
And this is also a possible way to play. The knight can jump here, can take the pawn, can go here.
No, just like how the engine would tell us the first best move and the second just like
line.
that, Gukesh is knight a3 is the best, knight b2 second best, and yeah.
Oh, he
what
plays
is this?
BG4.
F3?
Wow, a huge mistake here by Fabiano Caruana.
F3, knight b2, queen d2, bishop f5 he wants.
So he wants here.
F3, knight b2, queen d2, bishop f5.
And he wants to go back.
I can't go queen d2.
But instead of queen d2, there's an incredible move it seems
Oh my
here.
god, knight e4. Wow. Knight e4.
What?
That is beautiful.
Oh,
Rook e4,
and
bishop b2.
And it attacks here.
Fabi missed knight e4.
He's missed this move.
Oh.
Because now, man, this is getting too tough for even me to understand here. Kya ho raha hai? Because if I take the queen.
Yeah, then you take.
And this is hanging. And if knight e4 here, he takes here.
Did he play queen d2?
No, he hasn't played
yeah?
BG4. He's still thinking. He played f3.
Yeah.
And knight
yes,
b2.
this is
Oh,
happening.
it's on the board.
Oh, knight e4 is...
Alireza Firouzja has turned it around. And it's so amazing, guys. Sahaj bhai, we generally look at the mistakes and all. I mean, you are a grandmaster. You also look a bit deeper. But here, Gukesh was like, why did he want that move? And he just went through the lines and he saw what was missed.
Absolutely. But Gukesh, is this losing or does he have any chance to save himself?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I
Knight
like
e4.
this knight e4, knight e4, perhaps.
Oh, he found it.
Plays it.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Razor shot.
Wow, Alireza Firouzja in top shape here. You can't blunder against him in Mumbai.
Yeah, I think Fabi had no reason to play bishop g4 so fast, right? He had like much more time, I think. I think knight a3 was close to win. Maybe that's wrong, but like...
Exactly. This was close to a winning advantage for Fabi, and in one move, he's turned it around, and now Fabi is almost lost here. Firouzja has a very good position.
If I go rook e4, bishop b2, queen c5, king h1,
Bishop h5.
bishop h5.
Pinning here.
Yeah, but then no. I should go g4, I think, right?
And what are we sacking here?
Like knight g4.
Something we are sacking for
I have
sure.
to
Yeah?
check.
Yeah.
Take this.
fg4, bishop g4.
And this should be very good.
Yeah, but it's still...
He still can fight. He still
Although
can
it
fight.
Can maybe jump to e2, I guess. But
Yeah, but queen c... I don't know. Do I want to trade
queen
queens?
c1
I'm not
looks a
sure.
bit annoying.
But queen c1, take, rook e2, or do you think that...
Takes and rook e2.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's very simple.
Where?
He's saying
Like
queen c1, queen takes c1, rook takes
rook
c1.
c1, rook e2.
Okay, like bishop somewhere and
I
white
think
has...
Gukesh, after your match with Vishy Anand, where you were piece up sometimes and things went wrong, this looks quite a complex position there. How was it to play against the legend himself? 4 games back-to-back, 2 rapid, 2 blitz.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tricky to play against him is what I realized for me. It's like... I mean, it's like you're playing against God, yeah.
Wow.
And like I've always seen him in that sense. So playing against him, I have to like bring up this like killer instinct, which is kind of tough to bring against him. It's yeah, I just have too much respect for him, I think.
Did it make a difference? Like, were you like trying to say, okay, I need to beat him, but then you were not able to, or was
Yeah, and he was also playing like he was being quite sharp. Obviously, I had like at least 3 winning positions, I think, and then he was just playing very fast. I kind of hesitated here and there, and then in Blitz, you know how like it goes like that. Yeah, but okay. Luckily, at least the final game I didn't lose.
Yeah, that was your only win against him here.
Yeah,
which is which just
and
shows
it's actually so great to see, you know, Vishy sir playing like that.
It's amazing to see him in action, and it's so beautiful that he's still so strong. But this match right now, if Alireza is better on board 1, on board 2, we go to Wei Yi versus Anish Giri. Your thoughts on this position?
QGA probably, yeah?
Yeah, it was from a Petrov here
Petrov.
that we reached this position. And queen came to c4. Is this equal as the engine says, or you feel that some side is pressing here?
I guess equal, but if in a rapid game I have to pick one side, it would be probably black. I mean, it's just a bit more activity.
With knight d4, rook on open file.
Not sure if I want to go knight d4, but I would try to trade the light square bishop. Yeah.
Well, just as you said, rook c1 was played, not the best move. The engine is giving a small edge now to Anish.
It's like very hard to convert this edge, I think, because there's always tricks, yeah, because the king is not weak, but still, yeah, like there are some lines open in front of the king, and I'm not sure if I should trade the light square bishop, because f7 will become weak, yeah. If I go bishop e3, how does he defend?
Goes bishop g5.
G5.
Bishop to g5. He's trading the bishops here, but Anish's position slowly starting to get better. As things go on, we have a big clash here. 2 people with whom you have had immense number of encounters, I'm pretty sure. Vidit and Prag, and the engine shows an advantage to Vidit.
I would say it's a pleasant position, but it's like showing +1, yeah, which is a bit surprising.
Maybe the knight jumps to b5
Yeah,
and c7
true.
is weak.
True. Yeah, maybe I don't understand this position quite well. I would think it's always maybe closer to a draw, but okay, knight b5.
Gukesh, can you throw light on this last statement that you said? I don't understand this position so well. People often think that once someone is really a top player,
See,
they
I mean,
understand.
he also made one move and it's like 0.4.
Ah, so
it was something direct, I think. Maybe he could have gone c6. Yeah. And then maybe it's a permanent
That's just ridiculous. I'm
advantage,
sorry.
yeah.
That's just absolutely ridiculous. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So what made you say c6 in this position? If you could break it
I
down.
mean, I
for
was
me.
going to do knight b5.
Because, for example, like if black gets like c6, knight d5, connects the rooks, I mean, I don't think it's that bad, right? So, like, I mean, rook e1, I also saw the bad dipping, so I thought there was something. It must be something concrete, like knight b5 or c6. Knight b5, I don't really, like, let's say, for example, bishop e6, knight b5, bishop e6, it would not be. I wouldn't think it's
And
that
then the
great.
knight can maybe jump to d5.
Yeah, and then knight d5, also knight f4 threats are there. So
I also may, it's c6 is the correct idea to kind of push there.
Yeah.
And rook e1, and it seems like...
Maybe still c6. No?
Ooh, c6, giving up. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is the best move. Will with
I think black should have played c6, if I'm not wrong.
He is giving best moves from both sides. And guys, just to tell you, he can't see any engine lines here. He's just thinking on his own. Beautiful.
But c6, bishop g3. I mean, instead of bishop d7, bishop g3.
And this square is
It's a bit pleasant for white, I should say. Like, yeah, bishop d. No, bishop d.
Okay. We will not go too deep into the lines,
Oh,
guys.
Nino is winning. Nino is winning.
Nino Batsiashvili is totally winning here.
Okay. Yeah.
In her game
It
against...
does look winning. Yeah.
Wow. This is just totally better because there's pressure here. The two central pawns, the rook looking on the d file. Nino has been in incredible shape in this tournament, and she's continuing that form.
She won like all the games, no?
No, she scored like really high here. I mean, she lost, I think, 1 or 2 games, but she's been so good. And she's beating the chess queen, Alexandra
I guess e4. E4? Or maybe I can go f3.
Oh, meanwhile, there's a big
No, I can't go f3.
Leon Mendonça here is winning.
I'm just waiting to see how quickly.
93, right?
Yeah. I was just waiting to see how quickly he will get this one. Yeah.
No, 93, right? Actually, what is the point of bishop f3?
Well, it was a position.
It was a double
here.
attack, yeah.
He just attacked this, and Leon is winning. Actually, this looks like a very, very good position for the Alpine on board 6. Nino is getting better on board 5. So basically, they are pushing on board 5 and 6. He takes it.
But he could have just gone king d2, no? Like instead of bishop f3.
Yeah, he could have defended this pawn for sure.
It's not that bad, I think. But okay.
Right. And then rook d5.
This was his point.
He wants to attack here, but he missed that
Missed rook.
he can defend the rooks.
Because rook c5, bc5, bishop h5, rook h8 probably. I mean, I can also just go knight d4, f5 and should be winning. Yeah.
Insane.
So this should be winning, eh? So that makes it 2 games. That is
Yeah.
winning. Nino and Leon, both of them winning for the Alpine.
How is
SG
Alireza?
Pipers.
Sorry?
Alireza, how is he doing?
Alireza Firuza on board 1. Well, he is here. What? He's totally winning. Yeah, he's totally winning. So that happened when knight e4, almost the line went as we analyzed. He took, takes, queen d2.
Oh, that's a nice move.
was it the only move here to play Queen C1? What a move by Firouzja. And then everything here hung, and Firouzja is
Okay, he's going
winning.
to win this.
So while Firouzja is winning, he's going to get 1 point for the Triveni team. Wei is slightly worse. Vidit Gujarati is slightly better. Zhu Jinner and Hoifan is equal, and 2 winning boards for Nino and Leon for the Alpine Sg Pipers. Yeah, we can have the 6 boards to just have a look. It seems like the Alpine Sg Pipers are better at this moment in the match.
Oh, he played c6. Vidit played c6.
He played his pawn to c6 here. Vidit Gujarati, let's quickly head over to his board. So
Vidit is also doing very well on the time, right? Or what is the time? Ah, yeah, he's doing quite well.
And as we switch the boards, we saw here we have Tanya Sachdev back here. Tanya, looking good for the Alpine Sg Pipers and looking good in the commentary box with Gukesh being here.
Super happy to be back here. Huge shoes to fill right now as Sahaj takes a short, quick break. You know, looking at the action, I mean, Triveni Continental Kings with 9 match points they went through. And right now, Alpine Sg Pipers looking on all boards. I think this finals will be very different from the round-robin stages. Gukesh, I want to check in with you on one question. You know, we saw Alireza with a close to winning advantage right now in his game. On the icon board, what is it that he's been doing so well? Why is it working so well for him? What is it that he's doing better than the rest of the field?
I mean, he's just an extremely tricky player, yeah, in Rapid. So, like, he's just a very good player. So.
But all of you, I mean, you guys,
yeah.
every one of the icons here, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a good player who was in great form, I think.
Form.
But, like, he also had his weak moments, right? He lost 2 in a row.
Yes.
Right? In between.
Yes.
Yeah.
Back to back.
Yeah. So, I think like 20 plus 0, it just goes like that, no? Like you get your momentum. For example, even what happened with our team. We were doing very badly. Somehow it just seemed like, you know, it's just not working. Nothing is working. And then we had 1 win and then we just kept winning,
Turned it
right?
on completely.
Yeah. I think it's momentum and like, yeah.
So sometimes you have to walk on the Marine Drive. That's
Yes.
very important.
I hear that. Gukesh, do you want to tell us something about that?
Yeah, like after the 4th loss, we as a team we decided to just walk, go for a long walk together. We always had team meetings, but we. Oh, okay.
Vidit is seriously better.
That's a huge advantage.
What
Where
is
did
the-
it go wrong in this one? Sorry.
Well, it is, Tanya, he was better since the opening, but then after taking here, it seems like the last move of Prague makes Vidit's advantage huge.
But why was Queen C5 a mistake? Like,
When the queen went up here, maybe he could have traded.
Bishop C5? No, that shouldn't be very bad, yeah.
But it's much better than
So
what
one
he
square
played
for
in
the
the
rook
game.
here.
Oh, okay. Rook E8, yeah, rook E8, knight A7. I mean,
Take the A7 pawn
yeah, should be winning, no?
in this endgame.
That's exactly what Prague also thought, that he would lose this pawn and get into a worse position.
Maybe there is some clever idea here. Ah, maybe just bishop D.
Also, Nino winning on her board.
Yeah.
Completely winning. We've got the bars up there. And we see it's actually only on 2 boards that there's almost a decisive advantage. The Prodigy and the Woman Superstar board.
No, Alireza
And
is
Alireza
winning.
with a big advantage
So
as well.
it's 2-1 in the favor of Alpine SG
Vidit,
Pipers.
And Vidit as well with a
oh,
2-point.
Yeah, Vidit. Actually, guys, can you
Okay,
tell
let's
me
see
how
what is going on.
how critical is this? I mean, how possible is it for Vidit to convert this into a win? Is it +2 for you on first look, or you think no, it's not?
I mean, surely very, very good. But I think it's not as... It's always simpler for the computers. Yeah.
You know, a +2 advantage in a level material position, opposite color bishop, which if pieces come off have a drawing tendencies. Is it that knight on c6 which is just dominating
Yeah.
the board? Is that what gives with it the plus here?
Yeah, and also the a7 and c7 pawns are so weak. Yeah, like white has literally no weakness.
I mean, a check here, and we can even already think about, but why to hurry? Maybe we can even save our pawn.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Gukesh, how do you cash in on this big advantage here if
Yeah,
you're
that's
white?
what I'm trying to
Trying
see.
to work out.
Yeah, it's not very clear for me though. Maybe bishop d4, can I?
Wait, is there some bishop e3, bishop d4? Or maybe not.
Queen-
yeah. Queen b6 in the end.
Ooh, Tanya is also trying to completely...
No, queen b6,
B6,
queen g5. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, queen g5 h6.
G3. Queen g3.
But then, okay, queen c6 and g6, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe b4, but then after a6, maybe.
Yes, b4 is the best move here.
It is?
And
Or-
yes, and
okay.
white is better here. Let's see if Vidit can do it. He has 5 minutes
Head in
on
hands,
the clock.
completely locked in right now.
He's spending a lot of time, which I don't like actually.
You know, you have played in the same team as Vidit. You played him so many times as well. Gukesh, you know him really well as a player. Anything that's a bit of a give or a tell in his body language when you're sitting across him, how he's feeling about his position?
Oh, he goes
Like,
bd4.
how do you think he's assessing this right now? Does he feel how good this is for him?
I mean, body language, I generally don't assess a lot. With it though, usually has a, I mean, he's always serious, like no matter the position, I think.
Yeah.
It's hard to assess him by body language, but I'm pretty sure he knows.
How
He
big
knows it's good.
Yeah.
And the reason why he's spending so much time is because he's trying to find the best way forward. And for me, yeah, like, I would also probably do it in the game, but I also know it's a mistake, like to spend so much time. So. Yeah. And bishop d4.
He wants to take the
If I go knight d5, then rook a d1. Right?
The queen is running out of squares.
Yeah.
Go back to g5.
I quite like bishop d4, actually.
Beautiful move there by Vidit.
Queen g5, okay.
centralizing.
Yeah. Maybe he has to go knight d7. No, knight.
Oh, he played it.
Pragnananda went for it.
Yes, knight d7 on the board.
Where does my queen go now?
h5.
Yeah, that's a bit weird, yeah.
Yeah.
But it has a point, I think.
I want to go rook d1
No, queen
next
h-
as quickly as you can. But sorry, queen h5?
Queen h5, although it's weird, I
just want to
I
keep it
quite
close
like
to
the
the black
move.
king.
Makes sense, yeah. And then just rook a d1.
Rook d1 is the dream. He
Oh,
does
yeah.
slide over.
That's nice.
No, he hasn't. Oh, he played it.
He's played
Wow,
it.
wow.
Wow, that's a nice move.
Guys, you guys are
Gukesh is
killing it.
completely shocked.
No, but like now rook a d1, queen c2, yeah? And then queen g6.
It's not going to be easy to finish off Prague. So if we look at this
Sagar,
match,
Look at Alireza's board. He's on a
we go to
+4.
Alireza position. I think Alireza is going to convert this. He has no difficulties.
Zuzhiner is also doing well in the time, right?
Yeah, Zuzhiner. Let's go to board 4. Zuzhiner has 3 minutes 28.
Yeah,
Oifan 1 minute 45. And White's position looks preferable here.
How many moves to go?
They have 13 more moves to go until move 40.
When they'll get the 2-second bonus
Yeah,
time.
Oifan is, I mean, if she manages her time, I think. But also the position is quite unpleasant.
Because this is weak. This is weak. The knight can jump in.
Like rook b4 or rook b2 seems... No, b5 is a threat, sorry. No.
But Gukesh, in whose favor is the game going right now, in the match going? Is it going in the... Because Alireza is winning, Vidit is better, but on the last two boards, it's clear that Alpine Sg Pipers are taking over.
In fact,
I
the bigger
think-
advantage.
Oh, way more blundered
There's
or...
big blunder that's happened on the Wei board, on our second board.
Wei has played g3, rook c8, king g2, knight c6. It was slightly...
rook df7, he blundered. Oh, okay.
Oh, and Anish is better because f2 is hanging, right?
Yeah.
And if you just move your queen, connecting a knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
So if the queen goes back, the knight jumps in and attacks the bishop and the
Okay,
queen.
that's...
And we have a result.
The first
Nino
result of the match.
wins her game against Kostenyuk. That's 1 point for the Alpine SG Pipers. I was going to say 4 points, but no, guys, that's not the scoring today.
Oh, right, yeah.
But Nino just unstoppable in the tournament. She's been so strong for the Pipers. Here, it's incredible what she's done. She and both Hu Yufan. In fact, I think these two women boards are the reason that the Pipers are in the finals right now. I have to say the women boards.
Yeah, they are playing so well. And Marc-Andrea Morizzi is right now utterly lost against Leon Mendonça. These pawns are too strong. So this is over. And we go to the game between Anish Giri and Wei.
I mean, obviously Anish is better, but I don't know.
Oh, he takes it.
Oh, he's
how
going
easy
to
it
go
is.
2 rooks versus a queen. That did not happen.
So this position, how did Anish decide to actually take this and how to assess this position?
Should be for sure better for black because black is a pawn up and also the king is exposed. White's king is exposed. He can create a passed pawn, but I wouldn't say it's easy. Also, the e5 pawn is weak. Maybe queen e4 he can,
Instantly happens. Gukesh spots it 0.01 second before it appears on the board. So just centralizing the queen. And are you going to pick up the second pawn? Will that
now
allow?
you can't take because check and h6.
Do a6.
Yeah,
A5.
a6 or a5. I think he could have gone h. Yeah, maybe it doesn't make a difference.
He went h4
Yeah,
here.
king a7.
Still not the time to pick up the pawn. You basically just say, I can take it whenever I want. I want to improve my position maximum before capturing it.
Sure.
Well, Anish actually has a similar advantage to what Vidit has against Prag. So it's like these two friends on opposing teams are pressing right now. King h2.
Wow, Anish is playing with a lot of speed. He doesn't even blink before he goes g5.
I actually like what Anish is doing. Because with the pawn on g5, there's nothing to worry about, right? All the pawns are covered by the queen. And then you can just start maybe like pushing your pawns.
You can also try and bring your king in,
Yeah,
He takes a
something
big
like that,
decision. Wei pushes the h pawn, so he's not trading pawns.
But he will lose this pawn.
Yeah, his point is you either take the e5 pawn or h5 pawn. Yeah.
One of the
And
two.
if you're Wei, where do you want your rooks right now?
Anywhere where I can capture pawns.
It's not going to be easy, no?
Yeah.
And
I like queen g4 also. Anish is playing really well.
He sidesteps.
Well,
Sagar, let's go to our icon board. Alireza versus Fabi. It is still
Okay, I mean,
huge
this-
advantage,
He'll just slowly convert. Yeah.
Yes.
slowly convert.
Yeah.
Should we go to Vidit Prag because it
Yeah,
has
I think this
become
is a
equal.
critical. Okay.
Because now, if you look at it, the Alpine are winning on board 2. They've already won on board 5. They're winning on board 6. And now if Prag starts to press, then it's big trouble for the...
With it went rook e3.
Yeah, he takes. And
A6.
now A7 is hanging.
Yeah, rook e3 was really not a good, nice move.
But 5 pawns each. This should end in a draw, no?
Yeah.
With opposite color
But
bishops.
how did this happen? I mean, he had such a good position.
Yeah, he didn't play it well here. He went here, queen f4, he went g3, a question mark. Knight came in and this taking here was perhaps a mistake.
Because knight e7 you couldn't
But why
take on
didn't he
f5.
go rooks? Because rook e1 was coming.
And so here we are, right now.
Okay.
This is equal.
Opposite color bishop, and
Yeah, I mean, this is...
you still have a better pawn structure, but that's f5 weak. Looks like probably draw on this board,
Actually, you don't even have a better pawn structure, no? Because
No, because of the double f.
Yeah.
No more.
To be honest, black has a better pawn structure.
Sixth board, Leon Mendonça scores a clutch victory over Marc-Andrea Morizzi, and he says, yeah, I was black.
It's 2-0 right now for the Alpine SG.
I think,
Pipers.
yeah, Alpine is winning, yeah.
You
Alpine
think
is
they take
winning.
this match,
Look
right?
at Anish.
Yeah,
Anish is also winning.
I mean...
Only person who can get a point for Triveni is Alireza right now. Rest, no one is winning. I mean,
Yeah.
Zujiner maybe?
Oh, okay.
Not
really,
really,
yeah.
But this is not something Triveni Continental Kings are used to at all.
No way.
You know, they stormed through to the finals and they're staring at a 2-0 deficit right now.
I think they will have a kind of a team meeting after this match and they'll be like, boys, let's get cracking.
Okay, question, Gukesh. You know, if
One
Triveni
is
was
done.
to go down, And there we have Alireza. He gets another win on the icon board.
What?
But you can't
Oh,
just rely on that as
Zuzhina
you
Did he
won a
flag?
one.
Did he flag?
Can we go to board 4?
Did she flag?
She did. And
No. Okay.
no, it's still on. Let's go full screen on the players to see what happened here.
But why did this board here give it 1-0?
This is
No
going to end in
idea.
a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Something went completely wrong with the system.
Okay,
Oh,
this one is going
it's
to end in a
reset.
draw.
It's reset now.
All right, let's get back here. No chances for either sides in this endgame, no? But H pawn, something for white to play for.
H6.
Is this
Oh,
getting
wait.
tricky?
D4, I guess, yeah? Yeah.
E4, do you go king G4, king H5?
King G4, knight E2, right?
King G4, knight, he comes back. He wants to put it on G5 and defend H7. He gives
Yeah,
a
okay.
check.
Yeah,
Maybe
sure.
more safe. And just like that, we're going to see a repetition here.
Yeah.
And this means that a draw. And it's no, can we change the result on the bars at the top and refresh it? And so that means right now, victory on board 6 for Alpine. We go to board 2. This is huge victory incoming for the Alpine.
Anish is winning.
You think Anish will win this, or any chances for Wei to hold this?
Probably not.
And Anish has got 16 seconds, Wei down to 10 seconds. We've seen crazy things happen
Yeah,
when you have no time.
sure.
Prag and with it drew.
But Anish can even just take a draw, no, right now?
It's 2.5, 1.5. If Anish takes a draw, it's still not over because there's one more board remaining.
Which
With it, Prague,
No,
With it,
I think
Prag
they drew, right?
They drew.
it's over already.
Yeah, maybe we can take
Yeah,
out
there
those
we have
bars
it.
at the top. They are not accurate. And here we can see it's actually right now
C4
7,
at some
6.
point.
He has to make a move. Oh,
only
Wei.
way that Triveni can come back is if Wei wins this. I don't
C4.
think he can ever win this, right?
Yeah, yeah. Unless Anish flags. Yeah.
It's all those pawns. He's going for that A3
C3,
pawn.
right? No, C3. Okay.
Defends it with the king.
C3.
H3.
Oh, you can't push.
No, not
Pin.
H3.
Illegal move.
No, when the king was on A5.
No, I made an illegal.
Okay.
But the thing is, Anish can also draw this game and the team wins. Do you think he's going to push for more here, or you think
Tanya.
he just pulls the brake and says...
It's +5.
Yeah, it's a matter of ego, yeah.
What would you do in this situation, Gukesh?
I would
You fight
push
on.
I mean, it's too simple to take a draw.
I mean, you're always fighting on in equal repeating positions also all the time.
Well, something like, you shouldn't lose the queen in some skewer or something.
Oh,
That's
look at,
the-
and I have never seen this much stress on Van Valley this whole tournament, This will put them on the back foot, the Triveni Continental Kings. And just like that, Anish is going to be the one who'll get it done for Alpine Sg Pipers. Needs only a draw, but he's playing for the win.
It seems like Anish...
All the pawns gone.
Anish is beating Wei in their all encounters. Yeah, that amazing opening prep was also against
Yes.
Wei. Now this game against Wei. Some players have it easy against some, it seems. Like maybe against Fabi, you many times have a very plus score.
I think it's mostly psychological, no? Like, if you lose a lot against one player, it's hard to play against him.
Right.
Now, will he just start pushing the pawns? Is it time to get the center pawn up the board?
Queen E3, right?
By the way, guys, on the top of your screen, you see a wrong result there of Zhu Jinner and Ho Yifan. It was a draw. So that's why the score is 3-2. It's right in the center.
He made that last move with 2 seconds on the clock, Anish did.
Oh, Anish?
Yeah,
Oh.
he's playing on seconds.
Anish has 2 seconds. He shouldn't lose on time. Then it would be a draw.
Look
of
at
the
this,
match.
the king is coming in, Sagar. He wants to get C2, gives a check. And is it time to go C2?
He does it.
Queen G4.
Beautiful.
Just take it. He does it. He does it. And Anish Giri strikes for the Alpine Sg Pipers as they take 4-2 victory.
They do. And I want to remind everyone, this was the story of PBG Alaskan Knights as well in their match, going down to the Ganges Grandmasters in their first game 4-2.
Although we had black.
You did have the black pieces, but Gukesh, I want to check in at that moment as we see here the Alpine Sg Pipers, they're celebrating. How did you reset? What are you telling Triveni Continental Kings to do what you did to make a comeback? What would you say to them?
Good question.
We didn't do much. We were just trying to focus on the next game. Like, I was pretty pissed after the first game. but I mean, it was a pretty.
So the result of that first match to determine first place has gone the way of Alpine Sg Pipers. And for them to then come first, they must get a win or a draw in the next match, which will start in 15 minutes. So it's 1-0 at the minute to Alpine Sg Pipers.
That means it's 15 minutes for the team to reset. Gukesh, you were telling us about your own experience after that first game, the first match against the Ganges Grandmasters.
Yeah, I just tried to reset. I knew we had to win, so we were just trying to fight on all the boats, and I'm pretty sure Triveni knows what to do. Yeah, I don't know what advice to give.
They'll have to do just that, you know, focus on their own game. One of the things that we noticed from our commentary at that moment was that, you know, you went into your zone. You had your eyes closed. You were sort of blocking out the noise. Vishy also was on his own at that moment, probably thinking about the openings. What was going on in your mind just before the start of that must-win match?
I mean, I was trying to recover from the previous game, and at that point, at that point, I think. Sorry, I lost my.
Yes,
thought.
you have to maybe just use this and talk, because otherwise, just use the mic. Otherwise, you can hear it. No. Just remove this. Yeah.
This is easy. Just this one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what was I saying?
That you were just trying to recover from what?
Yeah, I was trying to recover, and then I was trying to go through what I'm going to play in the next game. And my team was doing well. Arjun was doing quite well, so I was pretty confident about the team. I was just wanted to do my part. So everybody just prefers to, with 10 minutes to go, you just prefer to be in your own zone.
Yeah.
And well, with this, I think it has been an incredible first match that we have had here, Tanya, Gukesh, with the Alpine Sg Pipers winning. The Triveni Continental Kings must make a comeback. Gukesh, a big thank you for joining us here.
Thank you.
The score is 4-2 here as we go into our first break, and we'll be back very soon.
welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. It is an absolute star-studded affair here at the finals of Season 3 happening in Mumbai. We have with us Mr. Mahesh Bhupati, who is the CEO of SG Sports. Your team has made it to the finals. They're just playing it. Do you feel the pressure?
I don't, but I'm enjoying watching them play. You know, obviously had a good first session, up 4-2, but fingers crossed we get 2.5 points more.
Have you followed their journey? They've had quite a roller coaster of a ride and they've taken us along with all of it.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant comeback. We didn't have a great start to the event, but what counts is we're in the finals, so hoping for the best.
You know, you're watching the finals right from the stadium, from the auditorium inside. How's the experience, you know, with the commentary going on in your ears? You can watch the players live, you can see the broadcast happening.
Yeah, thank God for the commentary because, you know, I'm not good enough at chess to follow the boards at the same time, but Gukesh has been fun watching in the commentary box, so I'm enjoying it.
So what are your expectations of today? Are you all going to win it in the next round itself? Because the first game that we had for number 3, it went to the Blitz round. What are your predictions for this one?
Well, I think momentum's with us. Last couple of days we won. We're up 4-2 after the first session, so I think 3 points more and we can seal the deal.
Last question, your favorite pick of this season?
A favorite pick? I mean, I'm not going to play favorites here. I mean, it's a team event, so I think everyone contributes and we just want the title.
Well, as of now, Alpine Sg Pipers are on the top. Let's hope this momentum continues your way. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
That is it. Back to the studio because we have a cracker of a finals waiting your way.
Couldn't agree more with you, Arohi there. And the legend himself, you know, he knows a thing or two what it takes to be champions. He's backing his team, CEO of Alpine Sg Pipers, who take down the Triveni Continental Kings 4-2 in their first matchup. And Gukesh, we had Mahesh there give you a shout out saying that, you know, you did a fabulous job of breaking that down.
Thank you. I'm a huge fan of tennis, so it's nice to see him.
Oh, yes, he loves Novak Djokovic. Oh, that's amazing.
And we'll break down everything that's coming up and make Gukesh talk a bit more about the psychology of the second match as well. But before that, we've got a sponsor message for you.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
Gukesh, you mentioned you like to play some tennis yourself. Do you see any similarities between chess and tennis? Have you experienced that?
Yeah, I mean, as an individual game, it's about like out-tricking your opponent, outsmarting your opponent. I guess it's the same, right? You predict what your opponent is going to do. You place yourself in the right position to deal with what your opponent is planning. And yeah, it's kind of similar in that.
So what are you predicting? What are the Triveni Continental Kings planning right now? It's a must-win game for them, this next one.
Yeah, it's... I mean, in like a 20-minute game, white and black does not matter a lot. Especially there are so many boards with, you know, like things always happen. So I wouldn't say that Alpine is in a very dominating position or something like that. It's just another match, and yeah, like sometimes I like to think of it this way. A must-win game is the same as any other game because I wouldn't want to lose even if it's not a must-win game. Yeah.
And is that something that helps you to take the pressure off, just taking it as any other game then?
Yeah. Sometimes must-win we try to be too aggressive, overstretch a bit. And what you need to do is just play your best, like best move in the given positions.
And for the Triveni Continental Kings, they've got to reset as quickly as possible. And that's something the PBG Alaskan Knights did, you know, after losing those 4 matches. And Gukesh, this was one of the big moments, I think, when it started happening and working for the Alaskan Knights. We saw you there getting that win, looking at the crowd with a fist bump. What did this mean for you, this experience of also playing in front of the fans and getting this big moment?
Yeah, that was a very special moment. I mean, we had 4 losses. And this was also a very close match, and like it was against Alpine, right? Yeah, it was against Alpine. So
you won against Fabi.
Yeah, beating Fabi and winning the match at the right moment. Yeah, it felt very special. Yeah.
That was something to watch. And right now, Fabiano Caruana, he's the man to watch. Alpine Sg Pipers can seal it here and now. They need a draw to be champions of Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We'll come back with the players and the moves in just a few. You stay tuned with us. And it all comes down to this moment. Can the Alpine Sg Pipers seal the championship? They need only a draw. The three candidates, the top three boards there. It's all smiles for them. And who you found, the world #1, Nino Batsashvili. What a performer she's been for the Alpine Sg Pipers. Their prodigy board, Mendonça. And Alireza Firuza, whatever you say about this man, it's less. What a performance he's had. But right now, he's staring at a situation which is a must-win for his team. Every board matters. Every player has to show up, and as they enter the arena, we will break down all the match on the call for this big final. We will have Gukesh with us, but first we've got a very special sponsor message for you.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
And it's time for Triveni Continental Kings to make their moves. They will be playing with the black pieces right now in a must-win, Gukesh. Do you think they're happy about that? The fact that they don't start with white, they get the black pieces, draw isn't enough?
At this point, I think for most of the players, it's not about happy or not. Yeah, you just give your best and win this game, and then and then happiness comes later. I think right now the question is about just winning.
But in a must-win, were you relieved for that second match that the team starts with the white pieces?
Yeah, little bit, yeah.
And it's go time, Sagar.
Yeah,
Handshakes.
Games have begun here. The Alpine Sg Pipers start with the white pieces, and we have kickoff on Ho Yifan versus Zhu Jinner board. It is the Rui Lopez here by Ho Yifan. It's going to be tough for the Triveni Continental Kings because here there are no 4 points with black pieces. It's the same old traditional scoring system. 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
And this is the final game of 20 minutes. It's a best of 2. If the Triveni Continental Kings are able to win by a minimum of a 3.5 point margin, they'll force a playoff, a tiebreaker going into Blitz, which will be a whole different story, but it's a bit far away right now.
Right, and let's go to this one. Here we have a very interesting game position. That is the Nimzo Indian defense, and Kostenyuk plays a fighting line with the black pieces. It's an interesting line.
Yeah.
That's our women's superstar board, which means...
I think Nino is... sorry.
No, go on, Gukesh.
I think Nino is just trying to play for a win. Yeah, I mean, it's not an opening you play for a draw, I think. So.
And it's go time on our men's superstar board as well. Anish Giri with a crushing victory, I want to call it, against Wei in the previous game right now. White pieces and the handshakes on the all-Indian clash as well. Vidit Gujarati, he's one player who's had an up and down event so far. But Sagar, it comes down to this in a big way, right? Because for the Triveni Continental Kings, it's a must-win match.
For me, it's a big surprise to see Prague's opening, not Berlin, Tanya.
4 knights, sorry.
4 knights with bishop b5. And I was wondering, why would Prague play this line when actually, okay, maybe he's just trying to keep it solid, yeah?
Not sure. If he had played d4, we could say that he's just trying to keep it solid. But
You
bishop
mean
b5 is just a line, yeah? Obviously, it's not the main line, but it's a valid line, I think. And I would expect Vidit to know his stuff, but maybe Prague has an idea.
Oh, but this is this famous line where it's a draw, right? Oh, they go to f3 generally.
Yeah, so maybe Prague has something.
Yukesh, I've got a question to ask you, because when we talk about the Alpine Sg Pipers and talk about that top 3 board, they've got 3 candidates in it. One of them might be challenging you for the World Championship match as well. So are you keeping an eye out on their games, performances so far already? Is that something that's at the mind, or is that a far away reality for you, the candidates coming up?
I mean, it's more of
Just enjoying.
their reality, no?
Yeah.
I'm not playing this.
You're going to sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy the show. Obviously, I'll be following.
Yes.
Not for the players, but just for the ideas that they show. And yeah, it goes for Alireza also. He's not in the candidates, but I'm following.
Yes.
So.
The most exciting player of Season 3 so far has been Alireza Firuza on the Icon board. Up
Go
against...
for the Kings in turn.
Yes. It's a good choice when you're in a must-win.
But it's also expected, I think. Yeah. Fabi won't be surprised.
No.
Yeah.
Alireza plays it often enough.
Yeah.
Oh, and he goes knight d7. A very small nuance there, just so that if you play e5, it would have given an opportunity to go into this endgame, which is why Firuza is like, I'm taking no chances. I want more pieces on the board. So knight d7 played here. And Wei already seems to be slightly better. Can we quickly look at that one on board 2? Look at what
this is not
Anish has
slightly
done.
better. Yeah.
I mean, it's not slightly better, but it's like
But I think
a
it's
weird
a horrible
idea.
It's not horrible, but like I mean...
Gukesh's true emotion came out, but then he was
Then
like...
he's holding himself back.
like,
No,
okay, Anish's prep, maybe some deep idea.
No. I mean, like, for this game, I don't think this was a good idea for him to go like this.
And you say that because?
I mean, it's... Like, with white, I think keeping some control, letting black, extend would have been a better choice. I think, but okay, it depends on the player. That's just my individual opinion.
Okay, it's just a edge.
But right now, Sagar, Wei does have an extra pawn in the position. The last move makes sure that there's no b5 defending that pawn later on. So for Anish, is he planning to play in the center? Will he just ignore that c4 pawn, or do you think he will want to collect it at some point, bring the knight out, bring the queen out and capture it?
Right now, I don't see how black can protect the pawn. H4's general idea is to go, like expand on the center with knight c3, e4, etc. But after knight bd7, a4, I don't see. I mean, it can be something like c5, knight c3, or something like that.
If you're in a must-win, which Wei's team is, can he hope to hang on to that pawn with a plan like a5, knight b6 and just say, I'm going to hold on to dear material?
But I don't think you can hold on, right? Queen c2, knight b6, knight bd2.
You can defend it once, but you can't defend it twice.
Yeah. Yeah, something like knight fd5.
Queen d5.
Queen
Sliding it
d5.
up. Very brave.
Yeah.
Because if knight moves, I take d4.
I can at least go e3.
Yes.
Yeah. E3 and then knight e5.
Okay, so this one looking quite interesting. Anish has pushed both his rook pawns, h4 and a4. Meanwhile, Fabi seems to have quite a nice position here with the white pieces.
I wouldn't call it that. Yeah, it's just a King's Indian. I think computer generally likes it, no? For white.
I was about to ask you that. We see an almost over a 1 point advantage. And like you said, they always evaluate these Kings Indian that white is better. Why is that misleading?
I think there's just, like for example, computer comes up with a lot of so weird ideas with white. Like sometimes even giving up the dark squared bishop and then says it's just better. But for humans, it's just not possible to understand. And also, I think many fortresses the computer does not understand, right? Some position it would see like 20, 30 moves later, which would just be a fortress, and it wouldn't understand that it's a fortress, right?
Yeah, and no human is getting there.
Yeah, and like in King's Indian, there's so many options that like you cannot really know all the computer lines, right?
Look at Firuza's maneuver there. He puts his bishop on e3.
He wants to go to d4, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to put the bishop on that diagonal there.
I like how Firuza is playing, actually.
Is it time to stop that idea? He doesn't care. He literally doesn't care, Fabi. He goes castling on the other side. Is he looking at a g4 at the right moment with white?
G4, I'm not very sure at the moment. But it is a possible idea. But maybe it is, yeah. Something like I would try to get the knight to e2, like bishop d3, knight e2, something like that maybe.
And right now, this is the board where at least our evaluation at the top, the 6 board view tells us where the Alpine Sg Pipers have an advantage. But as Gukesh is saying, that is misleading right now. Don't trust the bar just
You mean
yet.
the Fabi game, right?
Yes, the Fabi game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's. I mean, obviously it's a King's Indian position, but it's like, computer does not like c5, yeah? Oh, is it? No.
No, c5 is fine. It just gives a small inaccuracy here, but it looks like an okay move.
Yeah, I was also considering it. I was just wondering if DC, BC, c5 is an option, but okay, it's too much. Yeah.
Because the bishop is also there, right?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I was influenced by the computers. Yeah.
Okay, quick question. Can we do a trip around the world, Sagar? Go to all our boards, get Gukesh's update on that.
So let's get first update here. You are saying it's a complex game.
I wouldn't call it advantage for Fabi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Board number 2, Anish Giri versus Wei.
Very much equal. But
the balance?
yeah, equal, but it's a Catalan position. Always very slight edge for white, but nothing huge to worry about. Yeah.
I really like how you're saying that because currently black has 2 extra pawns. One of them has just been lost. The other one about to pick up, and then you get the symmetrical pawn formation eventually.
For example, I would be considering knight c5, knight d4, bishop d7.
Finishing your development.
Yeah.
So board 2 equal.
Okay. Board 3, Prague
Also,
versus...
I think knight b6 was better in the...
you want to go
better
here.
than knight c5 maybe. But also knight c5. Okay, sorry.
Gukesh analyzes the position, and when we go to the next one, he's still thinking about the previous one. It's amazing.
Yeah, knight c5. I mean, it's slight edge
And
for white.
a5.
feel like Vahi could have reacted a bit better to h4, but okay.
It's around even. Prag versus Vidit. My worry is at the clock.
Yeah.
19:45 for Prag. Only 15 seconds used. While for Vidit, it's 11 minutes 30 seconds.
And what
That's the
move are we
point
on?
point of a rapid idea, right? Like you do something weird, even maybe slightly worse for yourself, but it's so weird that your opponent tries to, refute it, or more than find the perfect way where you can. It's also hard to resist during the game to find, especially in these critical games where you feel like you're responsible and something like that. Yeah.
But what about taking the bishop?
Yeah, like knight. Okay, knight c5. There is knight f4. So knight d5 he has to take.
But then queen e4.
Pawn?
Yeah, knight e3.
Oh.
I would think something like bishop d6 is not that bad, but okay, I guess he'll go castle b3 or something. But I feel like Vidit should just make a decision and play.
Yeah.
10 minutes for one more is too much.
Clock is a very important factor right now. And
I mean,
what move are we on right now?
We are on move 8.
Yeah, that's a bit too much.
And by the way, Vidit's last move, d5 was good, but now he's once again stuck here. 10 minutes. He's trying his best. But Prag's opening decision, would you call it a smart one?
It's a good rapid try, I think. I mean, but also it depends on how the game goes, right? Like,
yes. But at least now, 10 minutes he got the
For
edge.
example, if Vidit reacted in a great way in like 2 minutes, you would say, what a bad
He
choice,
finally does
right?
make a decision.
So,
He doesn't go for the line we were looking at. He brings the bishop out, attacking
if I
the
go
queen.
f3,
It's
I
like the only
think
move.
he wants long castle.
He does it. The only way to block that attack.
Pretty sure he wants long castle.
Whoa. Just pawn takes bishop. Is there a knockout?
Yeah, knight d5.
You might see this happen on the board. Pawn takes bishop, knight d5. You take it with a knight. Feel like I'm about to walk into a checkmate.
Rook d5.
You take c5 as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
knight f2, but then if I go f5.
What a move. F5, take.
Rook f5. Okay, this should be lost.
And this is the kind of position you want 1 hour in.
I love F5 that Gukesh
beautiful.
played in 2 seconds. I would consider this
It's a
move
cute
after
move,
20 minutes.
It's a cute move, I think.
Cute. It's amazing.
It's a very cool move to
Knight
make.
d5, knight c5. If I go, what are you doing?
So this is not the live board. Let's just show
knight
everyone.
b4.
This is where we are right now.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, C2 is hanging.
As we go deep into the lines with Gukesh.
Okay, but F3 played here, and with its time, once again, he's, this is really
Wait,
getting.
Sorry.
No,
I
no,
keep
please.
interrupting you. Like bishop f3, gf3, knight d5. What is happening?
Have to take the knight back.
Okay,
Queen H.
computed. Maybe knight c.
Takes. Check.
Yeah, queen h4, king f1, queen h3, king f2. Yeah. Yeah, king f2. There's nothing.
Whoa.
And
Queen
then
h4.
knight drops back.
Yeah, queen h4, king g2, queen g5, king f1. Then I'm out of checks. Yeah.
Yeah, and the discovered checks don't work because the bishop on c5 is
Oh, he
hanging.
did it! With it blunders.
He's going for this. No, but it's so tempting as well, right?
But gf3, knight d5.
He will take it back with the knight.
Knight knight. Okay, knight d5. Okay, fg4 is also a possibility, right? Like knight d5, fg4, queen h4, king f4. No, queen h4, king f1, queen h3.
Guys, also a quick update.
Yeah, knight
for
d5,
the-
I have to take knight d5.
Sorry, just one quick update. Alpine Sg Pipers are leading on board 3. They have an advantage. Prag with an advantage against Vidit in front of us. Fabi looks like an advantage against Alireza. And Hu Yufan as well. And it's the Triveni Continental Kings who need to find those winning positions. But Sagar currently struggling on all boards.
Yeah, it seems like the Alpine Sg Pipers are smoothly cruising towards victory. They need just 3 points out of the 6 boards because they won their first match. So a draw in this match is okay.
Maybe g3. Yeah?
And for h4, g4.
Nice. Very nice. Actually, Zhu Jinner is in big trouble here. Okay, and then we go to the next board. Nino versus Alexandra. Gukesh, will the Triveni be able to strike here?
It's a complex game, which I think Triveni would be happy with. And also ahead on time. But it also looks scary for black.
And then finally, we have Leon Mendonça here playing with the white pieces against Marc Andrea Morizzi. Very even?
Yeah. I mean, black has equalized, I guess.
Okay.
But I would be a bit careful with white.
Do you think at this point, after seeing all 6 positions, you feel Alpine Sg Pipers are in the driver's seat in this entire?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it depends on Prag game because it's complicated. Although it says 1+1, it's like chaotic position. Yeah. So knight d5.
So are you taking the bishop or are you taking the knight here?
I mean, you can take 2 bishops. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
You can take everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole board is hanging.
This is incredible.
And this is where Vidit
Okay, let's
wants
go
more
for
time.
one line. Yeah, knight d5, queen h4, king e2. Queen h3 is, I think. No, queen h3 or bishop f3. Bishop f3, king f3, queen h3, king. No, king queen h3. King f4, g5.
So king e.
Yeah. And king e2, then queen g2. So knight d5 he cannot take. Fg4 he cannot take. So knight c5 is the move.
Bhai, we are sitting with an engine here.
You really are. Just
Okay,
wrapping out the line. 1 second.
That was
Why was pawn takes bishop you said you can't take? Because, can you
queen
finish that
h4,
line?
yeah?
Let's
Like
just
at
show
least-
it to everyone.
Yeah, at least there is a draw, I think. King f1, queen h3, king e1. Yeah. Okay,
The
fg4
right-
is a draw basically.
You know the right move, that means Gukesh is to take neither.
Yeah,
Nothing.
knight c5. No, really?
Yeah.
Can't I take knight c5?
No, it's not the best.
Queen h4, king e2 is not working, yeah?
Wait, so is it queen e?
King e2, knight f4.
You go queen
You
e2?
go queen e2, okay.
And I want to go king d1 if I can.
That is clever.
Well done, Tanya, that's clever.
It helps when
clever.
you've eliminated everything else.
Yes, Gukesh did all the hard work and we were like, okay. But
The
Gukesh,
computer did all the hard work, to be honest.
the bar.
Yeah, no, all those lines that Gukesh was saying right now, we don't even have the engine on. There are no lines visible. So that was him just calculating.
Yeah.
Peek into his genius.
And Gukesh, we have had such incredible fun having you here. We did the first match. You were here till now. We know that you have some other things to do. But thank you so much. Oh, Tanya has one question.
Just one last one. You know, one thing we've really enjoyed is watching the fans interact with you, Gukesh. And you're always there with a smile, signing autographs, no matter what the day's been like. And I think they'd love to hear it from you right now. What message would you like to send out to them?
To Mumbai.
To Mumbai. Amchi Mumbai.
Yeah. Yeah, I always love, playing in India. This is the one thing that I love about it, that there's no other place where you feel this kind of presence, right, with the fans, and they have been so much into all the action. And as a player, it's really exciting. No, each day when I'm coming here, they all scream my name, and it's like, it's really cool. And there's so many kids who are, getting interested in chess because of this event. And I really think a lot of tournaments should have, fan experience like this. I as a player, I love it, and like to thank all the fans and all the staff also. Like the security volunteers, they've been helping a lot. So thank you so much.
That's really amazing. Thank you for saying that, Gukesh.
Always very thoughtful. Yeah,
Very sweet.
Gukesh. Thank you so much for being here. And guys, Gukesh maybe we'll see him on the podium for the 3rd place very soon. Thank you, Gukesh, and have a great time.
Thank you.
Yeah. guys. That was the world champion Gukesh joining us here in the studio to commentate. And what an incredible commentary we had. A totally different kind of commentary from all these days where Gukesh was like, you know, he was the engine for us. He was our eyes. He was the way. He showed us the way, where to go and so on. And we had great fun. But now, having a very tough job of replacing him is the one and only Harshit bhai.
From one king to the Raja.
I have such big shoes to fill as I was sitting right here listening to the insightful analysis that Gukesh was giving, and I was mind blown by some of the variations you guys decoded. And coming back to this game, with it sacrificing a piece, now the material is equal. I do think practically Prag has some problems to solve.
You know, I have to say, I mean, I did not see Triveni Continental Kings come under so much pressure. They ran away with 9 match points into the finals.
And guess who predicted that they're going to win in just 2 matches? I had a feeling somehow.
Why did you have that feeling, Harshit bhai?
For the Alpine Sg Pipers.
Because I kind of felt like all the players were getting into the momentum. How Ifan won her last 3 games, but I think it's still not over. This is still a very important moment, and I think with it, if he manages to win this game with the black pieces, the Triveni Continental Kings would have a great chance, but you're right.
Pawn down.
You're pawn down. You're down to 6.5, less than 6.5 minutes on the clock. So many moves to make. I think we're under 15 moves currently. Your pawn structure as black right now. Well, one thing working for you is the doubled C pawn, but that also means the white king will be ultra safe on the left side.
And can white still castle?
Guess what? Yes.
Yes, okay. That does make the situation a bit dire for black as the white king is ready to go on the queen side, castling long. So with it slightly worse here, do you want to check the icon board?
We have to check because, yes, Gukesh said that, you know, king's in... Oh, king on F6. Bye. What is Alireza doing?
He's going to E7, D8 and C7, Tanya. He's rerouting the king to the other side of the board. He's going for a little walk on the Marine Drive.
Yeah, this is looking very dangerous for Alireza Firouzja. And where is that 1 point coming for the Triveni Continental Kings? Alireza in small trouble. Wei is not better. Vidit is not better. Zhu Jinner maybe. Kostenyuk maybe. And Moritzi, they need to strike on last 3 boards.
But Firouzja had to make this choice of complicating the game right from the opening because he knows if it comes down to the wire, he has to play for a win. And these are the consequences you have to face when you play aggressive with the black pieces. Now, white needs to somehow get his E2 bishop into the game. And I was expecting knight H2 to be played with white here to allow bishop to G4.
I just want to point out, Fabi has an extra pawn in this position. He is a pawn up. Alireza Firouzja's king is on F6. When you have that, you know, you forget about counting the pawns for the moment. But like you said, you need to bring your pieces out to start checking that king. Either the knight moves forward, rook to F1. You can also open up lines, right? Push that H pawn. I want to completely destroy Fabi's king side if I'm Alireza's king side if I'm Fabi right now.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly what Fabi wants. And this is why Firouzja is trying to run away from that side of the board. Engine says that white has a huge advantage. Practically, I still think that all 3 results are on the table.
Especially because the A file and the B file are both open. Firouzja, if Fabi goes wrong, will have some attacking chances.
And Gukesh said it, that Firouzja is such a tricky player. You know, when these kind of positions are there where tactics galore can happen, and there Fabi does go for the idea of breaking open on the right flank, you take that pawn, the rook can jump forward, even the bishop diagonal opens up. Maybe you even have a sneaky knight G3 to throw in.
If the pawn goes to G5, knight G3, knight F5 would be very unpleasant for black to face. I like this move, pawn to H5. Fabi having an advantage on the icon board, G5 played.
Right, and let's quickly head over to the board number 5, guys. This is the place where the Triveni Continental Kings need to strike if they have any chance in the match.
Yeah, and you know, if Kostenyuk wins this game in the next few moves, I know it's difficult to do this, but if she does, that would really boost the morale of the entire team. You need these quick points on the leaderboard when you're in a must-win situation.
And that really does change the dynamics of the team. You know, if you get 1 point, if you're the one who starts leading the match from any one victory on the board, it really puts the other players, we can do this.
Exactly. And here, after knight F5, why is this a mistake?
Well, there is a move. Bishop takes knight.
Okay, I take back with the e-pawn.
Pawn takes, and now somehow this position is in black's favor because I go after your pawn here. I mean, I connect my rooks. I may be threatening g6.
And my knight on d4 defends that bishop on c3, which could have been a dangerous bishop. Yes, Tanya.
Just pointing out that in this 4 versus 3, those pawns aren't moving anywhere. On the other side, you've got 4 versus 2. So once you get a6, b5 in, you're just looking at creating passes.
And she's going to roll those pawns down the board. Kostenyuk having an advantage on board 5. What about board 6 between the prodigies Leon Mendonça and Morizzi?
Well, I think Marc-Andrea Morizzi has a nice position where he can press with black. Although it's equal, he doesn't have too many risks, and based on the requirements of the match, he can try.
I love this idea that Morizzi has played by putting his rook on b3, and at any point, he's ready to even sacrifice on c3. If, push comes to shove, he can just complicate the game by sacrificing there. Right now, I think black is the one controlling this position.
He's just playing on the light squares with most of his pieces because Mendonça doesn't have a good way to kick the pieces out right now. b5 in the air. Maybe even a rook c6, rook b6 if the white knight was to move anywhere. So this one, I would say, is still in the balance, but Morizzi keeping his chances alive. He's got a very tiny edge.
I second that conclusion there. But what about Howie Fan?
Fourth board. If we go to board number 4, this is a mess right now. The engine considers it as slightly better for white, but the king side is getting opened up with the 2 rooks lined up here of Zujiner.
And I think Howie Ifan isn't so sure that she is much better here because look at the clock situation. 4.5 minutes for Howie Fan, and it has only 21st move. How many moves have they played?
Yeah, it's only move number 23.
And how can you be sure? You've got 4.5 minutes. Black has lined up the 2 rooks on the king side. H4 is coming next. G4 is not even possible with the rook and the knight eyeing that point. That's why she does trade first. And the second board, that we've got a king on F6 for the Triveni Continental Kings. Alireza and Zujiner.
And Zujiner is better now. We were speaking about how the queen can jump into d5, threatening a checkmate.
That's a kiss of that checkmate on G2. Watch out. And there's H4 always in the air.
Right, this is a great game that Zujiner must try and press. Meanwhile,
you think she wants to take king takes pawn after defending that e5 pawn? I mean, with it, did it? King on f5?
No way. No, don't do that. Keep this pawn to keep your king safe. But guys, Pragnananda is crushing it here against Vidit.
Rook to g3, doubling the rooks on the g line. That bishop on d4 is eyeing the pawn on f6.
Khatam.
I would wish that my bishop on a5 was on f8. The bishop is not going to come into the defense, and Pragnananda is going to score a victory for the Alpine Sg Pipers.
And Vidit doesn't even have material to show for it. It's Pragnananda who's got an extra pawn in the position. He's the one with the initiative in the position as well, coming on with the attack. No trumps for Vidit.
Everything here for Prag. I don't think Vidit will be able to survive here. Meanwhile, what about Anish Giri here against Wei?
Man, this one seems to be a nightmare on the board. 2 knights on the edges of the board on f6 and h5. I don't like those knights there.
And I think this is just the kind of position that Wei needs to complicate it so much. He's a pawn down, but he has his pieces weirdly positioned. He's trying to outplay Anish here.
Oh, I see a very interesting idea for Wei. I see that he can play h6 at some moment, and when the queen moves to b5, just sacrifice the knight on g3 and use our bishop on d4 to pin the knight on e3. I do think this could be a way for Wei to complicate matters.
He takes pawn knight g4 coming in. Things start to look very scary for black if Wei is able to get this sacrifice in right now. But he's still thinking he hasn't played h6 just yet.
And look at Nino's board. Nino getting a big advantage as we see a mistake by Kostenyuk.
It went the other way. Knight was on f5. She had to take it, but instead of that, she moved her knight in, and now suddenly here Nino is the one who's winning. It's going all wrong for the Triveni Continental Kings on almost all the boards.
How many times have you made the statement that Nino is getting it done? No matter what the position is, she finds a way to either turn it around or convert it flawlessly. Nino Batsiashvili has been an MVP for the Alpine Sg Pipers.
The bishop on c8 was nicely pinning the knight on f5, but now white is going to go queen h4, rook lift from e3 to h3, and there is no defense for the attack that Nino is going to enforce on Kostenyuk.
And Kostyanyuk goes back with her knight to f8. This is where she began with. Well, she's still fighting, but guys, if we bring on the 6 boards here, I just want to show you that board on top left, Fabi's better. Then we go to the middle board, Anish is better. Then you go to the third board, Prag is better. Then equal on the 4th board, almost equal on 5th board, and almost equal on 6th. So,
but Sagar bhai, it can just be decided on the top 3 boards.
Yeah.
All Alpine SG Pipers needs is 3 points to draw the match because they've already won the last one.
they just need 3 points and they are coming on top 3 boards, it seems now, for the Triveni Continental Kings. They need some huge turnaround. A lot of luck has to go their way, Tanya.
There's not a single board where you can make a case for the Triveni Continental Kings. They were dominating throughout the round-robin stage. You know, coming into this finals like absolute kings, but today everything has gone wrong for them. They lose the first match in a must-win down on their top 3 boards. They were winning on this board. Alexandra Kostyanyuk with
She's got the
crushing
advantage
position,
back.
and now suddenly another turnaround.
And you talk about opportunities. Kostyanyuk has created an opportunity in front of her right now, and the way to do this is to play the move pawn to d5.
She takes the knight.
To open up the position right now.
Very important move. d5 has to be played. If you don't do it, if you play a move like bishop b7,
Finito la comedy.
just boom, it's game over. Because
and queen h4 f6.
Check.
Unbelievable. And queen is coming to h6, and that is game over.
It's mate.
You have too many mates. The knight can't go to e6 because h7 is hanging. And she finds it.
She finds
Alexandra
d5.
Kostyanyuk, process of elimination. The only way to keep the balance in the game goes for this idea. What's the difference maker here? Bishop takes pawn doesn't work because?
Because now you take d takes c4,
And she
Tanya.
plays bishop. I thought she's going to take the pawn on g7, but no. She plays bishop to e5.
Wow.
You know,
Crazy
ignore that
chess.
question mark. I really like this move. She keeps that bishop at the center of the board, and Kostyanyuk instantly replying with a trade. Is she going to go rook takes bishop at a certain moment?
That's definitely going to be in the air. If you go bishop e4 right now, rook takes e5 is a very nice tactic.
And
boom.
then there is a check and you drop the rook. Wow.
But Nino makes a decision to capture the pawn back on c4.
But now f5 is hanging.
Exactly. Black
And
just
this
wins
is-
the pawn.
This is winning now for black. This is very good position for Alexandra. So one game has been pulled back by the Triveni.
That's great news for the Kings right now. Alexandra Kostyanyuk in driver's seat again. Sagar, let's go to our other women superstar
Fourth board.
Exactly.
Ho Yifan is actually now clearly better. She's close to winning here.
I don't like that white has her pawn on g4. You know, the black player played this move h4, just one move back, and I think it was not at all a good decision for white to stabilize those pawns on g4 and f5. Howie Fan looking very good to get the full point.
Yeah, this is looking really, really bad for Zhu Jinner. So now it's 4 games in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings. And
she does make a decision. She goes g5 check. She's inviting Zhu Jinner's king forward. She doesn't want to go about any endgame. She's going to give a check with her queen if that king was to capture it, which it does. It's forced to take the pawn. She's pulled that king out, and she's just striking. She's going for it.
She's going for the kill here. Howie Fan, if you take rook g1 check, king f6, can we just mate in 2 now?
Queen e7 looks...
Exactly, king
takes
f5.
pawn, rook g5, game
Exactly.
over.
That's the idea Howie Fan is banking on. Zhu Jinner goes back with her king on f6. She has to hide. fe5, king needs to run away to e7.
Yeah, but look at those beautiful pawns. Look at the majors at the center of the board. The queen, the 2 rooks, beautifully placed. This is domination by Hu Yifan. And the player that she is, the class that she is, I think she finishes this off.
I think she will give the Alpine SG Pipers full points, but look
guys,
at the icon
Alireza
board.
Firouzja is back in the game. Well, when in doubt, Firouzja is there.
When in doubt, look at your icon board if you're Triveni Continental Kings, because he will give you the belief right back, right there. But Sagar, this is still absolute chaos. That last move by Fabiano Caruana was a king slide from b1 to c1. As it was pinned, unpins itself, now attacks the bishop on c4.
And you know, we were talking about how the Triveni Continental Kings needs to press the chaos button. And Firouzja can do this now by just taking the pawn on a2. Just go all in now. It's time to go crazy. queen takes a2, rook b3, and I think this is how Firouzja can create some chances. And if there's anyone who can make such a crazy move, trust me, it's Firouzja.
But that's going all in with your chips. If you go rook takes pawn, that's a point of no return. If you don't have a strong follow-up, you're basically lost because you're sacrificing a rook, Harshit.
But I think that the situation is
demands it.
Exactly. If you see the other boards, you see that you're in a really tough spot.
Look at Fabi. He's looking at the screen. Yeah. He's like, what's happening? Where are the chances? And right now, guys, if we go like overall, what the Triveni needs is Firouzja to strike. They need Kostenyuk to strike. They need on the last board Moritzi to strike. And then from somewhere between Wei and Vidit, they need a draw or Zuzhiner. Someone has to draw.
Right now, Anish Giri, it looks like he's crushing it on Wei and Pragnananda with the same story against Vidit. Sagar, things are looking pretty dire for the Kings.
What is Anish up to? Yeah, he's playing phenomenally against Wei.
And how did his queen land on g6 and the rook on a3? This is such an unusual position.
Yeah, he got here and then he just...
I think Wei just blundered knight takes e6.
He missed it.
Now the knight on h5 is completely trapped, and after the queen comes into c5, White develops his rook via a3, and Anish Giri knows exactly where his pieces belong. He knows. He's winning.
Totally winning there, and Vidit Gujarati also has no chance as Pragnananda sacks on g7. Vidit takes a pawn on a2.
The king will simply hide on c1 or b2, even staying connected to that bishop. The black queen overloaded right now.
Yeah, this is too bad. This is not going to help. I think Vidit is losing an entire piece here.
I mean, he might just resign in this position. You're about to lose big material. You're also down on the clock. I don't see a good square for the queen. Queen c4, you pick up the rook on d7.
Yeah, no, this is losing, but I think Vidit should play on. Because when his teammates will see...
He's gone for it. He's gone for it. He's hoping for some checks. I don't think there are too many to give.
This is over. Just take on d7, and Vidit does not have too many checks here. And he is losing this game. Meanwhile, so Prag is winning. Anish is definitely winning. These two players. What's happening with Zuzhiner here? Guys, this one, what's your take? Draw between Zuzhiner and Hoifan?
I think this is the best position Zuzhiner has had in a while. It looked like she was about to get checkmated, but so far things under control. The two rooks putting pressure on the pawn.
And yeah, what happened?
Guys, Fabiano.
He does it.
He did it. He took rook a2. Firouzja.
Whoa. You called it, Harshit. You said this is what is needed. Alireza said, I agree. It's on the board right now. Complete chaos.
Alireza kya aadmi hai yaar. What a guy he is. Rook takes b3. Now this is under attack. Rook takes c3 threats. Bishop takes here. Queen can enter. कुछ भी हो सकता है.
By when Firouzja is playing, I wouldn't be surprised if that king on f6 suddenly joins the party of the attack. I don't see a way, but Firouzja will find a way.
It will come from here.
And that's exactly what he did against Fabiano in the round robin. If you remember, it was exactly that game where Alireza used his own king to put pressure on his opponent. Right now, the fact that the bar doesn't give a completely winning position down a rook, Alireza Firouzja is.
He will win.
It means that the attack from a human perspective.
Firouzja is, if you move the queen
to C2. Look at him on the camera. He's like, I've already won.
No, Firouzja is looking at the board and he's shaking his head. He's like, guys, no one's doing well.
Yeah, it's the team. But on his board, he knows that he is. And look at that. This is how tricky the position is. One move and the bar goes down. This is how difficult it is. King safety is everything. Firouzja's king on f6, but it's Fabi's king that's under fire. Two bishops and the rook.
And Firouzja has only one move here to make sure he's fine. That's queen g4. It's too difficult a move for at least us mere mortals to understand. But
Firouzja is immortal, and we have a result. Pragnananda does defeat Vidit, which means that the score in this match is 1-0 for the Alpine Sg Pipers.
And that's not a scoreline that's going to make the Kings fan happy at all. In a must-win right now, they're trailing it by a point. They need 3.5 points. Alireza Firouzja's Kings need 3.5 points. Where are they getting it from?
What a move. Bam.
Queen g4. Man, Alireza Firouzja, what can he not do here?
And I think Firouzja is doing quite well. What about the other boards? Is there any other board where the Alpine Sg Pipers are striking?
I want to give a quick summary. On the last board, we thought that Marc-Andrea Morizzi can try, but it seems like it's not happening. Leon is super solid.
Okay.
Alexandra Kostenyuk had a good position, but now it's also coming to even. She can keep trying. I think she's exchanged down though. So not so sure.
And she has 10 seconds each. What a position we have. Knight takes c5, rook b6. Kostenyuk is better.
Oh, Kostenyuk is better. If just one win here for Triveni, it can change so many things.
It actually can. King goes back to g1. Time to push the pawn to d3 after bishop f5.
You can even get the bishop to the center
plays
of the
it.
board. She does it. D3 incoming. Right now, both players playing on seconds. Lot of plot twists lie ahead in this one. I think this is going to be decided on a last-minute blunder. The d pawn moves forward, and already that's a mistake. Do you just sack? Do you give up your piece? She does it. She goes bishop takes pawn.
That's a huge
You
blunder.
need to do it. But this is a losing move.
Yes.
That's a losing move because after knight d3, if you try to go into a rook endgame, then take, and this is a lost rook endgame for white.
And hesitation there by Nino, but it's too
Oh, rook d2.
late. She doesn't find the way.
But I still think that Kostenyuk is going to win. There is glimmer of hope.
She's going to checkmate. She's going to finish it off. She misses it.
She blunders.
Chess
And
queen.
checkmate. Checkmate because
Rook
rook
e2
e8 and
and
rook
Rook
8.
e8, rook 8, rook g8
No.
is undefendable. You can't miss this.
No, both players
Nino
missed it
Batsiashvili.
totally, and now the board is moving ahead. Can we zoom in full screen because the board is not working here?
Let's go full screen on our women's superstar board here. The rook under attack, she immediately moves it. The players are playing on seconds.
Oh man, what is happening here?
That's 2 pieces for a rook. Alexandra Kostenyuk has 2 minor pieces. Nino Batsiashvili with an extra rook. And you can see the tension and the nerves there.
Yeah.
She's banking
Gives a
on-
check.
Too stressful
The king has
here.
to come back, attacks the rook. The rook slides back, stays connected to the bishop.
And Nino, will she take?
She
She
takes
takes
it.
it, but
And
this is
she's
a
gonna
lost.
take the knight?
No, but this is a lost rook endgame. This is a lost rook endgame.
Because it's 3 versus 1
Yeah.
on the left flank. Alexandra Kostenyuk can continue pushing those pawns and
she
get
will
a
win
win
this.
for the Triveni Continental
She
Kings.
will win this. We have
And
a result.
Firuza is winning. on the
Firuza
icon
is
board.
winning.
Unbelievable.
But
Hou
huge
Yifan drew.
news. Hou Yifan has drawn, which means Firuza must strike
Yes.
now.
And we might potentially go into the tie breaks,
No,
guys.
but no.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, what?
And let's go back to our icon board.
Yeah.
Sagar, it's very important that we rush there. Firuza sacrificed the rook. He's coming for all of Fabiano's pieces right now.
Yes, so take here. This is how we are in the live
Anish
board
Giri has won his
position.
game. Anish Giri has won his game 2.5 to half. Triveni Continental Kings have to win on every single board.
Morizzi
Now
must
on.
win, Kostenyuk must win, and Alireza must win. But it looks very difficult.
And look at the speed with which Nino and Kostenyuk are playing at the back right there. Getting the moves in. Kostenyuk about to strike, but can Alireza do the same on the icon board?
Alireza has 9 seconds only, guys.
Make a move.
Queen A4 played, and Alireza must now play some rook B5 stuff. Very tough.
You said that about Queen G4. Well, he goes for another idea. He picks up the rook.
F1 check.
And it's a draw. Rook F7 and Queen D7
Firuza
And
perpetual.
Alireza realizes it. Look at him.
He lost on
says
the
he
clock.
can't believe it.
What?
He lost
Something
on the
just
clock.
happened. Let's zoom in. Can we zoom in on the
zoom
players?
in on the clock? He said he made a move, but he lost on clock. Is it what's happened? Can we zoom in, Director Saab, on the clock?
Oh, no.
Alireza's clock at 0.0 right now, the arbiter. He's taking a look. Alireza saying, I made the move. I pressed it. There was no 2 seconds. But they haven't reached move 40.
No, they haven't.
There
They
is no
haven't.
increment yet.
No, yeah, exactly. There's no increment.
There is no bonus time yet. If your clock goes 0, and look at that, Sagar.
Yes,
it
it's
is at
0,
0.0. Fabiano Caruana will get the win on this. If he's flagged, Fabi gets the win because there's no 2-second increment.
Well, they are going to check the cameras. By the way, Kostenyuk did win her game, but if Fabi wins this, it's all over.
It's all over. It comes down to this moment.
Meanwhile, guys, Leon Mendonça on the Prodigy board is pushing. So I don't think Triveni has chances here, but we stay there. We stay on the icon board because there is a lot of action happening.
Need to go back to that board because it all comes down to that. If there's any chance at
Icon
all,
board.
Alireza has to win. Let's please head back to our icon board as the players await the arbiter's decision here.
Yeah, because if Firuza won this game, they did have an outside chance, the Triveni Continental Kings, to tie the match. But it's over.
And that's it. The decision has been granted.
I'm not sure, Tanya. Let's just wait till the arbiters say it. Because right now the players are still seated. So if the score...
Sagar.
No, let's not add this score right. Oh, it's done.
It's done. This is it. The Alpine Sg Pipers
are the champions.
Wow.
Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. 2 back-to-back victories, doing it in style, being maybe even the underdogs. And there you've got the players right there in front of you. Anish knows it, that they are the champions. Prag knows it, Hu Yufan as well. And what a way to take down the Kings this one was. This season, you have a new winner.
Absolutely. What an incredible performance by the Alpine Sg Pipers, as Leon also is winning. This will be complete demolition. 4.5 perhaps.
Yeah.
Full domination. 4-2 in the first match. 4.5 to 1.5 potentially in this one. A draw is enough. White is never losing this position.
Yeah.
And Alireza Firuza, you can see it on him. He did everything for his team. And there we have a check. It's not going to be enough. The White King will survive the onslaught. And the Alpine Sg Pipers are your winners of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
They're controlling their emotions, but trust me, as soon as this game finishes, they're all going to jump towards Leon Mendonça and hug him and tell him that we are the champions. And
this is
it.
the moment. This is the moment that they are indeed the champions.
Yay! What a big win for the Alpine Sg Pipers, as all of them are celebrating, but not a great moment for the Triveni Continental Kings. They tried so hard in this event. They played so well, but they fell short in the finals.
They fell short. They were dominating throughout the tournament. All it took is, the belief in the Alpine Sg Pipers team to defeat them. And that's exactly what they did, defeating them 4-2 in the first game and 4.5, 1.5. And look at the player. They are so happy.
They're at the peak. Alpine Sg Pipers are 2 back-to-back wins. Did not even need a tiebreaker for the finals there. They take down the Kings, the team that was dominating throughout. And for Alireza Firuza, it is heartbreak. What a performance they had. But the big question on everyone's mind was it too soon of a peak for the team? Alpine Sg Pipers sneaking their way into the finals, an up and down roller coaster as it was. And there you can see Grandmaster Van Velde sitting down with his players. You do incredibly well. You're the team to beat. And then when it matters the most is when it slips out. And you can see the heartbreak on one side of the camera and celebration on the other.
Oh, but we definitely also have to give credit to the Triveni Continental Kings for having such a good performance to reach the finals. Everyone thought before the start of this match that they are the big favorites. And I surely think that even though they lost this match, they had a lot of positive things to take away from this.
But the Alpine Sg Pipers, this moment belongs to them. 2 back-to-back champions Triveni Continental Kings were. What a dominating performance they had. But in the end, it is the Alpine Sg Pipers who take Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And I don't think Sagar, Harshit, anyone saw this coming with what the Kings had put on, with the way the Alpine Sg Pipers went into the finals. And right now, we go straight to Arohi, who's down in the arena to celebrate with the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an evening it has been. Thank you, Mumbai, for all the energy, all the passion and the love that you've shown throughout this spectacular finale of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. You've been a wonderful audience. Before we bring the champions to the fore, it's time to acknowledge the people who make a league of this magnitude possible. May I now invite on stage Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, League Commissioner, Mr. Dheeraj Adya, Chief Operating Officer, and Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. I'd now like to invite Mr. Dheeraj Adya to share a few words and thank our valued partners and sponsors.
Thank you so much, Mumbai. This has been amazing, and thank you so much to our valued partners across the globe who have supported GCL season on season. Season 3 has been phenomenal for all of us, the fans, all of you over here, fans who are watching us across the world. Thank you so much. And special thanks to our tech sponsors this year, IBM, AMD, AWS, Google, Microsoft, BMC, Red Hat, and Cisco. Thanks once again for coming and making this a beautiful journey with us.
Thank you so much for those kind words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request both finalist teams to come forward and join us at the front. The Triveni Continental Kings and the Alpine Sg Pipers. I will now request the commissioner of the league to officially announce the result of this final. Giving the mic to Mr. Gaurav Rakshit.
It's my great privilege to announce the winners of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3, the SG Alpine Pipers. Congratulations, guys.
May we have the handshakes now?
Congratulations. Well done.
Congratulations to the champions and immense respect to the runner-ups for an outstanding campaign. The champions will be crowned shortly. All of y'all, please stay with us. We'll be back with a presentation party in a few minutes. You may kindly take your seats. Thank you.
And as we get ready to celebrate in the awards ceremony, you know, we're getting a little breather here to talk about all that we've seen. Alpine Sg Pipers take Season 3 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. What a journey these two teams have had, Sagar, for the Kings and the Pipers. And there we have them. You know, at the end of it, they will have to be happy with the runners-up. For the first time, this is a team that doesn't know how to be in the finals and not win it. But tasting that, it's got to be bittersweet for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Alpine Sg Pipers just came with so much energy today. They just didn't give any chances to the Triveni Continental Kings.
And they had no idea if they're going to play the finals until yesterday evening. They qualified by just 1 game point, as we see. The champions, the Alpine Sg Pipers, with Prague, Anish and Nino, who is one of the best players that they've found this season.
Wow, we're gonna unpack all that we've just witnessed. Before we do that, we've got a sponsor message for you.
While they make game-winning moves, you make career-winning moves with upGrad. Make your move now.
And it's all the way up for the Alpine Sg Pipers. They taste their first championship here at the Global Chess League. And this is a team that was headed and captained by Magnus Carlsen for the first 2 years. And they always fell short, did not make it to the finals. And Fabiano Caruana, with big shoes to fill, he turned out to be the leader who made it happen, Sagar.
Yes, and what is very special about this team is that every single player actually contributed to this team's success. If you look at it, Fabi on board 1, Anish on board 2. He beat Wei 2-0 today. Then it was Prague on board 3, who actually also rose to the occasion today. Ho Yifan was incredible. Nino Batsiashvili was perfect. And Leon, wow, what a team this was.
Star-studded, what a star cast it was, and when it mattered the most is when they delivered on the final championship day. The Triveni Continental Kings have been dethroned by the Alpine Sg Pipers. They are the champions, and we'll be back with more action coming out live of the Royal Opera House in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everyone, to the final day and maybe one of the final sessions we have together here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. I have Grandmaster Harshit Raja and Grandmaster Sahaj Grover. Guys, the Alpine Sg Pipers have won it. A few minutes have passed since then. What are your feelings?
I think it's amazing. I have to say I kind of expected because they are the three candidates, and at some point that strength has to show somewhere, and you can see in their final games all three of them won. Yeah, so I think it was good, but you have to feel for the Triveni Continental Kings because they were leading, they were dominating. One day, before it was even decided, they had their place fixed on the first place, and yeah, it was a bit sad.
For me, these team events are always a bit emotional because yes, the Alpine Sg Pipers won, but this means that I'm going to miss you guys from tomorrow, as we had this nice, commentator group. We've had Tanya, we had Ketty, we had Irina, all three of us, and we had so much fun here commentating at the Global Chess League. We got to see such fantastic games. Finally, Alpine Sg Pipers won, and I think it was well deserved.
Yeah, I'm going to not only miss all of you guys, I'm also going to miss the fans who have come here every single day and just turned out. It was such a beautiful atmosphere that we had here. Look at the fans. Hikaru there talking with the fans, signing
as many boards as he can, taking pictures, as the young fans are so excited to see Hikaru in person. They're used to seeing him online, where he's always taking a lot of pieces of his opponent. And we also had this one moment where Vishy and Gukesh were standing next to each other, as you can see right here. Vishy signing a lot of the boards there, taking pictures with some of the fans.
This was such a beautiful arrangement, Sahaj, that the organizers made. They truly recognized that this was a chance for the entire city to mingle with these top players, to get a glimpse of them, and they made it happen.
Absolutely, and they did a wonderful job at it here at the Opera House. Look at all of these fans. When I was younger, and if I had an opportunity to meet Vishy, Gukesh and Arjun, it would be so inspiring for me to become a great chess player myself. I think that's what I really love about this interaction.
Yes, and those moments where you get to meet the world champion is surely an inspiring one. For now, we are going to go to the presentation of this match that is going to be done by Arohi, who will be the MVP of this finals.
The history books will now script a new winner's name. That is the Alpine Sg Pipers. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of the final match played between the Alpine Sg Pipers and the Triveni Continental Kings this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Tarun Sawhney, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited. And the Player of the Match award goes to Anish Giri from Alpine Sg Pipers. Anish, congratulations. I want to know how you feel at this moment, winning the finals, winning the Player of the Match in that most important game.
Yeah, I had very mixed feelings yesterday. I played probably one of my worst games of my life, and my team qualified to the finals, so it was very mixed feeling. Like, I felt embarrassed to feel bad because you're supposed to be a team player, but I felt so bad. But today, I don't have mixed feelings, so I'm very happy with that.
Many people heard you saying that you were really disappointed when you played in the last game against the Triveni. You played it very well. But then Fabiano ended up getting the Player of the Match award. And probably, the history books had something else to write. They wanted you to come here, pick this main award in probably the most important match of your life in this year.
No, for sure. Whenever I win one game, it's a big shock. But if I do it again, it's like truly a miracle. I'm really happy.
What is it about you and Wei? How do you always end up winning against him?
It's really not the case. Today I won a couple of quick games. He's a great player. If we play it again, I'm afraid it would end differently. So I was just very fortunate. Let's take that, let's celebrate it, but let's not get too cocky also.
All right then. But yesterday you had the team dinner. What are the celebrations today like?
Well, the thing is, I have a flight to catch. In fact, I was calculating before the game, if we would go to tiebreak, it could get really close. I have surprisingly early flight. When I was planning it, I obviously didn't think I'd be in the final, but also didn't think about anything. I just booked some flight, and now I realized it was also close. So I don't think we have the time to celebrate, but you know, we'll surely they'll have. Even yesterday we had the cake, so I mean, you know, we celebrated already. For us, winning this match, doing it as a team, that was great, and we'll see each other again next year.
Probably now you'll be seen calculating the time you have at the party, which is actually going to happen after this. But thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on this huge victory personally and for the team as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is it from the post-match presentation ceremony of the final. We have a bigger presentation ceremony coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
And Anish Giri, they're truly deserving that MVP Player of the Day award, beating Wei Yi, a solid player like Wei Yi, 2 times in a row. And I think, Anish, you could see that smile and happiness on his face.
And I think that this person, Anish, loves to play with momentum. Now that he has won this tournament, I'm going to be scared to face him at the World Rapid and Blitz, which is going to start in just 2 days from now in Doha, Qatar. That's where most of the players are going from here. But just to finish what he said, it's celebration time. The Alpine Sg Pipers win after Triveni had won it 2 times in Dubai and London.
You know, Anish, I mean, momentum has been with him for such a long time. You know, winning the Grand Swiss and then, you know, winning this event, and now he's qualified to the candidates. I mean, it's tournament after tournament. It's just Anish's year.
This year has been very special for Anish Giri, and just Fabiano Caruana as well. Like, he played so well, right, on board 1?
Absolutely.
And here you can see, you can hear in the studio that all the fans are shouting Fabi, as he probably walks down in the arena there. Just to remind everyone, 3 players from the team of Alpine Sg Pipers are going to play in the candidates.
Right, and guys, we will get you more stuff. As Arohi said, the big presentation is coming up, but for now, we'll take a short break and be back very quickly. Welcome back, everyone, to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, third edition here in Mumbai. Sahaj, Harshit Bhai, we were discussing about how this event actually brought together so many elements, the fans, the teams, the lot of new innovations, the headphones in the commentary. If you had to pick like one memorable moment for you, it could be in the tournament, it could be outside the tournament, it could be in the hotel, something that you felt was very special. What would it be?
I've been in chess for about 25 years or so, but never in my life did I go upstairs to the dining hall and I saw Hikaru, Fabi, and Alireza in the same frame. So that was very special for me.
Wow.
For me, it was very special that the players have been treated as superstars. You know, the chess player, the chess community is growing so much. We know how big of a boom we have seen in India, especially after Gukesh became the world champion. And it's nice that the league came to India to give all the local people this opportunity to meet and interact with some of the best players in the world.
True. True, and that too at a very special place in Mumbai. I must tell you that we were staying right opposite the Marine Drive, and on some days I would wake up and then walk across that road, which was always a dream for me as a Mumbaikar, you know.
Absolutely. We were doing that walk every single night as well, you know, just after you have a long day of commentary, then you just go and it's so peaceful.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And actually there's another one. I had never seen the Gateway of India in my life before.
Oh.
And I saw it for the first time here.
Did you see it?
Yes.
Did you like it?
It was beautiful.
Wow, that's amazing. I think this place where the tournament is held in the Royal Opera House is one of the most beautiful areas in Mumbai. I always love to be here. And guys, I was just going through some messages in our chat, and one of the people wrote that 2025 is the year of Pragnananda. I mean, he's reached the candidates, he won the FIDE circuit, he won many tournaments, and now he has won the Global Chess League as well.
Yeah, I mean, he also won the London Chess Classic. They just very recently concluded. And I think this does set him up as a big candidate to win the candidates.
Also, he started the year by defeating Gukesh in the tie breaks of the Tata Steel. So that's like, I mean, he's had a basically...
Full circle, yeah?
Full circle.
In a way, if you think about it, guys, when Prag was trying to get to the candidates and when he saw that Anish made it to the candidates, when he saw Fabi had made it last year through the circuit, he would have never thought that they would all be in one team playing here. This actually adds a new dynamic to the candidates because now they are good friends with each other. They were together for 10 days. They would get some insights into how each other think.
And here we see some of the highlights from the finals that we just saw between the Alpine Sg Pipers and the Triveni Continental Kings. It started off with these 4 knights, and here bishop goes to b5, and a very innovative opening that Prag chose here. Vidit sacrificed a pawn, but it was never enough compensation, right, Sahaj?
Absolutely. He also maintained a hefty time advantage thanks to his opening preparation, especially when he pushed that f3 pawn and Vidit sacrificed it. And there we go. He gave a check on c2, defends with b2, and Vidit resigns.
Right, and there he resigned there. And Prag, for sure, one of, he didn't have a particularly great event here, but towards the end, he started to do amazingly well. And we have these live shots coming in. This is right now what you see happening at the Royal Opera House. Anish Giri very soon has a plane to catch. You know, guys, what he's doing. This is why he's called the family man. He's going to go at a flight tonight to Amsterdam back, pick his family entire, come to World Rapid and Blitz in Doha.
Wow.
That's just how he balances every single thing in his life.
Yeah, I mean, and he's truly someone who loves chess. His passion can be seen through the, inquisitive mindset that he has whenever he's analyzing chess. Very nice moment here for all the young fans to get a photo from the witty Anish Giri.
Yeah.
Now, I have a question for both of you. Do you think the potential World Rapid or Blitz winner is here in this city right now with us?
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. You have 14 amazing players out of top 15 in the world. I'm pretty sure. Although with this some Magnus
yes,
guy,
Just one guy.
not being here, it's not. I think he's definitely the favorite.
He will win one medal for sure.
One medal only.
For sure.
Not gold.
One medal, you say.
That's too less for Magnus. Come on.
No, I mean the tournament is extremely strong, and the players who have played here, they have been in the spirit of playing chess, and I do think that it's going to be a difficult job for the other players to catch up.
Do you mean he will win one gold and one other medal? Or?
One medal.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, but I don't know if it will come true. I have a feeling that this guy named Javokir Sindarov is likely to be one of the favorites to win the World Rapid or Blitz. What do you think?
Rapid, I completely agree with you. He is so dangerous. I think, especially when it comes to crunch moments, when he has less than 10 seconds on his clock, the way he plays, the way he played in this tournament, he had a +5 score going into the finals. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah. Oh, he's just so good, and he's incredible. We want to discuss more things before we head over to the presentation ceremony, but it's time for us to take a short break, and on the other side, we'll be here discussing more interesting subjects, so stay tuned. Welcome back everyone to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. We have the Alpine Sg Pipers who won the tournament, and on second spot were the Triveni Continental Kings. A question to you guys. One player who's impressed many people is Vishy Anand. Were you guys impressed by the way he played here, the way he conducted himself, or do you think like, what were your feelings like?
I think Vishy is an exceptionally talented player. I mean, it's not a surprise, but the fact that
No way, bhai.
the fact that he is still able to keep up, and I'm not sure how much he's working on chess, but the fact that he's still able to keep up with the top players in the world, despite not being, let's say, not being as not continuously working on chess, is just super impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. After losing the first 2 games, I think he kind of got that, this jhatka, as we like to say, to kind of get back in the rhythm. And he did get back in the rhythm, defeating Gukesh twice. In the end, finally, Gukesh did manage to win 1 game. And it was very nice when Gukesh came into the commentary booth and said that he feels he's playing against God when he's playing against Vishy, and that he respects him too much. It was very nice to see Gukesh kind of opening up about their camaraderie.
Yeah, this is so beautiful because, at some point I did think that Gukesh now would be considering himself to be a stronger player than Vishy. But, I guess intellectually, or at least in his mind, he must be thinking that. But somehow, the years and years, he's been kind of looking up to Vishy, and now finally seeing him opposite him made him play some shaky chess. And also Vishy played some insane moves.
Especially under time pressure as well. And on the finals, today, I mean, at the finals, I noticed that Vishy was playing extra fast. He was playing much faster than Gukesh than usual. He was always maintaining that 1 to 2 minute lead over him, which is, I think, super impressive from someone like Vishy, that he's able to keep up. I mean, it just shows talent, yeah, coming in that sense.
So we have Vishy, who played well here, Firuza, Prague. It was an incredible tournament with Ho Yifan and everyone here. I think we have had an amazing time. It is now time for us to go to the presentation ceremony.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the final post-match presentation ceremony of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, following a thrilling finale between the Triveni Continental Kings and the Alpine Sg Pipers, played here this evening at the iconic Royal Opera House in Mumbai. What a magnificent conclusion to an unforgettable season of world-class chess. On behalf of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their unwavering support. Presenting partner, IBM. Co-presented by AMD. Category partner, Amazon Web Services. Associate partners, Google Cloud, Microsoft, Cisco, BMC, Red Hat. Thank you for powering this celebration of chess excellence. Tonight, we are honored to have with us our esteemed dignitaries who have graced this stage on such a big day. I will now invite them one by one for their addresses. First, the driving force behind the league's vision and execution. Please welcome the Commissioner of Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Mr. Gaurav Rakshit.
Thank you, Arohi. Thank you, fans. Today is much more than the triumph of a single team. It's the triumph of an idea that took many, many months to fructify. First off, I want to congratulate the winning team, the SG Alpine Pipers, for an incredible performance, not just on the board, but off the board. Very, very well done. They played as a team, they backed each other, and it was really, really good. I'd also like to congratulate our runners-up, the Triveni Continental Kings. They have been very worthy defending champions. They've held the trophy for 2 years and have done us extremely proud as a team. The rest of our teams as well have embodied the fighting spirit and the camaraderie that makes this league completely unique. And for that, I am humbly extremely grateful. Our players have played with passion, conviction, empathy, supporting one another, and without the selflessness with which they brought themselves not just to the games, but also how they engage with our fans and with our fan zone. It was really special to see. So thank you very, very much. But a tournament like this requires a lot more people to thank. It really is a group of extraordinary individuals that came together to put this together. I would be remiss if I didn't thank our arbiter teams who handle intense pressure with a lot of pizzazz and confidence. It's not an easy job. I would like to thank the media, the production teams, our event teams, our tech teams, who did a phenomenal job of pulling all of this together for the show that you see before you. So to that extent, I really think there's a lot of people that contributed. And of course, I would want to acknowledge the efforts of our commentators who really bring this sport to life for you. So all of them put together really have done a phenomenal job. I think this event is not a culmination, but it's very much an evolution and very much a journey. And GCL is all about evolving and doing better and better for you every day. You, the fans, you're the heartbeat of this. Whether you're in the stadium, whether you're out in the fan zone, whether you're watching us virtually, you are the reason we keep trying to do better. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of all our teams. Thank you so much. And it's time to make the next move.
Thank you so much, Gaurav, for your kind words, and they have been super inspiring throughout the league as well. May I now invite a global custodian of the game. Please give it up for Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, President, International Chess Federation.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming for the closing ceremony of the third edition of Mahindra Global Chess League, which is a great partnership with the International Chess Federation. We all love to see so many top players here competing on stage, showing their best. Lots of emotions from the broadcast. The team did great. Thanks a lot, guys, for doing that. It appeared on TV as well, not just on the internet, which is another good sign. So many new partners you can see on the boards here, IBM, AMD, all others. We are all one team now around the Global Chess League project. And I think it's a huge step forward in what we are doing. What I love to see is team spirit. Of course, how players supported each other, looking at how others are doing on the boards, and creating a real team environment, team atmosphere around the games, and that's what should stay, and that what should be remembered. And we are really looking forward for the next year, for the next edition. Mahindra Tech is a great partner, and we are working on a day-to-day basis to improve what we are doing. Such a nice location here in Mumbai. Thanks a lot to the hosts. The Opera Theatre is iconic, and having chess on the stage of the opera is something really special. So thanks a lot for making this possible. And let's come together again. Let's stay cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on such a momentous occasion. And finally, now let's call upon the leader whose belief in the power of sport and strategy continues to inspire innovation and excellence. Please give it up for Mr. Anand Mahindra, Chairman, Mahindra Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the finale of this third season of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, I have to share my delight at just how far we have come on this journey. When we started out, our main goal was to introduce team spirit into this sport, and frankly, to attract, through the dramatic format, a whole new generation of players to chess here in India and throughout the world. To be honest, we've succeeded beyond our wildest ambitions because I think we have really created a movement. If you look at the fact that we've had more than 1 billion impressions over the league, 10 million viewers watched our broadcast, so the numbers are staggering. And in recognition of that, FIDE has done us the honor of giving us priority in deciding the dates in next year's calendar. So I have no long speech to give. I just have one wonderful announcement to make, that we are now saying that next year's edition of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League will run from the 2nd of September to the 13th of September 2026. Thank you. So we won't have to drag you down here before Christmas Eve again, Arkady. I want to thank you all for being here, for your support, and for being part of this movement. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. All of us watching us here and even online are looking forward to the next dates that you just mentioned. Now, may I please call upon Mr. Parag Shah, Board Member, Global Chess League, to join us on stage, please. Chess thrives on fairness and integrity. May we please invite our distinguished arbiters to the stage for a round of appreciation. May I please request Mr. Parag Shah, Board Member, Global Chess League, to do the felicitations. Starting with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director. Mr. Ashot, the Chief Arbiter. Mr. M.S. Gopakumar, Deputy Chief Arbiter. Yeah. Mr. Alan Arthur Atkinson, Deputy Chief Arbiter. Mr. Arasu Balasubramanian, Fair Play Officer. Mr. Gunnar Jorsen, Appeals Committee Member. Ms. Gulmira Dolatova, Appeals Committee Member. Thank you so much to all our distinguished arbiters. Next up, from decoding the deepest ideas to sharing the drama of everything that happens on the board, my fellow mates, I would like to invite the storytellers of the board. Please put your hands together as we welcome our commentators. Mr. Sahaj Grover, requesting Mr. Gaurav Rakshit to please do the honors. Ms. Ketty Satsalashvili. Mr. Sagar Shah. Mr. Harshit Raja. Miss Irina Crush. Miss Tanya Sachdev. May we have a quick photograph with all the commentators? Thank you so much for to all the commentators for joining us. Tanya, however, I have a question for you. On behalf of all the commentators, I want to know from you that, we've seen immense battles this season, and you all have been the voices for it. Anytime you forgot that you were a commentator and thought you've gone back to being a chess fan?
That's a great question. Arohi, I think it happened multiple times on every day. We had so many epic moments, and I'd love to hear it from all my co-commentators. What a starcast it was, an absolute pleasure to work with every one of them. But I think the first most awesome thing was doing it in India and the live fan experience that we had. You know, watching all of you enjoy the game with the players, it just felt so special. And I have to say that this only happens in India. So Mumbai, great job on that. I think a round of applause for our amazing audience out here. I also want to point out that, you know, yesterday we had this epic final round of the round robin, and the way Alpine Sg Pipers sort of squeezed through into the finals, we were on the edge of our seat. But the chess player in me, I think that really took over in the game between Alireza and Fabiano Caruana. Alireza playing with the black pieces. Fabi makes a queen. And Alireza doesn't resign because that's not in his dictionary. He marches forward with his king. It almost felt like he was about to checkmate Fabi's king with his own. Absolute chaos on the board, went down to the wire, showed immense fighting spirit. And I think that game is going to stay in my memory for a long time. Overall, what a season, guys. What a way to do it in India and Mumbai.
Thank you so much to all the commentators for joining us. You all have done a fabulous job throughout the season. Tanya, I would request you to stay back. You're not going to go so soon. All right, now it is time to now move on to the awards, the final awards of the night for which we all are here, starting from the third place. Time to honor the third place team for GCL, the Global Chess League Season 3. I'll request Mr. Parag Shah to hand over the awards to PBG Alaskan Knights. Give it up for world champion Gukesh Dommaraju, Arjun Erigaisi, Lenia Dominguez, Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Darda, their team manager Rudra Bhansali, and their coach Swayams Mishra. Thank you so much, the PBG Alaskan Knights, pulling off something which was insane this season. They were nowhere till the mid-half of the tournament, and suddenly they just leaped like the Knights. But this is what the Global Chess League is known for. And now it is time to honor the runner-up team for Global Chess League Season 3. I request Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich to hand over the medals to Triveni Continental Kings. Starting with Alireza Firouzja, Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Zuzina, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Makandria Moridze, their team manager Akash Premsen, and their super cool coach Luke Van Bailey. Congratulations, Triveni Continental Kings.
Next year.
Definitely. He's saying next time they're going to come here to pick up the winner trophy. Yes, definitely. And now, before we move on to the winners who've actually gotten the trophy tonight, who've fought it hard and fast throughout the league, we also have to come here and appreciate certain individual performances. So let's move on to the Players of the Tournament Award for the female. I request Mr. Gaurav Rakshit to hand over the award to Hu Yifa from Alpine Sg Pipers. Tanya, all yours.
Firstly, huge congratulations to you on being the MVP of the whole tournament, the performer of the tournament, but also what your team has done here. And I think this was one of our toughest picks as a panel because, I'm going to be honest, it came down to you and Nino Batsiashvili. Both of you had this beautiful run in the tournament. The difference maker was what happened yesterday. You getting those crucial wins. 4 back-to-back wins for Hu Yufan is what saw her team make it to the finals in this one. And I think I have to ask you, Yufan, that what changed? Because it was an up and down tournament. In the beginning, we saw a very different Yufan, and then at the end, you really switched it on for your team.
Well, I believe now probably I can share a secret from the team that, well, I started really not good the first half of the match, and the team also didn't really play great, so we were really in some, let's say, tricky situations. And I remember clearly that day during our meeting, and my teammates were trying to cheer each other, especially me up. So they said, you know, maybe you should come to us to play Kabuda. And starting playing that game, and we start to win. I start to win, and also the team started to win important matches.
So that was the secret sauce.
Yeah.
Yufan, what's the experience been like playing in front of the Indian fans? Chess is booming in India currently, and it was amazing to watch you with the fans here after your games, all smiles, giving those autographs. What would you like to say to everyone who's here cheering for you?
Well, it's really amazing to play in India. To be honest, I've traveled a lot to participate in different events. And here, the chess atmosphere is just like amazing. And the people are really loving chess. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I thought that because of you, that chess can become more and more popular. And hopefully that you will continue to support the chess world, the chess players, and also the chess game.
That's beautifully put. And Yufan, my final question before I let you go is, you know, coming in today as a star performer for the Alpine Sg Pipers, taking on a team which kind of looked inevitable. They looked unstoppable right now. Getting into that finals with the pressure on you as somebody who perhaps had to score today, how did you approach it? And does this win make it even sweeter as you dethrone the Kings?
Well, to be honest, as we get used to say, we are on a team. So everyone really fights for the best. So I already have trust that today, at least some players will stand up. And as you see that Anish won 2 very amazing games, as well as Leon. And I think just like everyone just works out perfectly. And I'm super happy that we try to fight for the end.
Now, what a team performance that was. That is your player of the tournament, female, Hu Yufan, world #1. Thank you, Yufan.
And now moving on to the Player of the Tournament award for the male category, I request Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich to please hand over the award to somebody that we call Firuja. Give it up for Alireza Firuja from the Triveni Continental Kings.
Alireza, I know getting this award, firstly, congratulations, but it's got to be a bittersweet moment for you right now. I want to start with the reaction here, because I think the loudest cheers happen when you're on. How does this feel, firstly?
No, I feel happy with my play. Of course, our team deserved to win, I think, but it didn't happen. But I'm very happy to be here, and
You'll be back there soon.
yeah, I'm very happy, and I really appreciate the fans here. They're very curious about the game, and I think it gives all the chess players motivation. We see them; they are cheering for us. So I'm happy that we managed to put some show in. It
is an amazing crowd, and it was fantastic to watch you. You know, we've been calling you Firuja, we've been calling you Ferocious Firuja, and I think all of those names sit really well. Let me just remind everyone, in the first 5 days, Alireza Firuja, he took down the world #2, the world #3. He took down the legend Vishy Anand. He also won against Gukesh, beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, 5 out of 5 on that win. You were really leading the charge from the top. I think my question is simple. How do you do it, Alireza? How do you have this fantastic performer? We were calling you the icon of the icons.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, of course, but time to time I get lucky. Yeah, but what can I say?
Well, they say you make your own luck on the chessboard. The one thing we noticed every game of yours, no matter if you're playing white or black, it's always chaotic. It's always fireworks. It's always the most entertaining game to watch. How does that happen? How do you make that a reality on the board?
Yeah, I felt like, at least in this tournament, my team needed me most of the time. So I was trying to take risks, and sometimes it paid off, but 2 games, 3 games also I lost. So, but yeah, I'm happy. Mostly it paid off and helped the team. But yeah, I think in general it was a fantastic tournament. Yeah.
It was indeed a fantastic tournament. And my final question to you has to be about today, about Triveni Continental Kings. And I'm going to leave the floor to you to take us through these finals through your perspective. What happened today?
Yeah, I think we were in good spirit. We had qualified before the last round, so we had time to rest and prepare also. But I think our opponent, they have a very good team actually. So probably on paper they are the favorite. But I think we had a very good team also, and practically we have a very practical team actually. Wei playing very good in rapid. And also, Mahindra is very good in junior boards. So I thought we have good chances, but they just played fantastic, and that's life.
Big words of praise for their opponents today. Alireza Firouzja, you're an absolute superstar here in Mumbai. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alireza Firouzja. You know, there was a joke going on that now opponents don't just study his game, they also study his walk to pick up those Player of the Match presentation awards, because he's just won so many so far. But now, the moment that we've all been waiting for, it is now time to present the winners' medals. And I would like to invite Mr. Anand Mahindra to do the honors. Please give it up for our winners, Alpine Sg Pipers! Fabiano Caruana! Anish Giri! Pragnananda! Those were the top 3 boards with 3 candidates in that team. Huyifa! Nino Batsiashvili! Leon Mendoza! Their team manager, Aminder Gogi. He was almost in tears on backstage when these people were doing the job for the team. And finally, the coach, Mr. Praveen Tipse. Thank you so much, Alpine Sg Pipers. We'll call you back to pick up the trophy, but as of now, Fabi, can we have you here? Tanya, do your thing.
Fabi, firstly, huge congratulations, leading the team to victory in one of the most epic finals that we've seen, you know, taking down a team that really did feel unstoppable this entire league. So I think my first question has to be, what do you think it is that Alpine Sg Pipers did better than the Triveni Continental Kings today?
Well, I think we always kept hope, which was very important. But when we were struggling at the start, we always kept hope and belief in our team. And yeah, I think we just all felt very good today. We felt ready to play and fight. And luckily, it was a clean slate. So all the preliminary, you know, they were very dominant. But today was a clean slate, and we played really well today.
I want to actually ask you about the icon board, because we had Alireza, you know, he was up here as the player of the tournament. You were facing him. And the one thing that I did notice in your matches against him with the white pieces, you were choosing the Queen's Pawn opening to start with. Was that a bit of a strategy to try to get Alireza to play the King's Indian defense? Were you looking for your chances there to get that dynamic game going?
Yeah, I figured he would play the King's Indian, and I was ready for it, or at least mentally ready, not really actually ready. But
Board was chaos.
yeah, I mean, of course, I wanted a fight. I mean, we always play very interesting games, and I know that he's a huge fighter, but also you can get your chances that way. So I figured it's not a bad outcome.
Yeah, and as the icon of the winning team, I have to ask you, when you see your team finally cheering and feeling the emotions of the win, what was the overriding emotion for you as sort of leading the Alpine Sg Pipers to their first trophy of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League?
Well, I wouldn't say I led the team. I mean, I performed worse than anyone on the team. But everyone played great. I mean, we also clutched at the critical moment, and that's the most important thing.
Was there a particular moment that was a highlight for you, a game, or perhaps a player that you'd like to highlight out of your team without whom maybe you wouldn't be standing here?
Well, I think everyone was really essential. I mean, early on, it was Nino and Leon who were winning all their games, and that really saved us in a bunch of matches. And then Yifan was winning all her games at the end. And the top 3 boards, well, we tried. we tried our best. But on the final day, Anish and Prague really played really well, and I'm honestly the only player who didn't play well at any point in the tournament.
Loving the honesty here, but that's the story of the Global Chess League, that every single board matters, and I think that's what your team showed today. Finally standing, playing in front of the Indian crowd. We've been talking about this with all of you. It's amazing to see the pictures come out when you walk out and how much the fans love chess, love all of you. What's that experience been like for you in Mumbai?
Yeah, it's an incredible audience and fan base here, and it's not really a surprise, but still, when you come and see it, it's something special because you don't see that in many places.
That's amazing. Thank you for those words. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, your champions of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3.
And now that the team is here, it is time for the Champions Trophy presentation. May I please request Mr. Anand Mahindra along with Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich to please do the honors and present the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2025 trophy to Season 3 winners, Alpine Sg Pipers!
And the Alpine Sg Pipers are the champions of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
The winners of Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3!
And what a group of amazing individuals here. You can see Fabi, Anish, Prag in the middle, Nino there, Leon, Huyifan, Praveen Tipse, Gogi, the team manager. We also have Anand Mahindra ji, the man behind this all, and also the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich. Beautiful frame.
Oh, it's absolutely great. Some of the people who made this event with some of the people who proved themselves to be glorious here, and look at the happy smiles for everyone here as they pick this beautiful trophy.
Yeah, and it looks so beautiful at the Royal Opera House, Sahaj.
Speaking of beautiful, look at that trophy. How beautiful is that trophy?
Absolutely, it's amazing. And I think it's a rotating trophy. Yeah, the same trophy was won by the Triveni Continental Kings in 2023, also in 2024, and now it goes to the Alpine Sg Pipers.
And look at how diverse the team of the Alpine Sg Pipers is. We have one player from India, Leon Mendonça. We have Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia. We have Anish Giri, who is half Indian, I would like to say. Fabiano from the US. Then we have Prague from India, of course. Then we have Huyifan from China. Praveen Tipse, sir, the third Grandmaster from India, and the team manager.
And I love that they are interacting with the crowd right now because, these players, of course, they are in their game. They are always preparing. They like their solitude. But when the fans come out and watch them play, it definitely feels special and it feels like you're doing something really, really cool.
Absolutely, and every single one of them picking up the trophy, every single one of them being a key element, like a Lego set. Every single piece, every single player plays a big impact in winning this trophy.
Seems like the trophy is very heavy.
Very heavy, yes, that's what I was going to say. Every player seems to be struggling with it. Look at how you found. He's like, no.
That's why I'm not playing by.
Yes. And that's why he's the coach, Grandmaster Praveen Dipse.
Yeah, and lot of things go behind the scenes, guys, in order to create a team like this. You need to take care of these players. You need to make sure that they all are in good spirits, and a manager's role is often underappreciated. You never know how much they have to work behind the scenes to make things happen. And there you have him. He's running around. He's happy. He had tears of joy in his eyes, Kogi.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, and look at this moment. The three candidate players standing in front of the camera there. Then we have Hawifan, the former world #1, former world champion Nino Batsiashvili. What a find she has been in this tournament for the Alpine Sg Pipers. Leon Mendonça doing his part on the junior board. And look at this, fighting the gold medal for the camps.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Amazing, amazing. Love that.
And also, guys, when I went to the presentation ceremony, I did get a chance to talk with Prag, Anish, and Fabi, and they were saying that they actually prepared this line that Prag played against Vidit together. It's not very interesting because the mistake that Vidit made BG4 is the same mistake Fabi made against Prag in practice session.
Oh.
That's so incredible, yeah?
It's a bit unfair for Vidit if three candidate players are preparing together.
Well, Vidit is a candidate himself, no?
Yes. That's true. And guys, now the presentation ceremony has been completed at the Royal Opera House. Everything is done. भाई ऐसे ये लग रहा है कि सब खत्म हो रहा है, थोड़ा lonely feeling आएगा.
अभी तो शुरुआत है.
It's the beginning of a new era as we had such a successful Global Chess League's 3rd season here in India. And I'm very curious कि 4th season कहाँ पे जाएगा भाई?
Bhai, I hope it happens in India because, you know, the fans really love this. Now we saw how many people turned up here. I don't know if it'll happen in Mumbai again, but definitely in some place in India would be just amazing.
And look at this. We have live footage of the players coming out of the presentation there where they picked up the trophy.
And I think these few people who have stayed back are going to be in for a treat because, you know, many people had to leave. It's already 9:40 p.m. here in India and you can hear the noise in the background. There are so many people who have stayed back.
It's like we're inside a cricket stadium. It's deafening. They're rooting for Fabi, Anish, all the players from the winning team, and I'm sure they would get a chance to take pictures and get some autographs from these wonderful players.
I mean, this is a great time to be taking photos and autographs with them, no?
Yeah, it's amazing.
And Prag is like, मुझे छोड़ दो भाई.
Prag को कोने में रखा भाई.
And such a nice celebration for the winning team here. Woo.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's beautifully done. Yeah, like, really nice.
A celebration that these players deserve for sure. But Fabi is like, can't see anything anymore.
And he still has to hold that trophy as well.
You know, I pretty much think Fabi loves this role of holding the trophy because he must have seen the pictures of year 1 when Levon Aronian was picking it up. In year 2, you had Alireza Firuza. And now in year 3, it's turn of Fabiano Caruana. Well, it's a
picture that speaks 1,000 stories. But where are some of the players?
Yeah, I think they need to show Fabi somewhere. Somehow he got blocked. I think for Fabi, the toughest part of the day is lifting that trophy.
Like
Anish says, let me do it. No. The 3 candidates will hold the trophy together.
Prag is like, I don't need it. I'm fine here.
नहीं मैं feeder circuit से आया हूँ.
And yeah, this is beautiful. I think Ho Yifan, I just enjoyed that she was in her best element as Another person comes. Oh, it's Sumon there.
Oh, they're going to pass on the trophy through all the members of the team.
It's a real idea that they are trying there. Let's see if that works out. Because, chess players often are not that ready to make reels and all. They want to just go back and take some rest. And also, Anish has a flight to catch.
Oh, absolutely. We hope that the trophy gets passed on to all the members. Surely a viral moment that we are going to see on social media.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
I mean, technically, Fabi should do this, no?
Yes, but I think Fabi would not have done that actually. Oh, it's tough for... Wait. Oh, they are going upstairs now. Oh, they are coming here.
Are they coming to the studio?
No.
Thoda jaga kam hai.
Halka sa,
Right, and so there we had such a beautiful environment, beautiful atmosphere. It seems like there are more surprises that will happen in our way. When you went there to the presentation ceremony and we also got awarded as the commentators, how did you guys feel? Did you meet anyone there?
No, I felt amazing. I think I met a bunch of players. I asked them how their games were, if they're tired, what are they doing next. Normal chess tournament, at the end, this is what you do with chess players. What are you playing next? Where are we going to meet next? And yeah, it was a nice...
Yeah, I mean, chess is an individual sport. It's so nice that we have this team event. But actually, if you're inside this chess community, you'll know how closely connected everyone is with each other. And even though the tournament is finished, they still want to catch up with some of their old colleagues. And I think it was a great opportunity for all the players, for all of us to interact with the players.
I agree. I spoke to the manager of the Triveni Continental Kings, the CEO, Akash Premsan.
Oh, and look at this.
Oh!
And we have fireworks.
Wow.
As you can see, the Royal Opera House written in the background.
Oh, that's such a beautiful scene there.
And the trophy is on the edge of the wall there. I'm a bit scared. What a nice scene we have here.
That's such a thoughtful place where they are doing this.
And by the way, the team also won $250,000.
Yes, $250,000 to the winning team, $125,000 for the second team, and you had $75,000 for the third place team, and fourth place went to Ganges Grandmasters, who got $50,000.
And they're popping the champagne bottle.
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
Does anyone know the technique? They showed the technique on the board and they show it here. And 3, 2, 1. Boom. No, not yet.
Not yet.
I think Harshit bhai, if you can help them.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. As soon as you said Harshit bhai, they just opened. Naam hi chalta hai.
Bye.
That's so beautiful with the anthem of the GCL playing in the background, the fans cheering at the bottom of this, in the fan zone. And we have the Alpine Sg Pipers reigning supreme at the Royal Opera House. Kya badhiya?
Badhiya maza.
Guys, Royal Opera House, one of the iconic locations in the city, was closed down for 25 years, has recently been opened up again, and we had this tournament here from the last 10 days. It was an absolute joy. We are going to wrap up this. Thank you so much, Sahaj bhai. Thank you, Harshit bhai.
Thanks
Thank you
a lot,
to
Sagar bhai.
everyone.
Thank you. Let's go.
And thank you to Mumbai for helping us do this amazing tournament. Good night, Shubh Ratri. Take care. Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide. Biggest stars standing side by side. Cameras flashing, hear the noise. History made by girls and boys. This is fire you can't contain. Every heartbeat calling your name. Under one roof we're chasing glory. Every second writes a story. No turning back, no time to rest. This is the ultimate test. Everybody say check, mate. Come together for a chess day.